Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here in here on the channel. You're not in the channel, you're on the channel. Let's see, we have it in the chat. There you go, mixed up my words. We have Capybara, Ben, Caleb, as well as Johnny, Logan, Kaylee, Caden, Rebel, let's see here, Pete, Grumpy Grandpa, Girl Dev. Let's see if we have anyone else further up that I may have missed here. Weather Warrior, and everyone else who's in the stream who I may have forgotten to welcome, or if you're just now tuning in, or may not be chatting, glad to have you in here as well. Everyone else. So, yeah, let's go right ahead and switch on into our main scene here. We'll go with this one. We'll just switch straight to it. I was about to say, I swear, if the SPC side is glitching today too, that's going to be crazy. So, yeah, we've got quite the overnight severe weather outbreak on tap today across portions of Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, a very small sliver of Texas and Arkansas as well. Looking like a quite potent setup for an MCS and or derecho tonight. The SPC has dropped part of that enhanced risk and moderate risk area on the western side. We had an outflow boundary that pushed through a little bit earlier than anticipated, and that is kind of tampered off some potential for severe storms in and west of Dodge City. So Dodge City is pretty much as far west as we are anticipating our MCS today, but further south could get that MCS to grow a little bit larger and possibly be as far west as maybe into or northwest of Woodward in Oklahoma. Also going to be as far as Tulsa, Oklahoma for tonight. Now, we did just get a tornado watch, but if you take a look at this, you'll notice this watch is in effect until about 11 p.m. Eastern. Now, here's the crazy part. Our derecho, our possible derecho, it's probably not going to form until 9 p.m. tonight. We're still a good 4 hours, maybe even possibly as late as 5 hours from our main MCS to derecho becoming well organized, and that will likely form on the right on the edge of our enhanced risk and our moderate risk area. That's where we're thinking our line is going to form late tonight, and it's going to form very slowly, but then after it really builds up that steam and strengthens towards about 10 o'clock, that's when that tornado watch is going to expire, right about 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern time. That is when we're going to be considering the potential for a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. So I want to be clear with this. I said it on Twitter too. This is not the main event. This first round of heavy rain showers is not the main event. According to chat, one of the YouTubers who was live earlier today potentially mistook this for the main event today. Possibly. I didn't watch his live stream. I've been busy today. So thankfully this didn't pop up too early. I couldn't stream till 3, and then once I got on towards about 3:30, 4 o'clock, that's when I was looking at trying to figure out when to go live here. But yeah, this is not the main round. So this is just a round of heavy convection that is going to be pushing through portions of southeast Kansas, and it may allow for the chance of a discrete supercell or two, or a clustered supercell to form somewhere around the Wichita area. And if that does occur, we could see some very large hail, 3.5 inch in diameter, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado or two will all be possible if we see any supercells fire there. Also, the chance for some supercells to fire back on the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas. Far western Oklahoma, far northeast panhandle of Texas could see some storms fire there. But our main event will be tonight. So let's take a look at the newest HRRR. We are getting the 19Z in, but we're probably going to stick with the 18 and 19Z HRRR today. Anything after that, and it's going to be really irrelevant. Now, you can see the HRRR is not handling that convection too well, very close to Wichita. So there is definitely the chance that it's not depicting the possible lack in instability with eastward extent thanks to this line. But we could still see an isolated supercell or two, some clusters fire near the Wichita area over the next 2 hours back towards Perryton, Texas, back into Oklahoma, Woodward, Oklahoma area. And then notice here, 9 p.m. Eastern, our line starts to fire in Kansas. Very slowly organizing. 9 p.m., 8, 9, 10 p.m., slowly organizing. And then as it goes into Wichita, that's when it picks up steam. 10 o'clock, 11 p.m. Eastern time, right around the last hour to around when this tornado watch expires is when this line will intensify quite rapidly as it approaches far southern Kansas. And that rapidly intensifies towards 10 o'clock, 11 p.m. Eastern time, and then continues to intensify throughout the rest of the very late evening hours into the overnight hours. And it progresses all the way until portions of eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southwest Missouri before finally dying out towards about 3, 4 a.m. So 3 to 4 a.m. is when this really starts to die out on the HRRR. But the HRRR does have another cluster / MCS that forms tonight in Oklahoma, tracking into Arkansas. So we're looking at at least one big MCS to potential derecho for tonight. I don't know if it's going to be able to track far enough to be classified as a derecho, but we're talking about this thing moving all the way from northeast of Dodge City all the way down to Springfield, Missouri. That's about 350 to 400 miles worth of distance there. So it's there's definitely a chance we could see a derecho out of this for today. And I think the main limiting factor is this overconvection right in here. This was not supposed to be here, and we're going to pay very close attention to our model runs to see, or not our model runs, my bad, the meso analysis to see if that affects much of our open warm sector, which, by the way, our open warm sector is just now starting to get into the Wichita, Kansas area. So we really weren't expecting much activity before the 3 p.m. Eastern time frame, and now we are starting to see that activity slowly start to decrease, but it's still very much present. You can see a lot of it is weakened and moved off to the northeast, but we still have this cluster of heavy rain showers across southeast Kansas. So yeah, our main warm sector has hit like the southern end of this line. Our main warm sector of 2,000 plus instability is on like the southern end of the line here. And just going to need to watch mesoanalysis closely to see. I could definitely see this underperforming if this line does continue to push through our entire warm sector. But on those latest frames, it looks like it's starting to move, at least to me, a little bit more east, not so much to the south or southeast, but a little bit more like this, kind of right towards Wichita. So if this gets into Oklahoma and it taps into our open warm sector that's supposed to be used tonight, then this risk is going to be probably an underperforming risk. If it doesn't get into Oklahoma and say it stays north of that border and goes towards Wichita, then that's going to allow for our open warm sector, which is very potent towards central, or I should say volatile, my bad. Very volatile towards like the Stillwater area, almost upwards of 5,000 instability there. If we can get that pushing into Kansas as this overconvection pushes eastward, then that's the scenario where we could see an MCS to a possible derecho tonight. And that's what the big question is what's going to happen with this convection here northwest of Wichita. Exactly where is it going to move? How fast is it going to move? Is it going to intensify? How much of the warm sector is going to be affected by it? Those are your big questions there. So looks like we are starting to see some more storms fire up here southwest of Wichita. Those are going to be the storms to watch for an all hazards threat. Let's switch to weatherwise here. Yeah, so these are going to be the storms to watch for all hazards threats, but because we have this overconvection, I think it's going to be pretty messy. I don't expect us to see fully discrete storms here due to that overconvection currently ongoing in Hutchinson in southern Kansas. We still do have one tornado warning active. Just a minute ago, we had 2 active. We're down to 1 again. Earlier this afternoon, we had an unwarned tornado in southeast Wyoming, and then it did go confirmed after I called it out on Twitter. So whenever I'm off of stream, there's a very high chance that I'm frequently watching the weather, and if I see something very concerning, I'm going to tweet about it. So if you don't follow me on Twitter, you can do that with the first link in the description is my link tree. That leads you to all of my socials there. So I could give very quick, 1 minute, 2 minute updates there on X. Very, very easy to do updates there as opposed to starting up a full live stream for a storm that lasts 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Let me see here. So yeah, let's go ahead and dive on into the outlook for today. So we have a moderate risk, just like we talked about yesterday, thinking this was going to go 45 sig for wind. It did. We have a moderate risk level 4 to 5 for very, very significant and destructive damaging winds across portions of southern Kansas into north central Oklahoma, even as far back west into a very small portion of the panhandle of Oklahoma. There is definitely the chance for a couple tornadoes today. I think the main tornado threat, that's a updated tornado warning. Still radar indicated up there. I think the main tornado threat will be with our MCS and or derecho that fires late tonight once it becomes organized into the overnight hours close to 11 p.m. midnight Eastern time. That's going to be when our tornado threat peaks, which will probably be somewhere on the border of Kansas and Oklahoma. Hail threat, could see some large hail. I think the hail threat is going to be very dependent on discrete storms. So I think if we can get any discrete storms near Wichita or in the panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma, those are the 2 areas I'm watching for the greatest hail threat. If we can get any discrete storms in those 2 areas, that's going to be our best opportunity for 3 to 3.5 inch hail. And then, of course, damaging winds being a big concern. Very large, 30 significant, and a quite decent-sized moderate risk for a 45 significant wind risk there. So overall, we're looking at a very destructive day for damaging winds. 90 to 100 mile per hour winds will be possible. Very large hail, 3 to 3.5 inch in diameter, and a couple tornadoes, likely into the overnight hours, will all be possible across portions of Kansas and Oklahoma for tonight. So should be a very late night event for today. Tomorrow, we do have a enhanced risk for severe weather. So we mentioned this in yesterday's live stream too, how we would probably see an upgrade to enhanced. Didn't think it would be this big. Enhanced risk all the way from just east of Springfield, Missouri for tomorrow, through St. Louis, through southern Illinois, through central Indiana, northern Indiana, into southern Michigan and northwest Ohio. Quite a large enhanced risk for severe weather for tomorrow. Really didn't see that being that large of an enhanced risk, but they did issued a big time enhanced risk there. 30% wind risk, so we could see some gusts as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour tomorrow, anywhere in that red or around that red area. The hail risk is also going to be a bit more elevated because you could see some hailstones around 2-inch in diameter, maybe some locally greater hailstones back towards Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri if discrete storms get going. And the tornado threat, quite a different shift for your tornado threat. You could see your enhanced risk out there in Indiana back down towards Missouri. And if you look at that peak tornado threat, your 5% tornado risk actually goes into Wisconsin and western Michigan, well removed from that enhanced risk for severe storms. So not only do we have an enhanced risk in place across Indiana and Missouri, but that tornado risk actually shifts even northwest of that enhanced risk for severe weather. So areas like Chicago in Illinois, Bloomington, Illinois, all the way back down into the St. Louis, Missouri, even including way north into Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Mount Pleasant, Michigan, and then all the way east into just to the north of Dayton, Ohio. So very large 5% tornado risk for tomorrow. And I do think this could go enhanced as well for tornadoes. I think we could see a 10% or a 10 significant tornado risk across portions of southeast Wisconsin, northeast Illinois, northern Indiana, into portions of southern Michigan. I do think we could see a couple tornadoes, possibly a strong tornado or two, being possible across this area. I don't know if it would be a 10 hatched or a 10% risk, but I do think we could see potentially a tornado risk upgrade there across southern Michigan into northeastern Illinois, where that low pressure and remnant MCV will track across, and that's going to be on the northern side of your risk area in terms of your 5%. Then on day 3, we've got a quite large slight risk for severe weather. A bit unsure on where the enhanced risk may be placed. I do think Virginia and North Carolina has a really good shot at seeing a 30% risk for damaging winds. I'm not just saying that because that's the area I would chase, but I think models are going to trend way more linear further south, which it seems like they are at the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with a enhanced risk in Virginia, North Carolina, and maybe even another one back up in New York, Pennsylvania. I believe the SPC mentioned kind of a potential and kind of hinted towards the potential of an enhanced risk for damaging winds further into the northeastern U.S. So a lot of questions regarding day 3 for Thursday's risk, because further north, you have stronger forcing, but you have much weaker instability. Further south into the Carolinas, and specifically southern Virginia, central Virginia, into central North Carolina, that's where you have 3,000 instability at, but the forcing is a little bit weaker. So no area has the perfect overlap of really good instability and really good forcing mixed with good wind shear. Not a lot of wind shear south, not the best forcing south, good forcing north, good wind shear north, but not a great amount of instability north. So I think somebody is eventually going to be upgraded to a enhanced risk for severe weather between New York and North Carolina for Thursday, and it's probably going to be for damaging winds. I'd be shocked if it's for hail or tornadoes. I think damaging winds will be the biggest issue on Thursday. All right, let's go over to our tornado warning again out here in kind of east central Wyoming. Just to let you know, there is a tornado warning there northeast of Manville, still radar indicated. But our main area today is going to be focused in the orange and the red area. That's a level 4 enhanced, or rather a level 4 moderate risk and a level 3 enhanced risk for severe storms. So you have a level 1 in the dark green, level 2 in the yellow, a level 3 in the orange, and a level 4 there in the red. So areas in southern Kansas, Wichita, Greensburg, Pratt, Coldwater, Wellington, Arkansas City, and Kansas, Independence, Howard, Coffeyville, southern Kansas, all at risk for up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. And then back into Oklahoma, Stillwater, Woodward, Buffalo, back out towards Bartlesville, northern side of Tulsa, Fairfax, you guys all inside that moderate risk as well. So a pretty good sized moderate risk there. I got upgraded to a marginal at some point today. Oh, come on. Why do you gotta fire right when I start my live stream? You've got to be kidding me. Really? You couldn't fire like 2 hours ago when I was completely available to chase? Man. Yeah, I'll probably end up chasing Thursday, but it looks like a big wind bag, so I'm a little bit 50-50 on it, to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of chasing linear mess, but hey, let's talk about this storm southwest of the Wichita radar site here. You've got to be joking. No way. You've got to be kidding. Get me down there. Well, I'll be. We're cooked. The main radar site for the risk area is down. Wow. Well, that is going to be a very big issue. Well, looks like the Oklahoma radar is going to be the main radar for Kansas today. So here's your storm currently. I was wondering why both of the radars were so different. I'm like, why is the Oklahoma radar having like a full supercell and then the Wichita one has like a rain shower? That's because the Wichita, Kansas radar is down. So hopefully that comes back up. But now under a severe storm here in Harper, Kansas, some damaging winds of about 60 miles per hour, as well as 1.5-inch hail will be possible with this storm. So make sure you're away from doors and windows. Also, make sure that you are probably a bit close to your safe spot because this storm could attempt to rotate. I don't think it is in the best environment, right? Actually, I stand corrected. The warm sectors hit this area, so it's actually in a good environment. This actually is very much capable of rotating. So we could see this attempt to rotate in the near future. So according to mesoanalysis, it is in quite a good environment for all significant hazards. What's up with the College Due page not loading in the new HRRR? Let me refresh that completely. I'm stuck at 5% on the new HRRR on College Due page. But, I mean, we're going to really be using the 18Z HRRR. I don't want to... I'll still look at the new HRRR ones, but I really don't want to look at them anymore since these storms have started to fire. We want to be using a lot more mesoanalysis from here on out. Every time you hear those beeps, that's a new warning and or an updated warning. So that could be a severe warning being updated / upgraded or downgraded, or it could be a completely new severe warning. And once we get into the peak of this outbreak, we'll switch over to other scenes to where you don't have to deal with that beep. Because, you know, once we start seeing our MCS tonight, it's going to be, man, it'll just be probably consistent beeps. NAM3K on Thursday shows quite filled up warm sector in the northeast with discrete cells in a line. Let me go check. I didn't look at the new NAM. Wow. Wow. That is shockingly impressive. Let me check. Yeah, we'll probably have a 5% tornado risk up in the northeastern U.S. on Thursday. I doubt it will go 10% or 10 sig. That's very rare for the Northeast, but probably going to see a 5% up there in New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut. And man, I love the new NAM3K from my area. I love the NAM3K from my area. 200 0 to 1 kilometer helicity. Yeah, right. I would be chasing that any day of the week. See, that's the thing, Ben. It doesn't matter about my mod dome because I have a car. So I could just go drive away from the mod dome. And you know what happens every time? It's literally every time I chase. Nearly every time I chase. I leave my house, I go 2, 3 hours away, and boom, supercell over my house. It has happened like 3 out of the 5 chases this year. Even one time, me and Lucky were chasing, and my house got into a tornado warning when I was like 2 hours away. I was like, "You're kidding me!" I think Caden's right. I think the mod dome is actually just me. I think my car carries the mod dome with it. I'm pretty sure. It's wild. Yeah, so main storm to watch right now is definitely the one out here in south central Kansas. I could definitely see this thing being tornadic in 30 minutes or so as it moves to the northeast. I did not think it would be this discrete. I thought it would be a little bit more north and therefore more clustered. Right now, it is fully discrete. These storms are moving like this. They're moving pretty much dead east now. And it's really all by itself further to the south. So I could definitely see this, especially since it looks like it's probably latching onto a boundary there. This definitely could produce a tornado in the near future. Kaylee, sure. We'll count your mod dome. Although it hasn't been too effective. Sometimes the mod domes do break. It's quite rare, but sometimes they do break. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to break a mod dome, but sometimes they're broken. I mean, shoot, I didn't even get rain on a moderate risk out here in Southern Virginia in 2023, so not even a moderate could break my mod dome. That shows you how strong mine is. Yeah, it does look like a hook's forming. I don't see much velocity correlating with that, but that could be a legitimate hook echo there. Very good looking supercell. Either way, for a storm that just fired 40 minutes ago, barely even that, this looks really, really good. Really good intensification for this storm. No. Wichita radar, you have failed us. It didn't even get hit by the storms yet. It didn't even get hit by the storms. It just died out before the storms were even close to it. Yeah, we could see some gusts upwards of probably 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour here north of Wichita over the next few minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a severe warning for that. Definitely some small hail, some gusty winds starting to increase with that over the, or about to be over the Andale area, which is northwest of Wichita. And that's going to move through the northern side of Wichita here in about 30 or so minutes. It's relatively slow moving. It's having it's being hit by a lot of cell mergers, so it is relatively slow moving at the moment. Two more minutes left on that tornado warning in east central Wyoming. But main cell to watch still. It's definitely this one here, southwest of Harper. Wonder if there's any chasers on this. I wouldn't be shocked if this is, let me see here. I'll go see if I could get a chaser on this real quick, y'all. Always check the weed whacker. That's who I'm gonna go check first. Yep, he's on it. Of course he is. 90% of the time when I go on this guy's live stream, he's on the storm that looks the most impressive. I see a lot of scud. Actually looks like some good rotation right there. Tornado warning does continue in east central Wyoming. just to the east of Manville. But yeah, this storm is indeed rotating here. Very close to Harper. How does Reed do it? I think he just teleports. I think he found a teleportation device and he's just not telling anybody. Then again, this is very close to his headquarters. His headquarters is in, I think, central Oklahoma. So, I mean, that's not too far, considering he's gone from Oklahoma to Florida and Oklahoma to North Dakota before. Oklahoma to southern Kansas is not that far. Not a lot of lower level helicity here, but that boundary interaction is going to make up for it. So this storm is not even going to wait 30 minutes. It is actively attempting to rotate here. I don't see a lot of rotation. It looks like just west to east cloud motion right now on the Weed Whackers feed. I don't see a lot of turning. Oh, now that's turning. Oh, I see some turning now. now I see some turning on his feed. That's definitely rotating. Pointed the camera a little bit more to the right, and then boom, there's your wall cloud. 290 0 to 1 kilometer SRH from a VWP on the terminal. Yeesh. Mezzo has about 45. That terminal, it's heading into better wind shear. So where it is right now, there's about 45. But in about an hour or so, it's going to move into an environment with near 140, 150, according to Mezzo. But I feel like I would trust the VWP over Mezzo analysis, personally. I think the VWP would be more accurate. So it's definitely rotating. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning. I don't think it is an imminent tornado. But it is rotating and actively trying to produce a tornado. But I don't believe it's actually imminent. It doesn't look like it's a strong enough area of rotation. I don't see a funnel cloud. It's not very, very well defined, so I don't believe it is imminent at the moment. But it is rotating. It's not latched onto the boundary, but there is a boundary, like right here. It looks like it's nearly latched on. If not, it actually may be latched on. It might actually be latched on. If you loop it, you can tell from these lighter DBZ colors. Watch how it sweeps those lighter DBZ colors to its southwest. So yeah, it looks like it's almost latched on to me. It looks like it's almost latched on to me. If not is. I feel like the hook has some work to do. Not the most classic hook echo, but the base of the Supercell is very nice. That is a very nice inflow cutoff there, just south of Harper. Hook echo, a little bit sloppy at the moment, but just the arching of that Supercell is very, very nice. It is not like rapidly rotating or anything, but it is definitely starting to... or it is rotating, my bad. It's been rotating for a little bit. So it's rotating, but not enough to imminently drop a tornado, which is why it's not tornado warned. But in the future, it's probably going to strengthen, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning at any moment, because the environment it's moving into looks very favorable for tornadoes. So this is in south central Kansas, dead center of our moderate risk area. Nearly dead center. Dead center would be in like Arkansas City, Kansas. This is quite well northwest of that, but pretty much dead center of our moderate risk. Pretty much dead center. Let's see here. Looks like we got more storms firing to the southwest, so that is going to initiate thunderstorms. We've got a boundary south of Dodge City. You can see it. Very weak boundary, but it is there. And right now, that's helping to initiate storms in Sun City. And that's going to probably continue to help initiate storms. I don't know about us seeing a derecho tonight. It depends on how much convection we see in front with this boundary action that we're dealing with. Kind of like what we saw in Texas 9 days ago. We had a bunch of over-convection in front, and then that over-convection in front of the cold front ended up becoming our main event. I do think we will see multiple instances of destructive winds at or greater than 80 miles per hour. But I'm not for sure if it's going to be a big, well-organized, like, classic derecho. But the damaging winds will be a big issue. So they did introduce a tornado possible tag for this severe. It is also now a significant severe for 1.75-inch hail. So if you're in Harper, I highly recommend being away from doors and windows and stay close to your safe spot. This storm is actively rotating southwest of Crystal Springs in south central Kansas. It doesn't look as impressive on that newest scan. It's trying to work some things out, but it's definitely going to continue to rotate. Probably for a long time. To be honest with you, it's in a really good environment, and it's just going to keep moving into a better and better environment. If there is a chance for a solid, strong tornado today, it's going to be with this storm. It is fired in nearly the perfect spot. It is nearly in the perfect spot for the greatest tornado potential. So, in my opinion, if we're going to get a strong tornado today associated with supercells and not the line, it would be from this. I could still see a strong tornado happening out of an MCS late tonight. But if we're talking about like a discrete supercell, I think this storm is probably going to have the best chance to do so for the entire day. Keeping an eye on the Weed Whacker. He's got still a pretty good view of it. It is not rapidly rotating. It is rotating quite broadly right now. It's not a very tight area of rotation. And then they did just severe warn the storm out here for Park City, just north of Wichita. So they did exactly what I thought they were going to do, and they issued that 60-mile-an-hour severe. Also observed 1-inch hail. So 1-inch hail has been observed here west of Park City, as well as 60-mile-an-hour winds could also occur as this moves east into Park City. Let me go check mesoanalysis. We got a new mesoanalysis here. It's right on a instability axis. It is in a great spot. Look at this. It is in a great spot. As long as it doesn't get too clustered, if just quickly looking back to it, you can see there is some storms north of it. As long as nothing clusters it too bad, it should be able to continue to rotate and strengthen. But looking at mesoanalysis here, a little bit more zoomed in there, your instability axis here between 3,500 and 1,000 instability, I mean, it's right in between this storm. So it's right on that instability axis, directly on it. Take a look at some other ingredients. Supercell composite, you can see it's in a really good area for supercell composite. One thing I wanted to show you is violent tornado parameter. Now, don't let that scare you. But basically, this just means it's in quite a good environment for a strong tornado. We've seen countless environments for very high violent tornado parameters, and it just does pretty much nothing. But basically, this means if you do get a discrete storm in this area, there's probably going to be a chance for it to rotate. I wouldn't necessarily say there's like a chance for a violent tornado. I don't know the parameters it uses. Okay, actually, here it is. So it uses mixed layer instability, mid-level clouds, SRH there, lapse rates, and effective inflow. That's the big thing there, effective inflow. So that's what it uses. It sounds like to me it's basically just showing you the potential for rotation, not necessarily an actual violent tornado. I don't like to show it often because it sounds very scary. Your significant tornado parameter in the effective layer, that's about a 4 to 5 there. So, I mean, it's in a very good spot in my opinion. Take a sounding, we can look at this a bit better. So, not much issues with this. You have good veering, maybe not the best veering in the very lower level. Definitely quite weak, especially right near the surface. Yeah, not really good lower level curvature there. Mid-level curvature is really good. Good instability, like I said, right on that instability axis. Really good lapse rates. That's probably contributing to a good violent tornado parameter. VTP is what it's called for short. Probably contributing to a higher number for that since you have such high lapse rates in the 0 to 3 kilometer. And like I said, just the 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, that being 45 on here, makes me think it's not in the best environment, but a VWP for the terminal radar south of Wichita observed, I think it was, I don't know how much it was, but I know it was more than 200, and mesoanalysis says 45. So I think it is in a very, very favorable environment, and also have to mention it's very close to boundaries too. It's likely latched on to a weak boundary, so it's in a very good spot. It's in a very good spot. That hook echo's still a little bit disorganized, not the best area of rotation with it either. I want to see if that hook occludes up at all. But man, I mean, from a reflectivity standpoint, this is classic. Very, very classic Supercell on reflectivity. Velocities does tell a different story. And we do have a terminal radar, which updates about every minute and a half or so in advance to this storm. So closer it gets to like the Conway Springs area, the more high definition radar we're going to get, both from our terminal and from our main radar. Man, SBC bugging again. Look at it. It's down above my face cam again. Top left. I heard a very faint rumble of thunder. Man, it's special weather statemented. Are you kidding me? Things gonna go very close to my house. I'll get clipped by probably the northern edge of that. Bro, it literally, like, it couldn't fire 2 hours early to where I could go chase it. It's wild. Still tornado one for 16 more minutes well east of Manville in east central Wyoming. That is our only active tornado warning at the moment. But the main storm to watch is actually the one in Harper, south central Kansas. Definitely want to keep an eye to see how many of these storms fire, because that could cause an over convection issue for our MCS later tonight. So I want to keep an eye on that to see how many cells fire off of that area, off of that outflow boundary. Look at what, Catman? The supercell? On MRMS, it just looks like a big blob. I forgot the Wichita radar's down. Yeah, so we can't actually see it from our Wichita radar. We won't get better data for our main radar in Wichita. But thankfully, we have a terminal to its south. The boundaries, yeah. I see the boundaries. Also looks like there's a boundary to the north of this storm. Actually, it's right there. There's an outflow boundary right here. It's going into the hail core of this storm. And I think that's what has also contributed to our storms in the Lake City area firing. And you can see it turns back over this way. It goes back up like that. So you have a big outflow boundary there. A bunch of boundaries out over in here. Probably some boundaries back out in Texas. Woof. Is that actually a boundary? That is a complete boundary right there. That is a crazy boundary. Probably won't see anything initiate off of that. But the northern side up here towards Perryton, we could see storms initiate off of the northern edge of that boundary. But like south of Amarillo, probably won't see anything. It's going to be on the northeast side of the Panhandle of Texas there. Definitely gotten a lot tighter on that newest scan. A much tighter velocity couplet there. Let me go back to the Weed Whacker, see if he's got... Ooh, that's starting to look a lot more like a huge mezzo right there. Pretty sure that's a huge mezzo. Hello, Otter. Glad to see you in here. So this storm, if it keeps up for any longer, we'll probably end up with a warning on this. The only reason why we haven't seen a tornado warning is because it's kind of been a little bit unstable. The hook's been wobbling and it's not been well defined for the entire lifespan, and the velocities have been fluctuating. So if this hook doesn't occlude and if it stays like this, we're gonna see a tornado warning. Just a heads up, there's a chance I lose power. I'm gonna put that out there right now. I can already hear thunder from this far. Very far in the distance, so just a heads up there. If I disappear out of nowhere, you know it's because I got struck by lightning. Or if it's in like 30 minutes, the rain's too heavy. Whenever the SBC's site wants to come back up, we'll put that back on the top left. I'll refresh it again to see if that wants to come back up for us. There you go. Those velocities still very, very well defined there. That hook has occluded from what I could tell. But if those velocities continue up, we could easily get a tornado warning here. It's becoming very, very rain-wrapped south of Harper. It's a very rain-wrapped area of rotation. Yeah, you can see the last 3 scans, that's really ramped up on velocities. It's not strong rotation or anything like that, but it is getting stronger. It's up to about 50, 60 mile-an-hour rotation there. And it just all fell apart, so there you go. We'll have to see if a new hook echo tries to form out of it. because that's completely occluded now. Still plenty of severes back out into Colorado and Wyoming. None of them are nearly as concerning as the one in south central Kansas right now. But still have that tornado warning well east of Manville in east central Wyoming. And then all those blue boxes you see out here in Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, those are all special weather statements. Most of them vary in intensity. You see 40-mile-an-hour winds, 40-mile-an-hour winds, 50-mile-an-hour winds, 40-mile-an-hour winds, 0.25-inch hail. Those are all special weather statements for strong storms. They're not severe, but they are strong storms. That's the step before a severe warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Wichita. So the city of Wichita in south central Kansas now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. We'll have to keep an eye on this. There's a small chance that this could just literally take up all the environment and literally become our main event. Kind of like what happened in Texas about 9 days ago. We'll see. That could be something to note. Our cold front may not be able to fire thunderstorms if this ends up with becoming our main event here. Also, if you guys don't keep up much with the weather, you may have not realized that we actually had multiple 100-mile-plus wind reports out here. We had multiple wind reports of greater than 100-mile-an-hour winds in Wichita early this morning, about 4:30 a.m. I think 4:30 a.m. Eastern, 3:30 a.m. Central. Let's see. Right around there, maybe a little bit later than that. Wichita was under a extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning for 100-mile-an-hour winds observed. They got into 100-mile-an-hour winds observed severe warning. Observed. Multiple different mesonets observed greater than 100-mile-an-hour wind gust for quite a while. I believe there was one measured at whatever it was, like maybe, I don't know. I remember one at 3 something 6, and then like 6 minutes later there was another 101-mile-an-hour wind gust. It was like 3 different main gusts of 100-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, the downtown area. Yes, downtown Wichita and the northern side as well. Yep. No, our radar is down. That just went down like a couple minutes ago. Or has it been down for like an hour? Yeah, it's actually been down for about an hour. But if the radar was down from the storms this morning, this radar would have been down since like 4 a.m. And that's not the case. Still a area of rotation, albeit a lot weaker, but still there, southwest of Harper on that occluding hook echo. What the heck? What? Wait. It's on the ground. I just went to Reed's feed and he's got a large stovepipe tornado on the ground. There is a unwarned tornado on the ground south of Harper right now. Tornado is on the ground. I just switched to Reed's feed and I saw a big tornado and I was like, what? So Weed Whacker's got a tornado on the ground just to the south of Harper. This is in a pretty populated area. I think it's going to avoid downtown Harper, but it's very close to a populated area. So unwarned tornado ongoing here just to the south of Harper. I don't believe it's like a strong tornado, but it was quite the jump scare going to Reed's feed and then just saying, boo, tornado on the ground. That was a pretty good cone tornado that he just had out of nowhere. Wouldn't be surprised if it's already weakening I don't think it's going to be a long-lived tornado at all. And it's fully rain-wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it. I'm shocked Reed even saw it. I'm very surprised he even was able to see it. You know why he was able to see it? Because he was like 100 feet from it. Maybe even less than that. That's why he was able to see it. So you ain't going to be able to see it until you're nearly inside the area of rotation. So we just had an unwarned tornado strike southwest of Harper. I'm not sure if it's still on the ground. Those velocities are definitely a lot weaker. So still could be on the ground south of Harper. Should be a new scan. Let me go back to weatherwise here. Yeah, still could be a unwarned tornado south of Harper right now in southern Kansas. Hold on, was that it? Nah, it's too rain wrapped. Only got a good like five or so second visual of it before Reed had to move. So again, we just had a unwarned tornado moments ago south of Harper. It's probably lifted by now. I would be pretty shocked if it's still on the ground. It's likely lifted at this point. But you can see an outflow boundary very well attached to it now. Good news is, though, it's starting to get a lot more clustered. So that's what's really, really good. Starting to get a lot more clustered there. Not seeing too much overconvection issue back out here in southern Kansas, so we'll have to see if this becomes our main line or if the cold front initiates later tonight towards 9 o'clock. There's your observed tornado warning. We will stay with this scene because it's just one observed warning at the moment. So now a confirmed tornado. Very quick to issue that, not gonna lie. That was actually pretty quick. Law enforcement has confirmed a tornado. That was about as fast as they could do it. It doesn't take like 2 seconds to issue a tornado warning. You know, they were probably watching Reed's feed and got that report from law enforcement 3-4 minutes ago, and within a 3-minute window, I mean, that's probably how long it's going to take to issue a tornado warning. I'd imagine it takes near 3 minutes or so. So they did that as fast as they could. So we're going to keep watching that south of Harper as it moves up to the east-northeast. That is where we had a tornado on the ground, possibly still a tornado on the ground. Yes, I will be live tomorrow for sure. Thursday is kind of 50-50. Either... Oh, there's two ways Thursday is going to go. Either I'm chasing or I'm covering. One or the other. There's no in between. Either I will be live chasing or live streaming this. And by this, I mean this risk right here. I'll either be live streaming this risk. Actually, it depends when storms fire on Thursday. If storms fire at 3, I will be able to live stream my chase. If they fire before 3 o'clock, I won't be able to live stream my chase. I don't know when I'll be live tomorrow, because that depends on how today plays out. So we're just going to cover today, and then sometime tomorrow I'll be live. So likely still a good area of rotation here southeast of Harper. Could still be a tornado on the ground there. All right, let's see that new mesoscale discussion. See if it's for either our cold front or these storms. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be for south central Kansas and north central Oklahoma. That's for these storms here. Let me go over to my early MCD getter here. Oh, that's a special MCD. That is a special MCD for this storm alone. Most favorable corridor for a couple supercell tornadoes during the next couple hours. A semi-discrete supercell has been evolving across portions of south central Kansas along the northern side of a remnant outflow boundary that intersects across far south central Kansas this afternoon. Along and north of that boundary, an earlier sheltered boundary layer with back to easterly surface winds has been destabilizing substantially, with temperatures into the low to mid 80s. This strongly unstable surface-based air mass, combined with around 50 knots of effective wind shear, will favor intensification of this ongoing supercell, and additional cells will develop on its flank. Additionally, a large clockwise curvature hodograph of 200 to 250 0 to 1 kilometer SRH per an earlier VWP data and mesoanalysis will support a couple of supercell tornadoes with any sustained supercells in this corridor over the next couple of hours. So greatest tornado threat is definitely going to be focused with this supercell here in this general area. So additional storms will likely develop just on its flank and behind it. What in the world? Wow. Well, that's something. That's a lot of news in the last hour. Outside of weather, that is a lot of stuff that just happened. Jeez. I'm not going to mention it specifically, but my goodness, that's crazy. New severe thunderstorm warning. Or actually, upgraded severe thunderstorm warning for observed 70 mile an hour winds and observed 1.5 inch hail just north of Wichita out here in south central Kansas. So preferably be in your safe spot if you're on the northern side of this severe. This little area right in here, this small region, not that large of a severe, is packing quite the punch. Could even see greater than 1.5 inch hail and observed 70 mile an hour winds there. So Park City, I would recommend if you're in Park City, just north of Wichita, I would advise you get to your safe spot because that is a pretty intense severe storm about to move through the northern side there, right into Park City. All right, let me go ahead and get rid of that MCD so it's not as messy. Yeah, also, just real quick, Tropical Storm Eric, I believe it is. Yep, Eric. Forecasted to rapidly intensify tomorrow, potentially as high as a low-end Category 3 hurricane. So we're looking at a Category 2 to low-end Category 3 landfall on the coastline here of south central Mexico. I just want to mention that very briefly, just to update you on that storm, that big tropical storm. That thunder is going crazy outside. It doesn't even have that much thunder and lightning with it, but I can hear it. It's about to start raining for me. I'm about to start getting a drizzle. Alright, I don't see a hook echo with this anymore. I don't see any good areas of rotation, so I don't believe this is actively producing a tornado anymore. But it is still observed, so of course be in your safe spot if you're in Harper or surrounding areas here in south central Kansas. Keep an eye on that terminal radar because that terminal radar is going to show us some pretty good data over the next about hour or so as this storm progresses eastward. Let's see here. So we're going to keep watching this tornado warning storm here in Harper. I don't believe it is actively producing a tornado anymore. I'm hoping that Wichita radar comes back on. That's going to be very, very crucial for storms later tonight. It's crucial for storms right now, actually. Storms are impacting the Wichita radar site at the moment. So it's crucial right now, actually. The newest HRRR, which really don't want to be looking at it and taking it, very seriously, but just in case you were wondering, the newest HRRR doesn't have our greatest wind threat until nearly 1 a.m. Eastern. No longer an observed warning there east of Harper. So if you're in Harper, you're good to come out of your safe spot. You can see this red line right here. That's your tornado warning. So downtown Harper is good to come out of their safe spot. Still be away from doors and windows because quite a lot of lightning with it. But also, yeah, this is no longer an observed tornado warning, so not on the ground. But yeah, the main wind threat looks to be near midnight Central Time. Are you kidding me? I'm in a severe thunderstorm warning. I have been targeted. Yo, I'm cooked. Power's going out with this one. Man, I almost want to go chase this. Look at that. I almost want to go chase that. That was the power. I'm gonna lose power. I'm literally about to lose power. It's probably barely even raining outside right now. Yeah, it's about to start raining. I'm gonna lose power right when it starts raining. Let's see here. What? What? Huh? What? Tornado warning in west central Pennsylvania. West central Pennsylvania here, just west of, or rather south of Rimmersburg there. In west central Pennsylvania under a radar indicated tornado warning. All right, let's go back over here. Yeah, I don't see much with that tornado warning anymore. We'll just keep watching it. Be in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning, but I don't see much with it anymore. We'll have to watch this storm to potentially try and do the exact same thing west of Harper. Just got something else here. And that's a fire outlook from the SPC. So again, just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're under this tornado warning. It is the, I believe, the only active warning. Oh no, we got that one in Pennsylvania. Duh. So we have that tornado warning back out in Pennsylvania here. So be in your safe spot there as well. 2 tornado warnings. 1 tornado warning in our main risk area, and then 1 tornado warning in what, a general thunderstorm risk, right? Oh my goodness. Barely in the marginal. Look at that. Not in the marginal for tornadoes, though, but it is still in the marginal risk. That's the cutoff between the level 1 out of 5 and the level what we call 0.5. 0.5. That's your 0.5 risk. That's your 1 out of 5 risk. Barely in that marginal. I'm in the only severe in almost... No, the entire East Coast. Mississippi is the next closest severe. I've been targeted. I know if I went out and tried to chase this thing, it's going to die right out. That's what it's going to do. It will die right out. I swear, if it starts doing anything more, dude. It's already severe. That's like the craziest storm I've had since probably like early May. Nah, it's passing to my south. I'm not going to see much, but I'll see like the northern end of it. I'm not down here. I wish I was. I'd go down here if I could, but I'll stay here and cover for y'all. But yeah, I'm getting like the northern side of that rain. So I'm not going to be able to see much even if I go outside. It probably has a shelf. Actually, no, there's a camera in Ridgeway, but I know it's pointing towards the highway. Yeah, I know there's 2 cameras out here. There's 2 public traffic cameras out here. One in here, one in here. But none of them are in the best visual standpoint. Alright, let's go back over to our terminal radar. That one's getting pretty close. I wonder if my mic picked up on that thunder. Still observed 1.5-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds going into Park City. Barely north of Wichita in south central Kansas right now. Man, the HRRR is... Yeah, that's why I don't like to use it day of. It keeps changing every model run. It's a completely different outcome. Like, now it shows a bunch of supercells in an hour. It goes from line segments to nothing to full-blown supercells in the matter of, like, 2 to 3 runs. But I do think we will see storms fire off of this outflow boundary back out here. Might be the start of some storms firing up. Right there. Could be the start of some cells. We'll need to watch that just to see if these storms can really explode or not. Which, personally, I think they will. I think they will explode in the next 2 to 3 hours. because it's such a good environment, and now you have an outflow boundary, and that's going to be a forcing mechanism. We shall see. Also, additional storm development should occur out here in northeast New Mexico. All hazards will be possible with that, although the tornado threat is definitely a lot lower. Lowest threat is tornadoes there. So just a bunch of severe warnings scattered across the U.S. right now. We've got like 4, 5 in southeast Wyoming, 1 in South Dakota, 3 in southern Kansas, 1 over my house in southern Virginia, 1 in south central Mississippi. I think that's the majority of our warnings. And still a tornado warning in effect for a very small region here in west central Pennsylvania. Just to the west of New Bethlehem, I believe is how you're going to say that. Which is really, I mean, these are all like small towns here. There's not many big cities in this area. It's very far from any big cities. So not a completely rural area, but it's not the most populated area in Pennsylvania. All right. I'm going to have to do something in like 20 minutes, just a heads up. It'll only take me like 3 minutes. Yeah, I don't see much rotating with this storm anymore. At the moment, I don't see it rotating much. At least on radar. We'll check the closer radar here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't show any rotation at all. No greens. So we'll wait to see how the rest of today plays out. Like I said before, main event really should kick up towards dark is what we're thinking. But before then, we're going to have a lot of hailstones, a lot of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and we could see a few tornadoes. And then that peak is going to come back. The peak is going to occur, and we're going to start seeing higher damaging wind potential. 90 to 100 mile an hour winds there. Just realized I'm using the Wichita radar, so the Wichita radar is back up. Look at all that data it skipped. Hey, at least it's up now. That's really important. Yeah, so just a cluster of storms here. Cluster of storms in this area capable of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and 1 to 1.75 inch hail. That southern one, still capable of producing a tornado. Just southwest of Conway Springs. I was just about to point out this storm. That is now a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Kansas here. That is well to the west of Harper. Let's go back to that tornado warning in Pennsylvania real quick. Yeah, still a tornado warning there for 10 more minutes. Just be in your safe spot if you're in that warning. No longer a tornado warning in south central Kansas. So we're down to one tornado warning, and it is the one in Pennsylvania. So just to give you an idea of what we're going to see over the next couple hours, we're going to keep seeing these storms fire up around Wichita. A lot of storms fire up around here. We'll start to see more cells fire further to the west. And the ones in western Oklahoma, northeast panhandle of Texas, this is mainly going to be big-time hail here. And then by 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight, we should start to see our main line fire well northwest of Wichita in central Kansas. And there's a lot of uncertainty on the convective evolution of this MCS / derecho. Some models have shown it falling completely apart. Some models have shown it not even forming. And other models have shown it becoming a full-blown 6-hour derecho from central Kansas all the way into northwestern Arkansas. So we'll see which way things end up going, but either way, it is going to be a particularly dangerous night for residents across northern and northeastern Oklahoma. Likely going to be a completely nocturnal MCS. The strength of it is also a question mark, too. There's a lot of questions on convection. It feels like it's the same kind of setup as we had 9 days ago in north central Texas, where there was a lot of uncertainty on just convection and how convection would evolve. Continuation of an even smaller tornado warning here in west central Pennsylvania. Such a small storm. Little storm. Let's see, where is that? Yeah, I know where this is. Trying to figure out what exit that is at. For some reason, I can't picture where that is. Oh, that's near horse pasture. Okay, I know where that is now. Yeah, that's not far from me at all. Like I said, I'm getting the rain part. There's not much lightning with it, so I think I'm good. I don't think I'll lose power. I'm getting light rain and all the lightning seems to be to my south. Welcome to a Virginia severe, Grumpy Grandpa. We get heavy rain showers or severe warned out here because they can knock out thousands of people without power. So semi is flipped over here in Wichita. So traffic jam is definitely going to be occurring out here. I don't know exactly where. I don't know exactly where that semi's flipped over at, but there is a semi flipped over because of these winds. And I wouldn't even, I wouldn't rule out definitely 70, potentially even 70 plus mile-an-hour winds going through the northeast side of downtown Wichita. This is during rush traffic as well. So there is a lot of cars out here just stuck on the interstate out here in Wichita. Thankfully, not tornadic, so that's good news, but Bad news is it's still 70-mile-an-hour winds and a bunch of cars that are being impacted by very heavy rain, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and some hail. New tornado warning in south central Colorado. I'm not too surprised about that. There's actually going to be a chance for a tornado or two out here in south central Colorado going into northeast New Mexico. I think I mentioned that not too long ago. And there's your first tornado warning out in this area for 35 more minutes, south central Colorado. Wow, Pennsylvania with the second tornado warning out here. A second tornado warning in Pennsylvania. That one looks quite a bit better. Better area of rotation. Located right along the I-70 corridor in south central Pennsylvania. So both of our tornado warnings are in Pennsylvania right now, but we actually did just get one in Colorado. So we have 3 warnings, 1 in south central Colorado and 2 in Pennsylvania. Let's see what the terminal radar has here. Not a very focused area of velocities, so that's good news. At least from what I can tell. Not very concentrated velocities, but if we go ahead and pause this, looks like there was definitely some 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust going right through Wichita. And I circled this area because, honestly, I think that might have been an area of rotation. Either it was an area of rotation or locally greater damaging wind gusts. They're continuing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm. Definitely a good call. I think it is still very much capable of producing such winds. Still just have a blob of convection out in this area. Update to the tornado warning in west central PA. It has been canceled, so down to 2 tornado warnings. We are down to 2. Let's see here. What does the newest meso-analysis have? I'm curious if any instability is sneaking behind those boundaries. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's instability sneaking behind these boundaries. I wanted to see if it was destabilizing more northward, and it is. 1,000 instability has made it almost all the way up to Hutchinson. So it's getting there. It's starting to get more and more north. I don't expect it to go too much further north, honestly. I think that's about as far north as the 1,000 instability mark's going to go today. And that's important to see if our cold front can fire here. If our cold front does fire, that's going to be what gives us our greatest wind threat into the overnight hours in Oklahoma. Did they reissue that severe? Oh, I think they disextended it. Yeah. Disextended the severe. I'm still in that. I'm still in that severe. There's like no lightning with it anymore. Just really heavy rain, isolated lightning. That's about it. I'll see plenty of those around or east of my area on Thursday, so. Even though that was very discreet, I would have liked to chase that, to be honest. Let me see our most favorable tornado environment real quick. Looks like our most favorable environment right now is probably between the western panhandle of Oklahoma, which I don't think we'll see many storms fire there. And then with these clusters back out south of Wichita. That's where your two most favorable environments are. I don't see a reason why this cluster is going to weaken like what models are saying. I think this is actually going to be part of our main wind bag today. In my opinion, I think this cluster here is going to be part of our main wind bag. And that's working through the northern and northeast side of our moderate. Yeah, it's in a good environment. It's right on the boundary of 3,000 to 1,000 cape. So the further south you go, the better cape you have. So with this storm, there's 3,000 instability in a good tornadic environment. And then even further north, on the northern side of this severe, north of El Dorado, there is still, let me see, there's still about 1,500 cape there. So it's still severe. It's still severe and could maintain for, in my opinion, a couple of hours. A lot of side lobe contamination here in south central Colorado. These the main storms in this area obviously are going to be moving into a radar hole, so we'll still mention them and look at them the best we can, but it's going to be pretty difficult to do an analysis or track them when we have such a large radar hole. But yeah, we'll still watch them because they could still produce all hazards there. Looks like there's two areas of locally greater damaging winds right up here going towards Andover, east of Wichita in Kansas, and then possibly a secondary area here south of Conway Springs in south central Kansas. This one south of Conway Springs capable of 60 mile-an-hour winds, and then the one currently over or about to go over Andover capable of up to 70 mile-an-hour winds. And still the storm over Medicine Lodge capable of 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds there. This is generally where our cold front is, so there is some storms. I didn't know what to call them. Some storms starting to fire on that. We'll see how quickly those can fire. I mean, the HRRR has them firing right now, so yeah. And it makes sense. Although that is slightly more north than what the HRRR is saying. Which is why we don't really want to use the HRRR. We're going to go more off of what we're actually seeing and observing. New mesoscale discussion. I'll get that for you guys early. Click the wrong thing. So that's out in Colorado, Kansas, and Nebraska. Damaging winds may accompany convection as it spreads eastward this evening. It is not clear whether a new watch will be needed downstream into eastern Colorado and western Kansas. So, not sure about issuing a new severe watch, but new MCD for this area. I'll go ahead and just turn it on. It should be in. I gotta find it here. Where is it? We have so many warnings. There you go. So right in here, a new severe watch may be issued. But uncertainty on if it will be needed or not. Man, I gotta change the hurricane warnings. I'll do that right now. Yeah, of course. Of course, Radar Omega doesn't have them that far south. You know what? I'll check this really quick. I think we do blue and red, right? Yeah, blue and red. Hurricane warnings, red. Tropical storm warnings, blue. And then I'll go fix the rest of that stuff later. But there you go. Tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings. That's out for the coastal areas in Mexico. I'll fix those warnings later on even more. Because we'll need them. We'll need them for our hurricane season here in the U.S. I'm not still using Radar Omega, but rather I am taking all the warnings and color tables and everything color-wise in my settings from Radar Omega, and I'm putting it all on weather-wise. That way I can get rid of Radar Omega. So that's what I'm doing. Continuing the tornado warning out here north of Starkville in southeast Colorado. It's probably for the one in Pennsylvania. Yep. Still tornado warning in effect there. Pretty good area of rotation. Just southwest of Needmore in south central Pennsylvania. So still this northern one going east of Wichita now is producing the most damaging winds at the moment in Kansas. Up to 70 mile-an-hour winds moving into Andover in south central Kansas right now. If they do issue that new severe watch in western Kansas and eastern Colorado, it will be for primarily damaging winds. Let me see. Thank you, Girl Dad, for the $5 donation. How accurate is the RRFSA model on updraft velocity swaths? I think you mean updraft helicity swaths. That's what it's called, or tracks. But yeah, it overdoes pretty much everything. It overdoes pretty much everything. I've used it for my chases here in North Carolina and Virginia, and it has been wrong every single time I've used it. So I would say not accurate at all. It has its moments when it could be right. So far, that's only been once this year. But it's definitely not a model that I use often. Yeah, so the main damaging wind threat still is with this storm here, moving off to the east. Gonna have to watch the northern side up here. You can see that little indent right near Andover. We talked about that, I believe, in yesterday's stream for book and vortex potential. So we'll keep an eye on that little notching going towards Andover for an area of potential rotation as it moves east towards Augusta. Right now, though, oh, actually, they did upgrade that to a tornado possible tag. So that was a new severe warning in Illinois, western Illinois, Clayton in a severe for around 1-inch hail and 60 mile-an-hour winds there. Yeah, every time you hear that beep, that is a severe warning being updated, whether it be one canceled upgraded or disextended. That's what those beeps are for. That just shows you how many warnings are being updated and how frequently things are being updated with all of our warnings. Wouldn't be surprised if that has, yeah, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds there. Wouldn't surprise me. Southeast of Conway Springs. And then a new severe in Nashville, south central Kansas, for 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Still seeing some small areas of convection here trying to fire across portions of western Oklahoma. Not much of that. I don't really see much with this area anymore. There was a storm, no longer one there, but still just a few areas to watch for convection to develop in western Oklahoma, far northeast panhandle of Texas later on today. Gracious day, there's a beep every second. These warnings are being updated very frequently. Nice and sunny here. Well, Catman, that means you're not going to get a thing. Yeah, main event for Eastern Oklahoma's tonight, though. We will see how things evolve. Just really going to have to pay attention to mesoanalysis instability and then just which way our convection's trending. They did upgrade the southern severe for Mayfield, south central Kansas for 2-inch hail now. And again, still going to watch that area near Andover. That's going to be the region to keep an eye on for tornado potential with this storm. All right, y'all. I am going to go do something for a couple minutes, like 2 or so minutes. Neither one of these warnings look very concerning at the moment, so I just want to get this out of the way now before stuff starts to really increase. So just give me a couple of minutes. I have something I have to go do. I figured I would just start up a live stream, but this came up and I want to go do it really fast. So give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Alright, y'all. I'm back. I should have went outside. What am I thinking? I should have went outside to see if the storm's doing anything. Dang it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna screenshot this. I'm gonna send it to Lucky. I'll send it to him. This is my severe storm. Barely even a rain shower anymore. Alright. Nope. I didn't even think to go outside. I didn't, Caleb. I just had to go get something done really quick. It was actually a bit quicker than I thought. I don't think that was much more than about 3 minutes. Let's see if we have anything. Did I miss anything in the matter of near 200 seconds? I don't see anything. SPC did. Actually, the WPC issued a flash flood MCD. Yeah, so the greatest tornado threat here in the short term is definitely going to be associated with this storm near Andover and the storm near Mayfield. Going into southeastern Kansas. And that cell is getting a little bit stronger. I'm not saying that town name. Northeast of Guyman. Northeast of Guyman in the panhandle of Oklahoma. Let me go back to this storm in south central. Let's see. South central Colorado. That actually looks very impressive from this far. Looks really impressive from this far of a radar site. I doubt there's any chasers on this, but if there is any chasers on this, I'm sure they are having the time of their life right now on this cell. So, hopefully there is a chaser there. Because I bet it's very close to producing a tornado. But in the meantime, we're going to keep watching this storm near Mayfield and Andover in southeast Kansas. I do want to... Let's see. Is there something I could show y'all over here? Nah. I was going to show y'all something, but it hasn't rendered in yet. Yeah, this storm, it's starting to become very discrete. It is still clustered, but now it's more of like it's not a line, right? It still looks like a semi-discrete supercell, because you have a break in convection near Rose Hill. So it's starting to get more discrete. I do think that this could try to begin to rotate again as it goes very close to Wellington and then eventually Oxford over the next couple minutes. Wellington likely about 10-15 minutes, Oxford closer to 30 to 40 minutes. I need to go back to that storm in Pennsylvania, see what that's doing real quick. Still a broad area of rotation there, south central Pennsylvania. Just barely north of the Maryland border there. Very far south central Pennsylvania. And there goes my severe warning, because, yeah, we all know that storm is not severe anymore. Thankfully, it was really strong to my west, and then as it went over my house, it was weakening. And now it's east of my house, and there's just, it's pretty much dead. It's pretty much dead. What's up? Well, it depends on if you're outside or not. Maybe the sky, maybe a ceiling, maybe a roof. Yeah, I got in a severe storm and my power flickered. That's the most entertaining thing that's happened today, which is good. You know, we've had a couple tornado warnings, but nothing looks to have been too crazy. We did have that brief unwarned tornado that the weed whacker got, and it looked like just in a field to me. It didn't go into Harper. It looked like it stayed south of Harper, probably in one of these fields out here. Yeah, I talked about that, Caden. Yep, there's a storm going up in the western panhandle of Oklahoma. Much further west than I was thinking, like a lot further west. I was thinking like right in here is where we were going to see storms fire. I didn't think it would be near Guyman. Caleb, go to practice, dude. I'm live so often. It's not the end of the world if you miss a stream or two every month. Shoot, you could only tune into one live stream. That's still perfectly fine. Just to let me know you're alive. Like I said, out of the for mods, the only thing I require for mods is be here like once a month so I know you're alive and you're good. I just need to know you're still alive. Tornado warning has expired. They've actually not expired. It has been canceled. Tornado warning has been canceled here north of Starkville in southeast Colorado. Not too surprised they're continuing that tornado warning in south central Pennsylvania. Area of rotation is weak, but it's still, it's still rotating there. It is still rotating. It's still trying. Welcome to the stream, Ben. I forgot if you have been here or not. So, if you've been here, welcome to the stream. If you haven't been here in this stream yet, welcome to the stream. Short-term memory, man. I think we all have that. I'm pretty sure that's something that's just every human has short-term memory. I'm pretty sure. You've been here? That's hilarious, Ben. You're so funny. This dude. Yeah, I would seriously be watching this storm over Mayfield. I would seriously be watching that very closely. I think this could pose a strong tornado threat here pretty soon. It's moved into a very volatile environment now. Like I said, it was going to improve as it moved more east, and yeah, it's moved into a really good environment now. Mesoanalysis has over 200 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. So this should strengthen, and it should be capable of producing a strong tornado sometime in the next hour or so. Let's see here. New severe warning in the panhandle of Oklahoma, just northeast of Guyman, for 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not a very favorable tornadic environment back here this far west. Very favorable for winds, and let me check for hail really quick. Yeah, very favorable for hail as well. Very, very favorable for hail. Hail, winds, Tornado threat, not a lot of wind shear. As it moves east, it gets into more wind shear. But that's very far east. I don't think this is going to pose much of a tornado threat in the short term here. Not a lot of mid-level or lower-level wind shear. What about bulk shear? Let's see. Plenty of bulk shear, so that's why this thing is going to be exploding. And it is moving into better mid-level wind shear as well. So the only thing that's really lacking here is lower-level wind shear. That's about it. Just not a lot of lower-level wind shear. So if there's an outflow boundary or possibly just a local area of better wind shear in the lower levels, this could go tornadic in the future. But that lower-level wind shear needs to be a bit better. Starting to get a hook echo just south of Mayfield. Pretty sure we'll just loop that to double check. Yep. 4-inch hail observed. Well, look at that one. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for observed softballs. Observed softball hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds also possible. 60-mile-an-hour winds and observed softball-sized hail with this. Well, that's something. Wouldn't be shocked if it's also 70-mile-an-hour winds too, to be honest. But right in this area, we're looking at softball-sized hail and 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds right in here. Just north of Mayfield. And then south of Mayfield, looks like we're starting to get a hook echo. Starting to get some rotation south of Mayfield. And they did keep the Tor possible tag on this as well, which is a very good decision. So it's starting to become a beast of a supercell. It is now a beast of a supercell. Out over Mayfield, going towards Wellington in the I-35 corridor. As well as Oxford over the next hour or so in southeast Kansas. Let's see. I dislike days like today. I don't like days like today for forecasting standards. You've got a tiny shortwave trough that's fast moving, and you've got a very large open warm sector with multiple outflow boundaries, and it's just convection questions everywhere. Just so difficult to forecast exactly what's going to happen. I mean, our main risk area shifted by like 50 miles over the last 12 or so hours. And these storms weren't even supposed to be here. They weren't even supposed to survive, but they did survive and they're thriving. Really keeping an eye on that one in Mayfield. It could tighten up very quickly. I could easily see this producing a strong tornado near Wellington and or Oxford. As it moves east, I could easily see it producing a strong tornado in the future. There's your terminal radar. Very obvious area of rotation on that as well. So we'll need to watch that very, very closely, see how much that tightens up. It's in a very good environment. I believe in the most volatile environment we have right now. Really good environment. Let's go check our tornado warning back out in Pennsylvania. That is still in effect. So that's our only tornado warning. That area of rotation is substantially weaker south of Needmore in south central Pennsylvania. The other two, the one in south central Colorado and the one in south central, the other one, there's another one, a second one in south central Pennsylvania. Both of those have expired. So no longer tornado warning near southeast Colorado and no longer the tornado warning southwest of Needmore. Still our one and only tornado warning in place southeast of Needmore in south central Pennsylvania. What a beast of a supercell this is. Look at that. That is a beast of a supercell. Jeez. So we're going to keep watching this cell very closely as it's likely going to be capable of producing a strong tornado in the near future here over the next hour or so as it moves towards Wellington, the I-35 corridor, and Oxford in southeast Kansas. Also, this storm has observed 4-inch hail and the potential for 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Big time storm there. Let's see. A new mesoscale discussion for convection firing. 40% chance of a watch. This is well south of Amarillo, so it's not with that outflow boundary I was talking about earlier today. It's with a different outflow boundary. Storms firing just east of that. 40% chance of a severe watch. Main chance is 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, and 1.5 to about 2.5 inch in diameter hail will be the main hazards. Very elevated convection. Tornado threat is near zero there. Not a crazy amount of velocities just yet with this in terms of rotation. So it doesn't look like it's an imminent tornado. Also, going to keep an eye on the storm near Augusta. Doesn't look nearly as potent nor nearly as organized, and not in nearly as volatile of an environment as the one to its southwest. So main one to watch by far is the one in Wellington. Also, something to note is an outflow boundary right here pushing southwestward. Like I said, we have boundaries all over the place. All over the place. And that's going to lead to a very messy convection today. Still not much notable convection near our cold front. However, that wasn't anticipated until after 8 o'clock or around 8 o'clock. So we're getting a little bit close to that time frame of where we should start to see some rain showers begin to fire north of Dodge City. And that will pose our greatest damaging wind threat. Kaylee, you missed 4-inch hail. We have observed softballs northwest of Wellington moving towards Wellington. And we also have a little area of rotation we're watching. It looks a lot weaker on the newest frame there. Let's see here. Yeah, I already went over that MCD. It's in Texas, I believe. If that's the one you're talking about. Outside of these storms in southeast Kansas, there's not really much more I'm watching. I'm just keeping an eye on this one. One's in southeast Kansas, and there is still the one in southern Pennsylvania, but that thing's weakened a lot. So really just watching two main areas all around, and I mean really everywhere around Wichita, and then also out there in the panhandle of Oklahoma. None of these are imminently capable of producing a tornado. The one out here and going towards Wellington still hasn't intensified much over the last few minutes. It should continue to intensify. I really don't see why it wouldn't. I wouldn't I don't see why this wouldn't intensify here. Oh yeah, they do have crazy overshooting tops. Yes, they do. That is for sure. All right. Let's go back down here again. We'll have to watch to see if they put a Tor possible tag on this cell in the western panhandle of Oklahoma. No good radars out here, so all those intense supercells that we're probably going to see fire tonight in this area. We should see a couple, at least. I mean, we're already seeing one, but we should see even more than that. They're all going to be in a radar hole, and we're not going to be able to see a single one of them until they move out of that radar hole and towards Enid and or Oklahoma City late tonight. And that won't happen until probably near, I'd say 9-10 o'clock Eastern. A good 3 hours from now, 3 to 4 hours. Okay. Let's go back over to this radar. Ben. That's crazy. Yep, a downburst and a tornado are two completely different things. You're a rubber ducky. That's crazy. Curious to see what the new HRRR shows, even though I'm not going to take whatever it shows seriously. It's still fun to look at. I got to look at them. What do you want me to do? Sit here and not look at every HRRR run? I'm not going to do that. I have to. Every severe event, I have to look at every last HRRR run for the day. Yeah, so we're just going to stay with this storm south of Wichita and the other cell east of Wichita. Just stay here for a bit. Waiting to see if anything changes with each scan. Neither one of them have intensified that much, which is really good. Right now, this one seems to be hail dominant at the moment. I know it sounds weird, but that's actually a thing. So there's not much rotation or velocities with it. It's just some 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then big hail. Like, we're talking softball hail. So if that hail threat goes down a little bit more, we could see it start to transition more towards an all hazards threat. But right now it's big time hail, some damaging winds, and that tornado threat. It should ramp up. I do not see a reason why it won't ramp up. I don't see a reason why it won't ramp up. It's more surface-based, Ben. It's definitely more surface-based right now. Considerable severe for 2 hazards, both hazards significant. 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds possible, as well as a torr possible tag for El Dorado and surrounding areas around and southeast of the I-35 corridor, which is east of Wichita. This severe right here, significant for both hail and wind. 70-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail, as well as a tornado possible tag on that. Don't see much rotation with it at the moment, but it could ramp up in the future. And that one south, that should be the one that ramps up the most, although it hasn't. Still a really good look to it on reflectivity. Really good supercellular shape to it, but just not enough inflow to get it to really start rotating. Not enough inflow right now. Let me see here. All right, so that was an update to probably our only tornado warning. Yep, no tornado warnings in effect. No tornado warnings in effect anymore. So that is great news. Let's see here. Might be outflow dominant. I'd say it is right now. Yeah, I'd say it is. I would say it is outflow dominant at the moment. I would say probably both of them are. It's probably going to take a cell merge or just a lot of time for them to go back to normal. Gonna keep an eye on that one still in the Western Panhandle of Oklahoma. I do think this could be rotating right now. I think it could be rotating quite a bit at the moment. Who's the person who kept calling everything outflow dominant? I believe that was Rebel, I think, who was in the stream earlier. I'm pretty sure that was Rebel. No, I don't think it was Rango. Pretty sure it was Rebel. Rebel is Rango. Well, Rebel's not banned, so. Then again, we've had like 3 people say that there's now 3 Rebel accounts, so. Or 3 Rango accounts. Apparently, Rebel is Rango, and then there was someone else, I think ID is apparently Rango. And then there was someone else who was in the stream earlier. I forgot their name. But someone called them Rango too. I don't know, honestly, Caden. I can't keep up. We've banned so many accounts. 98% of them bot accounts. I can't keep up. So I couldn't even tell you who I have and haven't banned. What's up with all these updates? Kentucky. I saw that one. Kentucky's got a severe. Southeast Kentucky under a severe storm. Corbin, Williamsburg. 60-mile-an-hour winds and around 0.75-inch hail possible for the next 29 minutes or so. Yeah, I do see that couplet on the western Oklahoma storm. I can't tell how legit it is, but it looks like it has a hook to me, and it looks like it's a classic Supercell, so I'd say it is rotating. I think it's rotating. That's what I believe. We'll just have to see, though, and to see if it hasn't gone Tor possible, and it hasn't been tornado orange yet, so. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, Kaylee, there's when drama starts in a live stream, it kind of like keeps flowing. If that makes sense. So most of the time there's no drama in our chat. So there's really no drama in an entire stream. But then once it starts, like if there's a spammer or somebody mentions a very sensitive topic, it keeps flowing through the whole stream, and eventually it leads to a ban for somebody or multiple people. Yeah, I believe we banned him because he was just going against absolutely everything I was saying. And then there was a bunch of other stuff he was doing too. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure the mods timed him out multiple different times, and then after the timeouts, he just came back in and did the exact same thing. So, but normally, if it's not a bot, I'm gonna give them multiple different chances, and it's pretty easy to tell who is and who isn't a bot, because we've had we've had plenty of people who just come in here and spam or take other YouTubers' names, and those people get banned nearly instantly. And that's the 98% of people who are banned. Only like 2% of people who I've banned on this channel are actually real people. One of them is, actually I won't go into it, but really, 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 really bad. Involved with law enforcement bad. So I banned him ASAP. And then there's a few others that I remember. Catman, it just glows every now and then. I think it's just saying like the tornado watch is continuing. Sometimes when it glows, there's an update to it, like it gets disextended or extended. Let's see if there's any obvious... No, see, I don't see any obvious changes. You'd be surprised how much drama happens in the weather community. And some of it is very bad. You would be surprised. If you're just here for storms, you know, you probably haven't seen much of it, but if you start getting involved, Discord, Twitter, a lot of YouTube chats, you're going to see it's not a good community on the surface. I think most people who are really involved in the community would honestly agree in that. So we try to keep our community as clean as we possibly can, which unfortunately results in a lot of bans. I hate to say it, but that's just what it is. We have to ban so many people because there's not a lot of good people in this community. You have to find the ones who are really good. Our cold front is firing now. Very clear thunderstorm development on our cold front. Very clear development on our cold front now. And it is right where I was expecting. I was expecting it somewhere along this area. Let me show you where. Somewhere like right in here is what I was thinking. So it's right where I was expecting it to be. It is a bit early. Yes, it is a little bit early, but I don't think that's going to change much. I don't really think it will intensify until probably 9, 10 o'clock still is what I'm thinking. We'll have to see if anything develops in the panhandle of Texas, like right in here. Because that's what the HRRR really wants. It wants something to fire in this area in about 50 or so minutes. And then it also wants another storm near, like, east of Woodward. And then, of course, our main cell here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on just this general area in here. This general area is going to need to be watched. I think we got an MCD out here. Special MCD. Sure did. Let's go ahead and read the discussion. Intensification of an ongoing supercell is possible with an increase in a supercell tornado risk. Potential for 2 to 3.5 inch in diameter hail and 70 to 80-ish mile-an-hour winds will be possible over the next hour or two. Actually can't rule out a strong tornado. Can't rule out a strong tornado with that storm. Okay. Yeah, so this is probably going to be an issue for tornadoes in the future. We'll need to keep an eye on that. No, this is the new MCD right here, Catman. These MCDs are rain, 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 rain. Any more? I think that's about it. So many rain MCDs, man. We get so many that I barely mention them unless it's, you know, very notable. New severe watch there in the pink for portions of Texas and Oklahoma. Get you the probs on that. Let's see here. 10 and 02 for tornadoes, 40 and then 20 for wind, and then 40, 30 for hail. So hail is the biggest issue, possibly up to about 2.5 inch in diameter. Damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour is also the main threat. Can't completely rule out a tornado, but tornado threat is definitely very low. Very low tornado threat. So we are down to no tornado warnings now, and my dumb old browser source is deciding to just disappear again. I'm gonna have to get rid of all the browser sources. I only have one on this one. On one of my scenes, I have like 4 or 5. So I think I'm doing pretty good trying to get rid of them. I didn't check the model runs today for temperatures going towards June 25th or so. I'm gonna be cooked. I am gonna be cooked. Absolutely cooked and fried. It is gonna be like the Sahara Desert. 105 degrees Fahrenheit with no heat index, according to the Euro. Man, does it have heat index on this site? Let's see. Yeah, this. Hold on, I think it does. What is this gonna say? Let's see. 108. 108, 107. Oof. I am going to be fried. It looks like Friday's gonna be nice. Friday's gonna be nice. Low 80s, so I'm gonna have to enjoy Friday while I can, because my word, all of next week looks to be almost daily 100s. And keep in mind, we are very, very sensitive to temperatures out here. Shoot. Um, I wouldn't be shocked if I lose power because the temperature's too hot. It wouldn't surprise me, man. It really wouldn't. They did downgrade this 4-inch hail severe to 2-inch hail now, so that's good. No longer any PDS severes in place. Let's see. So, starting on what, Saturday, it looks like? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Jeez. Give me just a moment. That is crazy. Yep, we're going to get a line again, Sam. We sure are. It's going to be a big linear event, I bet, for the Carolinas and for Virginia. As it seemingly always is. I think 1 or 2 of these storms might become sustained. I don't think all of them will be, though. I think we'll get 1 to 2 discrete storms that sustain and become big-time hailers out here near or southwest of Childress, Texas. 1.5-inch hail has been observed, as well as 60-mile-an-hour winds being possible with this storm. The hail threat is observed. The wind threat is not. No tour possible tag on that just yet, but I do think it is likely rotating. Hard to say how much. We have side lobe contamination, and also we're far from the radar site, but I do think it is rotating to some extent. Gotta take a look at the new HRRR and then the new mesoanalysis real quick. Yeesh. What's that? Let me quickly do that. The new HRRR has like 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts simulated. Oh my word, actually, that's higher. Let's see. 74. Yeah, that's like 85-mile-an-hour winds. Nearly pushing 90-mile-an-hour winds simulated by the newest HRRR for tonight. That is at 11 o'clock to midnight Eastern time. Yikes. So there will probably be 2 rounds of severe storms in this area. Round 1 is right now across Wichita, and then round 2 will be with this cold front here as it moves off to the east-southeast. So there will be 2 rounds across portions of southeastern, south-central Kansas. I don't know about northern Oklahoma. I really don't know what's going to happen in Oklahoma at all. I think we will see damaging winds around this area in here, but I can't really say much about timing or anything like that because there's really just a lot. There's a lot of change with our model runs and a lot of uncertainty. Well, have fun being sunburned, Legacy. Grumpy Grandpa, so go to College Due page, go to the HRRR, go to Surface, and then it is the 5th product down on that, and it's called Wind Gust. It's on College Due page on the HRRR. The NAM 3K also has it. Jordan, that dude will say there's an Arctic blast when it is 120 degrees outside. So, that's kind of crazy. Every time I'm on YouTube, I see that. Believe me, there ain't no Arctic blast in the middle of June. I can tell you that. Does it feel like an Arctic blast outside to anybody? The coldest it's been here is like mid 70s at night. It's like the coldest it's been out here. Now, yeah, like towards the end of June, there could be some cooling, but you know how cool those temperatures are going to be? They're going to be a little bit below average, possibly for southeastern Georgia, and you know how cool those could be? Mid 90s. Mid 90s is actually considered potentially below average in southeast Georgia. So if you consider mid 90s an Arctic blast, then yeah, I guess that is possible towards the end of June. Instead of it being 100 degrees, it could be 95 degrees. I'm sure you're going to be able to tell the difference. Personally, in my opinion, 95 degrees, 100 degrees, either way, I'm not stepping outside. At least that's me. Whenever it gets that hot, I try to plan for very late evening activities and very early morning activities. Or just choose another day. That might be the start of a storm there in the northeastern panhandle of Texas. We'll see if this little guy can become a full-blown supercell over the next hour and a half or so. The HRRR definitely thinks it will. But, again, you really don't want to use the HRRR day of, so how about this? Mesoanalysis definitely shows a very favorable environment in this area. for explosive supercell development. Wind shear still not very favorable for a tornado threat, but it could become increasingly favorable as storms move into Oklahoma. So, yeah, wow. I didn't realize how large that severe was until just now. Look at the size of that severe. That sucker is huge. How many people are in that? I know this area is not overly populated, but that's a big severe, dude. Over 16,000 people inside that severe. And remember, this area is not very populated, so that is a lot of people for a relatively rural area. A lot of the times when we get warnings out here, they barely even include 1,000, 2,000 people. I think Trenton is pretty populated. Yeah, it's some of these towns. A lot of this area is rural, but yeah, every couple tens of miles or so you'll encounter a small town. And all those small towns adds up to about over 16,000 people. That shows you how big your severe thunderstorm warning is. Let me see. 95 miles. I'm seeing if it's bigger than Rhode Island. Yep. Yep, that severe is bigger than Rhode Island. If you took that exact severe and you put it into Rhode Island, I'm pretty sure it would cover the entire state. It would. It would definitely cover the entire state. If you took that severe and put it over Rhode Island, it would cover the whole state. Actually, it could probably cover 2 Rhode Islands. If you took 2 Rhode Islands side by side, I bet that severe would be able to fit into both of them. It's how big that severe is. And also how small Rhode Island is. Rhode Island's not a very big state. I'm not seeing a bunch of convection out here. Not as much as what some models were predicting earlier this morning, so that leads me to believe our line is probably going to get a bit more organized out here if there's a lack of a bunch of convection, so I definitely see that cold front intensifying. We'll also have to see how far storms fire on that cold front, too. We'll have to see if the line extends all the way back into southwest Kansas, or maybe it stops before it even gets near Dodge City. Let's see here. All right, let's go back to that storm in south central Kansas, see if these are doing anything. I mean, they're severe for sure. We're probably going to get a new severe here pretty soon for the Winfield area around and or north of Arkansas City in southeastern Kansas. So we'll monitor that closely to see if that new severe is issued or not. Current one expires in 6 minutes, so I expect a new one in 5 or so minutes. Is that from radar or a chaser saying possible tornado on the ground? Because if it's from radar, I'm not believing it for even a half second. If it's from a chaser, then that's different. It looks pretty good to me. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if there's a tornado on that. From radar, yeah. I highly doubt it then. Radar is so far away from this storm. You ain't gonna be able to tell from radar. But if there's chasers on this, I mean, it would not shock me if this has a big wall cloud and could produce a tornado at any moment. It would not surprise me. Just the look of it with how favorable of an environment it's in, it would not shock me if that's about to produce a tornado. Right now, no warning on it, so there's no confirmation of if it is. But still going to be a storm we need to watch very closely. Storm exploding over Freedom in northwest Oklahoma right now. Let's see how strong that can get. Come on, charge up. My Fitbit ain't wanting to charge. I wore the thing out the other day. Come on. There you go. It's not too happy with me. The heck? It just jumped from 6% to 12%. Wow. Now that's a fast charger. I wish my phone did that. I wish my phone went from 6% to 12% right when I plugged it up. If only. There it goes. We had a tornado near Freedom this year. I'm not going to be able to remember it all. We've had almost 1,000 tornadoes. There ain't no way I'm going to remember all of them. I can remember the most violent ones, but outside of that, it's difficult for me to remember any other tornadoes. All right. Downgraded to severe for east of El Dorado in southeastern Kansas. Back down to 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. No tour possible tag. So that does leave this beast all by itself, but bit of a problem. There's a lot more storms firing behind it north of an outflow boundary, so it's not technically all by itself because a lot of storms are firing behind it. They are continuing the severe for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail, as well as a tornado possible tag. Going into Arkansas City and Winfield in southeast Kansas. Now, the thing I'm going to be watching probably the most in terms of a crazy windbag happening tonight is how fast do these storms fire on the cold front and how far southwest do they extend? That's going to be the main thing I keep an eye on. Right now, they are in a brutal cool pool from thunderstorms earlier today. That's why they're, our slight risk, enhanced risk goes that far north. I'm surprised the enhanced even goes that far north, to be honest with you. But I don't expect those to intensify for probably the next 2 hours. Not until 9 o'clock Eastern, maybe even a little later than that. If it happens any time before that, I'd be a bit surprised. 9 p.m. Eastern time. So I expect them to intensify an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. I think they'll start to go severe for wind and hail. But I don't know. Some of these are already starting to look pretty strong from our far radar site. Caden, I do not. Was that the one in southern Mississippi? I know we had a violent tornado on the border of Louisiana and southeast Mississippi, like somewhere in here on March 15th. That's the only tornado I remember in Mississippi. Oh, I do remember the unwarned one somewhere up here near Tupelo last week or the week before that, but yeah. I really only remember the one in southeast Mississippi. I don't know how many tornadoes we've had in the deep south this year. There's one of your storms fired up on your outflow boundary northeast of Lubbock, Texas. I expect to see maybe another storm fire up and become severe just like this. We should see about 2 to 3 storms fire up like this, with mainly hail and isolated damaging winds being the main concern. Right now, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds on this northeast of Lubbock in Texas. Still a wild supercell up here. I'm really surprised this hasn't been Tor Possible tagged just north of Perryton, Texas. Very surprised that's not at least Tor Possible. Even though it doesn't look the best on velocity, those velocities could easily be contaminated with how far they are. Probably looks a lot better in real life than it does on radar. Even though it looks so impressive on radar, I still think it would look even more impressive in real life. Let's see here. Where was that? Caden, was that the one that moved into Tennessee? I don't know which one you're talking about, man. Like I said, memory, very bad. Very bad. I do remember we had a tornado in Mississippi and it moved into southwest Tennessee, but I'm pretty sure I was asleep. I don't think I was able to track that. I was either asleep or not watching. The one south of Coldwater, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, this one here. Yeah. Buddy, I'm not going to be able to remember a tornado from 1:30 a.m. I'm going to be asleep at that time for sure. And the one I was talking about was one at 2:20 a.m. Yeah, I was asleep for both of those. I was not up. I remember the one in southern Mississippi going, or northern Mississippi going into southwest Tennessee. I remember that because of the survey. I didn't track it. I remember it because I saw the damage the next morning. Yeah, I don't think I was live in the overnight hours. I was asleep. I was live all day on the second. Like, we started way earlier than anybody else, and we just kept going for like 12 hours straight. And so I was out by like midnight. And then we had the next day to track too. Yeah, of course I remember Somerset to London. Yeah. Most recent violent tornado. Still surprised we don't have a Tor Possible tag on this north of Perryton. Wish I knew a chaser out here, but I don't think there's many chasers in this area. Let's see here. All right. We actually do have a chaser on this, and it looks to be a bit of a elevated supercell, but it is a supercell, and it's attempting to rotate. No funnels or anything like that. have been reported from a chaser that I just found. Looks like it's a flat base with a kind of elevated supercell structure. Maybe some minimal rotation with it. Nothing imminent right now. But that could very quickly change. Very, very quickly could change. Well, that storm in the northeast Texas panhandle hasn't been able to strengthen. It's still staying as a light rain shower. Not strengthening much at all at the moment. Oh yeah, if you got lucky to stream overnight, it would definitely be a sleep stream. The only time he was able to go live was with a hurricane early in the morning. And the only reason why he wasn't sleeping is because he took a very long nap in the middle of the day. And then he went to sleep at night too. So he practically got a very long nap, went to sleep, and then woke up at like 5 in the morning to start stream. I just can't take naps. So what I would do is I would stream the night prior, go to sleep, and then wake up with minimal sleep the next morning very early. Because I don't nap. I can't do it. It's not in my blood. I can't just sleep in the middle of the day. We do have another destructive severe, so this is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, a PDS severe. 2.75-inch hail, that's baseball-sized hail, possibly falling near Arkansas City and Winfield. I think we dodged a very big tornado threat here in southeastern Kansas, near Arkansas City. This storm has turned very clustered, likely rapidly decreasing its tornado potential in the last couple minutes. So even though it's in possibly our most volatile environment in the U.S. right now, it's not rotating much at all. It's not rotating much at all. It is still possible, though. You know what I didn't check? I didn't check the NAM 3K ingredients for my area. I just want to see it real quick. I would love to chase that event, but I have a very good feeling that is not going to verify with the NAM. The NAM is typically too aggressive this far out. Yeah, this looks a lot more likely of what I'm going to see. That looks like something what I'm going to see on Thursday. A messy line of rain. I agree with the HRRR. Because we ain't seeing no supercells. And right now, even though Friday will have possibly one of the most volatile environments of June, it doesn't look like anything is going to fire on Friday. We're going to have a very intense capping that should keep storms from firing on Friday. If they do fire, it would be near the North Dakota, South Dakota, western Minnesota border. And if they do fire, it will likely feature a tornado threat. So we'll need to watch Friday closely. And then going into Saturday, right now, it looks like Saturday is going to have a very large area of instability, but all of it looks to be capped. So Friday, Saturday, both very good environments, especially Friday, but capped, just completely capped. Sunday looks exactly the same too. Good environment, but just fully capped out. I have a feeling as we get closer, though, more and more models will start to initiate thunderstorms, even if the cap is just a little bit weaker. Especially Friday in west central Minnesota. So severe weather is not going to stop after this system. Friday, or rather Saturday, not Saturday, my goodness. Thursday will probably be one of the lowest tornado threats overall over the next couple days. But even then, it looks like Thursday still could feature tornadoes in the Northeast. So, I don't know. It looks like we're going to be sticking with an all hazards threat probably for the next couple days. None of the upcoming risks really look that low. Let's see here. Still a destructive severe for Arkansas City, south central Kansas. Nope, didn't miss much, Sam. Just some hail. Large hail. I mean, I guess it's just simply the wind shear keeping that storm at bay in the panhandle of Oklahoma. There's just not a lot of strong lower level wind shear. It might just not be able to do much tornadic wise unless it gets attached to a boundary. I don't know, Sam. It's gone fully outflow dominant. It looks fairly elevated. I don't think it's gonna do much anymore, honestly. I don't really see it doing much. And it's very clustered too. That's another thing. It's not impossible, but it's not how it looked 30 minutes ago. It's no longer at that good look. Really surprised we only have one cell right now on the Oklahoma, Texas, both panhandle borders there. I really thought we would be having 3, 4, or even more cells trying to cluster up and fire in this area. And right now, it's really just the one north of Perryton, Texas. Still, those rain showers trying to strengthen, but not succeeding much at the moment. Let's see if we have, nope, not the newest satellite, but I will draw it generally for you. So there is an outflow boundary generally like right in here. And then it goes back up into like this storm. Actually, you can see it from this radar side a bit better. So it goes from like this storm and it goes back out into this area here. And then back to our cell near Perryton. So it might have a weak outflow boundary, but probably not enough to really influence inflow. But that's your initiation point right now for storms. And it is pushing to the southeast. Your boundary's moving like this. So it's pushing down to the southeast. I don't think it's moving much up here. Well, it's moving some. Yeah, it's actually moving more south out here. Yeah, it's still moving that same general trajectory. So that's the direction it's moving, and it's firing storms right along it. So just a heads up there. I think if anything does fire, it's going to be right on that boundary. And it looks like the best chance for initiation is going to be very close to or west of Woodward, Oklahoma, this general area over the next 30 or so minutes. Let's see. We get a new mesoanalysis in about 30 minutes. Main thing to look for with that is to see how our instability is doing as it moves more and more north. Starting to look a little bit more messy. Starting to look a little bit more messy like what I was anticipating. More and more cells firing there in south central Kansas. Well, we already know the NAM3K is severely wrong with this event. It did not handle this event today well whatsoever. The HRRR, even though it's changed a lot, it has handled it at least somewhat well. It's handled it okay. I don't think I would say well. Depends on which one you look at. If you look at the 12Z, it's handled it okay. If you look at the 18Z, at the moment, it's handled it pretty well. The 18Z model, which is the one I've been using the most, seems to have handled this event pretty well at the moment. And it indeed did have our storms firing at 23Z on the cold front. Like they have, been firing for the last 46 minutes here. Not seeing that full southwest extent, though. The 12, or rather 18ZH didn't have, or rather, my bad, it did have storms all the way down into Dodge City by this time. Right now, there was storms in Dodge City on the HRRR. According to the HRRR, we were supposed to have cells in Dodge City at this moment. And again, that's the 18Z HRRR, which, honestly, the newer runs are probably going to be a little bit less accurate because they're not handling convection well at all. The 18Z, in my opinion, is handling it the best. Yep, we do have cells around Lubbock. And I didn't realize we had one southwest of Lubbock. I saw the one to the east, but not to the southwest. Definitely some very large hail, near 2-inch in diameter, well to the northeast of Lubbock, Texas, and then 1.5-inch hail southwest of Lubbock, Texas. We'll see how everything verifies with this cold front and how things congeal up into a line here. What in the tornado warning? Where? That's a big NATO warning. That is in northwest Nebraska. Feels like the first tornado warning in forever, to be honest with you. That's just south of Crawford in northwestern Nebraska, so make sure you're in your safe spot there. Barely any radar coverage there, so it's going to be difficult to talk about that in depth, at least. Oof. Yeah, Eric is going to very rapidly intensify tomorrow. All day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Holy moly, I don't even remember what day it is. Yeah, today, I think today's Tuesday. Yeah, today's Tuesday. Yeah, all day tomorrow, it's going to rapidly intensify. Really starting late tonight, if not now, actually. It should be intensifying rapidly now. Let me look on satellite, see how this thing looks. Wow. It looks completely different than when we started stream. Yeah, that thing is getting healthy. Look at it. So when we started stream, Yeah, it looked closer to like this. This is closer to what it looked like. An open low pressure, like you could still easily tell where the low is in terms of convection, open low pressure. It's a closed low in terms of how organized it is, but there's not a bunch of convection that was around the dead center low pressure. You had a tail end convection around here, and then it wrapped up, and your low pressure looks more like a supercell to me. And then your low pressure was located like on the northern side of some convection. And now, over time, now the whole thing is wrapped in convection. Your low pressure right in here, and a bunch of convection hot towers all around the centralized low pressure. It is definitely going through rapid intensification now. And it should continue for, at minimum, the next 24 hours. Probably till landfall. I would say at least until like 8 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah, I would say from now till 8 p.m. tomorrow night, it's going to continue to intensify rapidly. The 24 time frame between now and the next 24 hours. And it should go from a mid-tier tropical storm like it is right now. Newest advisory just came out. I don't know if this is the new one. Yes, this is the new advisory, and they have it at 50 mile an hour winds sustained, which I think is a mid-tier tropical storm. If I remember correctly, that's a mid-tier tropical storm. And it's going to go from 50 mile an hour wind sustained to probably about 110. Probably about 110. And if you didn't know, rapid intensification is 35 miles per hour in a span of 24 hours. So if you couldn't do the math, 35 plus 50 is 85, and this thing could get to 110. It is forecasted. It is forecasted to go from 50 to 110 in the matter of 24 hours. So it is very rapid intensification that's going to happen overnight tonight into all day tomorrow. If I were on the coastlines here, yeah, I would definitely evacuate if I were on the coastal areas here. And I can tell you this, storm surge is going to be very bad in this area. You're going to get really bad storm surge here. They don't do storm surge maps, I believe. They don't do storm surge maps for this area. But I'd imagine you're looking at some big-time storm surge. Yeah, rainfall amounts upwards of 16 inches of rain in the area I circled, and even further to the west. We won't likely be able to stream landfall, but we will definitely talk about it tomorrow. Landfall should be about 1 a.m. Thursday morning. So we probably won't be able to stream landfall. But I definitely will mention it in tomorrow's live stream for sure. 100%. We'll mention it multiple times. I don't think we have a radar down there. Ooh, very close. Very close. We have an edge of a radar site, like right here. Very close to where this hurricane goes, we do have a radar site. Our radar is in just west of Mexico City. So this storm is still maintaining the intensity it's been maintaining for the last hour, about an hour or so. Still maintaining 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Not much notable intensification there. Down to 2 bottles of water. For a second, I thought I only had 1 left, but nope, I got 2. I gotta try to finish at least 1 more bottle of water. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Let me go back to this real quick. New mesoanalysis in about 20 or so minutes. And we do get a new SPC outlook in about an hour and a half. We are going to be live for that, for sure. Unless my power randomly goes out. Any storms? Ooh, it might be pretty close. I've got some light rain heading very close to my area. Let's see. I might barely be clipped. Barely. It's heading right for my area. I don't know. There's a chance I lose power to these light rain showers. It's going to be close. Yeah. Really good call on the SPC to put that tornado watch at 40% and then a 20%. We've seen what? 2 tornadoes or 1 tornado? I think we've seen 1 tornado. I'm pretty sure we've seen 1 tornado in this tornado watch so far. It expires in 3 hours, and like I said, it's not our main watch. We will probably see an MCD for probably a PDS severe watch. Honestly, still thinking we could see that. I know it sounds a bit crazy, but I'm still thinking we could see a PDS severe watch around 10:30 Eastern. I'm still thinking it's possible. Overconvection kind of makes me back off a little bit on that, but we'll see. We'll see what they say at 9 o'clock. We'll see what the outlook looks like at 9 o'clock. If they chomp off a good chunk of that west moderate, no. But if this moderate risk remains almost in its entirety, then it's still very much on the table. And our cold front storms, I mean, they are definitely strengthening, but they're not far enough southwest. Definitely, if we're going to see a very intense MCS or derecho tonight, we're going to need to see those thunderstorms stretch all the way down into probably southwest Kansas over the next hour or so. Which I don't know if that's going to happen. Still, our only tornado warning, 17 more minutes left on this. South of Crawford. Can't really tell you much more than that, just being your safe spot. Can't really tell you how much it's rotating or if it looks impressive. It's in the middle of a radar hole in northwest Nebraska. Let me go back over to... Let's see. I don't think we're going to get much out of this line in Kansas. I think it's going to be when these storms get towards maybe as early as Wichita. Maybe as early as Wichita, moving into Oklahoma is when these storms... I almost circled all of inside that moderate risk. I'm only barely out of that moderate. That's the area that I think has the best chance. Another tornado warning in northwest Nebraska. Look at that. Over Harrison. But that's the area that I think has the best chance for damaging winds tonight. I believe once the cold front hits all this disaster of thunderstorms in this area and congeals them up into a line, I believe that's going to be when our MCS threat peaks. Either once it congeals into a line with those storms or just barely before it. Yeah, and the New Age Triple R, again, you don't really want to use it day of, but you can't stop me. I'm going to keep doing it. It still is over-convecting. It still has like 3 or 4 more storms in this area and another one up here. And that doesn't exist. There's no storms down here, and there's not a storm up here. And it thinks there is. It does have the storm in Perryton, Texas right now, but in about an hour it merges with imaginary storms that haven't fired. So that's what I love to do with the HRRR is I love to compare what the HRRR is showing compared to what is actually happening. That's what I like to compare day of. The newest HRRR to what is actually happening and how wrong is the model run. See further south here. Abilene radar, look at the Lubbock storm. Why are you looking that far? What? You don't want to look that far at all. That's way too far. You never want to use a radar site that far away unless you absolutely have to, or if it's for another reason. Like, we've done it before to see how high debris is being lofted in the atmosphere. We've done it before to confirm strong tornadoes, and, you know, if we have to use it during a radar hole, we'll use them for radar holes. But I hate using radar sites far away from storms. So our only 2 tornado warnings active here around Crawford. It does include Harrison in northwest Nebraska. And again, hard to say what's happening there because we don't have any good radar sites, so we could switch to literally all of our close radars, and they're not going to show us anything that good because they're too far. Just to reiterate, that is in northwest Nebraska. I don't know if I said Kansas or not, but that is in northwest Nebraska. I might have confused that. I'm not too sure what I said. Short-term memory. Oh, it's going to get really bad here in about an hour or two. 9, 10 o'clock, that's when memory goes out the window, man. It gets late, and English, throw it out the window. So it's going to get really bad here in a bit. I mean, the HRRR is still staying consistent with storms becoming an MCS near Wichita tonight, near midnight Eastern time, 11 p.m. Central. But it's having problems with the storms in Oklahoma, so I'm not going to take that HRRR seriously at the moment. Not like you ever want to take a model run very seriously, though. Very curious to see what they do with the new SPC outlook here in about an hour or so. Personally, I don't think they're going to change much. Maybe they'll drop portions of Nebraska, West Kansas, and Colorado, Wyoming into a marginal. But in our main risk area, I don't think they're going to change much. I mean, I don't see a need to change much. There's a chance they could trim a small portion of the enhanced and maybe a small portion of the moderate. And then, like I said, they may trim the slight risk back out here. They might cut all that off. But I think we're going to keep nearly our whole moderate. In my opinion. I could still see the moderate risk verifying tonight. I could still see it verifying. Let's see. Yeah. Also, another reason is the HRRR is actually underdoing Cape. Even the newest HRRR, it is underdoing instability quite substantially. Especially in Texas, man. It's in the Panhandle of Texas, it's running about 1,500 joules too low. With the Northeast Oklahoma enhanced risk verify, I have no idea. I mean, right now, in my opinion, it still looks really good. In my opinion, it still looks really, really good for Oklahoma in terms of big time wind bag. Now, if you're not wanting to see something, it looks really bad. If you're wanting nothing tonight, it looks really bad. It looks like we're going to see something quite probably significant in Northeast Oklahoma tonight. But it's very difficult to say because models are not handling the convection well in the Texas Panhandle. And I don't know how the Texas Panhandle's convection is going to interact with this over convection here when the cold front pushes through and hits everything together. There's going to be a big clash tonight. We've got a cold front here. We've got a thunderstorms in this area. We've got storms off an outflow boundary here. Storms off another outflow boundary here. That cold front extends all the way back here. And what happens when that cold front pushes everything? I did not mean to draw that. I did not mean to draw that huge line right in the middle. What happens when that cold front smashes everything together and pushes off to the southeast like this? What's going to happen? I can tell you it's going to be pretty messy. But there's just a lot of questions regarding the convecutive evolution. I mean, Kaylee, it's gonna be late. Like you talking 1 a.m. Central. Maybe even possibly. I think 1 a.m. Central. That seems like a good time frame before storms get to you. If it's an outdoor shelter, I would keep it unlocked, but not open because you don't want no animals going in there. If it's indoor, yeah, I'd keep it open just in case. Let's see here. So it's going to be a while before that MCS really blows up. We still haven't seen a severe on it, which was what I was expecting. Like I said, storms did fire early, but I really still don't expect much on that line until after 9 Eastern. Maybe even as late as 11 o'clock. See here. Martin, Tennessee look for tomorrow. Good. I just assumed. Let's see what risk you're in. You're in a slight risk. Again, it's hard to say what will happen tomorrow because we don't know what's going to happen tonight. And tonight's risk influences tomorrow's risk. I don't expect much, but if storms do get going, there's a chance for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, very heavy rain. Those will be your main hazards. I wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado, but I don't think you're in the highest risk for tomorrow. I think mainly wind, small hail, very heavy rain. If storms even hit you, which there's a lot of uncertainty on exactly where storms will be. We have a very large risk, and I can tell you this. If you're in that level 2 and that level 3 risk out of 5 for tomorrow, not everybody in that slight risk and not everybody in that enhanced risk, not everyone is going to see storms there. There's a lot of uncertainty on how many storms, how strong storms will be, and how long storms will last. And we won't know any of that probably until storms start to fire. There's a chance we can know, a bit more about the risk tomorrow. But right now, there's a lot of uncertainty on the evolution of storms for tomorrow's risk. TRG Arkansas storm, buddy. Okay, Arkansas storm looks better. Let's see. I don't know. There may be some rain up here, but I don't know if it looks any better. Oh, man. I knew what you meant, but you said Arkansas, so I went to Arkansas. Personally, to me, I think that's probably corruption. I think it's still big time hail, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. I don't expect to see much of a tornado threat off of it. You're looking at the Wichita radar. I would guarantee it. I guarantee you're looking at the Wichita radar site and you're seeing a heck load of side lobe contamination due to all the hail, and you're thinking strong rotation. That's what I'm thinking. I can read your mind. I know exactly what you're thinking. You're thinking the side lobe contamination that is contaminated from 2.75 inch hail is strong rotation. Tulsa radar shows it too. Oh yeah, let's go freaking 100 miles away to Tulsa and use that radar site. It's literally 100 miles away. It's 97. That was 97 miles away. It's almost 100 miles away. Yeah. Sure. Looks great. I can really pick out all the details on this storm. I could see everything. There's not a good radar site for it. There really's not. This one's 70 miles away. The Wichita radar is the closest one, which is 50 miles away, but it is being hail contaminated. Jeesh. Man, if I went around calling out every storm that had rotation, let me see. 12,000 feet up in the atmosphere, I would be talking so much more frequently. Well, that's right. Our Mega here is GR2, and it still looks horrible. It's got upper level rotation, 12,000 feet up into the atmosphere. And if you call that rotating, that means you got to call this storm rotating a lot too. Because guess what? That's also about 13,000 feet away. So I don't trust a radar site that's over 90 miles away from a thunderstorm that I'm looking at. Nor do I trust a radar site that is scanning straight through multiple 2.75 inch hailstones. And nor do I trust a radar site that's scanning directly through a bunch of other storms. I don't trust any of these three radars. I don't trust Wichita's radar. I don't trust the North Central Oklahoma's radar site and Tulsa's. They're all too far. I deem it a radar hole. I deem it a radar hole. A tornado could still develop. Yeah, it still could develop. But I doubt we're actually seeing that intensive rotation. I highly, highly doubt it. I do believe we're still seeing 2 to 2.75 inch hail. I still think we're seeing about 60-mile-an-hour winds. And like I said, a tornado could develop in the future. So keeping that TOR possible tag, definitely a good idea. It's just I don't think any of these radars are giving us accurate data. Still 2 tornado warnings up here. Northwest Nebraska. Actually just one. One for Harrison. The one south of Crawford is just expired. So one in effect for Northwest Nebraska over Harrison. Getting a bit closer to the Amarillo radar, still fairly far away, but it is a very clear radar beam. Nothing interfering with that radar beam. Looking at a storm in northeast Texas. It's over 100 miles away, so again, I'm not going to trust it one bit. But it's giving a bit better accurate data because it is clearer now. It's a clear radar beam, and it's a little bit closer. The perfect range is from like shoot, what is it? 10 to like 50? No, I think 50 is too far. I think it's like 10 to maybe 35 or so, somewhere around there. Somewhere from about 10 miles to 40 miles is the perfect range for a radar sight beam. And this one is 100. Way past 40. Way past 40. Let's look at the newest meso analysis. I'm still thinking we could see an MCS. I mean, meso still looks favorable enough to me. These storms aren't completely wiping out the instability. Like, even behind in Wellington, where we've just gone through a destructive severe near Wellington, there is still over 2,000 instability. So, I still think we could see an MCS tonight. And depending on how messy things are, possibly even a derecho. It depends on how messy things are. In my opinion, I think things will be way too messy for a derecho, so I'm leaning a lot more towards an MCS with multiple different intense bow echoes. Right now, things look way too messy out here for this line to organize into a derecho along our cold front. Go back to weather-wise here. And still not seeing much convection around our cold front towards Dodge City. Just not much initiating. Sounds good to me, Kaylee. Go do it. Especially if you plan on staying up. Shoot. Give me some. I gotta stay away from ice cream because ice cream, I think it's the ice cream and Doritos. Those are the two things I have to stay away from. Doritos, if I start eating Doritos, I can't stop. So I haven't had a Dorito in months. I used to eat them nearly daily, and I've realized how bad they were for you, so I fully cut them out. In one day, I went from eating them nearly daily to no Doritos, and I haven't had one in months. And ice cream, that's the same way. If I touch ice cream, I'm not going to be able to stop eating it. Doritos and ice cream. And those are two things that I've fully cut out over the last, like, I cut them out in late February is when I cut them out. I know I haven't had Doritos since late February, but ice cream, I'm 90% sure. I know I did. I had a milkshake. 2 weeks ago? But see, that doesn't hurt. It's a milkshake, so I can't go and just buy him infinitely. Whereas if you give me a gallon of ice cream, yeah, that thing's gonna be gone in an hour. Bag of Doritos, I'll wipe it out in 20 minutes. I had to completely get rid of them, y'all. Can't do it. But yeah, ice cream, I'll still eat that like 2-3 times a month. It's not bad for you in that sense, but if you're eating it daily, that's when it gets bad. And Doritos, yeah, I was eating those dailies, so. They have chemicals in them that make them addictive. Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I can tell. That's for sure. I have ice cream every day. Cupcakes. I haven't had one in a long time. Cookies. Nope. Haven't had that in a long time. I don't know what that third thing is. Cheesecake. I only have cheesecake once or twice a year. I love it. I love cheesecake. I love cheesecake. Probably one of my favorite desserts, if not maybe my favorite. I'll probably have some next month when my family celebrates my birthday. I have a bunch of family coming down in early July, so I'm gonna be very, very busy in early July. And once they're down here, since we haven't seen them in literally like 3 or so years, maybe even 4, yeah, 4 years. Haven't seen them in 4 years. I'm just gonna wait like 7 days, like 1 week after my birthday, and then celebrate it with my family. Yep. My birthday is during hurricane season, sure is. But it's not during peak hurricane season. It's in late June. So we're going to celebrate my birthday, a bunch of my other family members' birthdays, and 4th of July, all in like 2 days. All in like 2 days. We're going to cram it all in. I don't know which days, so I can't tell you exactly which days I won't be live, but I just know sometime in early July, I'm definitely not going to be live for at least 2 days in a row. And I have a pretty good feeling those 2 days are probably going to have like a derecho threat or something. It always happens. It always happens. Every single time I plan something in advance, boom, derecho. Boom, tornado outbreak. Boom, Category 5 hurricane. It always happens. I would say probably there's about like a 70% chance that something big is going to happen on the 2 days I can't stream. Like, it's that high of a chance. The last 4 times I've had something planned in advance, all 4 times have had something. We had Beryl, then we had Milton, then we had a tornado outbreak in Iowa, and I can't remember the fourth one, but those are 3. Maybe it was 3. 3 out of 3 times this year. It's just crazy, dude. I think the weather just hates me. I'm pretty sure it just hates me. Storm split over my house. When I travel 3 hours for a severe risk, boom, tornado warning over my house. When I plan things in advance and can't go live, boom, can't go live. Moderate risk, Category 5 hurricane. I think it just hates me. No longer any tornado warnings active in the US. When I end live streams, boom, tornado touches down. I mean, really, I think it literally just hates me. I'm pretty sure it just hates me. Or yesterday, couldn't go live because I was outside doing things for like 40 minutes. And during that whole 40 minutes, I missed a 50-minute tornado. So I came back for the last 10 minutes of its lifespan. There you go, yesterday. stream for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I leave for 40 minutes, and there's been a tornado on the ground that whole time. And then I missed tornado. I missed the tornado of the year yesterday. 40 minutes of it. Thankfully, got in the last 10 minutes. I missed the tornado of the year back in New Mexico too. I think I was. I don't think I was home. I mean, it happens so frequently. It's actually crazy. I think I'm gonna get a break, and when I'm on that break, I'm like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen. Oh, never mind. There you go, tornado of the year out of nowhere in Nebraska, or there you go, tornado of the year out of nowhere in New Mexico. It's always something. But hey, I can't be here for the rest of my life, so you just have to miss out on things. You ain't gonna be able to track every tornado, every storm. You're not gonna be able to chase every risk. You're not gonna be able to see every tornado. It's just life. I ain't doing what I did last year, which was be live almost every day for like 2 months straight. I'm never doing that again. Never. Never. That mentality was horrible. That was a very stupid idea. But I mean, this year we were live every day for like a week or two straight. And it's not horrible. It's not horrible because we only did like an hour live stream, and then the event would come around. Then we do 11 and a half. The next day, 11 and a half. Next day, hour live stream, hour live stream. Doing that for about a week or two, not bad. But last year we did that for like literally, I'm not kidding, almost 2 months straight from the beginning of April. Actually, maybe the end of March, from like the end of March into all of April, all of May, and then the beginning of June. We were live almost every day between the end of March and the beginning of June. It was insanity. But hey, at least we got to cover probably one of the most historic years for tornadoes that we've ever seen. And oh boy, did we ever cover it. Gracious day, did we ever cover it. Let's see, we're getting the SPC outlook in 30 minutes. So we're going to get the 0ZH triple R. HRRR 0Z renders in 30 minutes. The meso analysis comes in 45 minutes. And the SPC day one outlook comes in 30 minutes. So a lot of new stuff to keep an eye on over the next about hour or so. We'll get a lot of new information. I don't know, y'all. This is looking a bit too messy. That's your cold front. I mean, it's trying. It's trying to become more organized. You can tell. It's trying its best, but I don't know. It's looking messy to me. Still not seeing any convection near Dodge City. Oh, well, hold on. We have some light rain showers, but nothing robust. We're starting to get some light rain showers out here. But nothing crazy. Less than 60 seconds until we have no tornado warnings active in the U.S. Still crazy amount of severes. Let's see how many severes. 15 severes. Actually, no. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those are in Canada. Actually going to be down to, in a minute, 9 severes. Only 2 significant. So we'll be down to 9 severes, only 2 significant here in just a minute. Literally, like, 1 minute. Alright, tornado warning's gone, and those 2 severe should be gone. Yeah, that should be gone here any second. And this one should be gone any second, too. So we're down to... Because Canada has 4 severes right now, so you got to do 4 minus those 2, which have just expired. So 4 minus 13, that's 9. And we only have 2 significant severes, one here in Lubbock, south of Lubbock, for 1.75-inch hail. And then, of course, our one in southeast Kansas, way back up here, for 2-inch hail. There is a chance that that's actually a legitimate signature now. I don't think it's that strong, but there is a chance that this is really starting to rotate now. I wouldn't be shocked with a tornado warning for this storm. It wouldn't surprise me. Right now, according to a chaser, it just looks really outflow dominant. But he's not in the best position at the moment. We'll just keep an eye on that. I think that's the highest tornado threat right now out of any cell. Go back to weatherwise. Get rid of this. I'll still keep it up just in case I want to switch to it every now and then. I mean, it's not horrible. You can see it. Look, watch down here. Like right in here. Watch these little light reflectivity values increase once I loop this. Ready? Watch. See them increase there? And you can see storms are firing quite well on that cold front. So I think once our cold front starts to get towards Greensburg, it should fire up more storms. And you can see near Sterling, in 15 minutes, Sterling went from nothing to full-blown thunderstorms in actually more like 10 minutes. So we'll see. Quite the overconvection issue still west of Woodward. Definitely nothing like what the HRRR was portraying. HRRR had 3 very distinct supercells here. And then a random thunderstorm near Buffalo. Random thunderstorm popping up out of literally thin air. They won't drop the moderate. I would be very shocked if they drop the moderate at the new update here in about 30 minutes. I don't think they will. I still believe we could see destructive winds overnight tonight. I don't know what everybody else is saying, but in my opinion, I think it's still very possible. Let's see here. All right. Just want to see if I missed anything here. Haven't checked reports in a minute, see if I missed anything. Don't think so. Not looking like it. What if they extend the moderate east? To be honest, it wouldn't shock me. Not gonna lie, it wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me to see that enhanced risk expand down towards more of northeastern Arkansas. and that moderate risk pushed into a little bit more of northeastern Oklahoma into northwest Arkansas, and then removal of the moderate risk out here. So, like, chomping off the west part and putting an extension on the east part. It wouldn't shock me. I don't think they will, but it wouldn't shock me. Likely they're just going to keep it the same. Man, the NAM model has just been horrible. Absolutely horrible. The NAM 3K, man. Might as well just toss it into a trash can. The only thing I've seen it do okay at is instability. But outside of that, it seems to just be terrible. Especially its simulated reflectivity, which is what nearly everybody looks at when they look at the NAM 3K. A lot of people who look at it are just going to look at the reflectivity. That's it. Like I said, it wouldn't surprise me, Kaylee. I just don't know what they're thinking right now. I don't know if they think the HRRR's incorrect because it doesn't have as much convection in Kansas and it has too much convection in Oklahoma. I don't know what they're thinking about that warm sector, because in eastern Oklahoma, you're overperforming in eastern Oklahoma. Let's see. Let me go to the current time. Yeah, like you're running quite higher in eastern Oklahoma on instability compared to what the HRRR is saying. I'd say a good 700 or so instability higher. 700 instability higher. If not, maybe even more than that. The HRRR in eastern Oklahoma, where I just pulled this sounding, the HRRR has about 4,900 CAPE, and a sounding on mesoanalysis has 5,500. So we'll see. And then it's also underdoing CAPE in southern Kansas. Right in here, HRRR says about 2,000 CAPE. Mesoanalysis, 3,300. So I think CAPE is overperforming a little bit compared to what the HRRR is saying, and I wonder what that means for what the SPC is going to be doing here at their newest outlook cycle. But I could see them taking off part of the enhanced and the moderate risk here, trimming it down to a slight, or maybe even a marginal. And then, like I said, I honestly could see them expanding that moderate eastward, and then the enhanced risk a little bit more eastward. I'll be live tomorrow, yes. I don't know exactly what time because there's uncertainty on how tonight will evolve, and thus uncertainty on when storms will be firing tomorrow. But I will be live. Could start up as early as noon. I highly doubt it. I highly, highly doubt it, but could start as early as noon. And we could start as late as, I don't think so, but possibly 4 o'clock. Right now, it looks like really an all-day event, so I'll have to try to pick out the best time to go live to where I'm not going to be live literally all day. But I should be live sometime between noon and 4 o'clock Eastern. I know that's a big window, but it just shows you I have absolutely no idea really when I'm going to go live. Yeah, some pockets of 70-mile-an-hour winds here for sure. Upwards of 70-mile-an-hour winds here along this severe in northwest South Carolina. Warned for 60, but could get gusts of 70. This is just becoming a blob of a thunderstorm. It's just a blob of a thunderstorm. The cold front is definitely firing. For sure. But it's still messy. So first thing we get is the new HRRR starts to render here in about 15 minutes. Nearly immediately after that, we should get the SPC outlook in about 15 to 20 minutes. Likely closer to 20 minutes. And then about 15 minutes after that, currently about 35 minutes away, we should get the new meso analysis about 30 or so minutes from now. Biggest thing is definitely the SPC to see what they do with that moderate risk area. If they change anything at all. %93% for my Fitbit. It makes an annoying buzzing noise. A very high-pitched buzzing noise when it charges. Let's see here. Yep, I have a Fitbit. I got it like 2 years ago. Or no, almost a year ago from today. A year ago from my birthday. So it's almost a year old. I've been through like 4 different Fitbits, and this is definitely by far the best one I've had. I don't have any Apple products, so I don't have any of the Apple Watches or anything. I used to have a regular watch. Early last year, that's what I had. My first Fitbit broke very early because I was like 13 years old, and then my second one just got too old, and so when I was like 17, almost 3 years ago now, holy crap, that's crazy. um, that's when I had my regular watch, and then my regular watch broke early last year when I was 18. And so I got a new Fitbit for my birthday when I turned 19 in June last year. And I haven't been through anything else since. So, according to that statistic, this Fitbit has about maybe another year on it before it dies. Typically, it seems like about every 2-3 years. But my first Fitbit lasted from, like I said, when I was 13 all the way till like 16. 17, somewhere around there. Really good Fitbit, but it didn't have a lot of features, so it was very, very basic. And I wear my Fitbit every single day too. You got to know what time it is. I can't tell you how many times how many times my family members have asked, what time is it? It's like, dude, get a watch. Get a watch like me. Come on. It's crazy. I'm the weather person and the time person. And 90% of the time when someone asks me that, it's like they are just a couple movements away from grabbing their phone. And that's it. That they're so close to grabbing their phone. Like it's in their pocket. And they ask me what time it is because they know I have a watch right on my wrist. I got my Fitbit for fitness reasons, Ben. Not actually for the time, but turns out I've used it way more for time. Thanks to my family. But I mean, I don't mind it too much, honestly. Especially the weather part. Like, it doesn't bug me much. I come on here and act like it bugs me, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. It's not that much effort to just look at my watch and then tell you the time. I don't mind it at all. Now, if it's Lucky, I'm probably going to give Lucky a fit about it. And I don't mind it, really, Ben. That's going to be what I miss. When I eventually move out of this house, I know for a fact I'm going to miss my family saying, what's the weather today? What time is it? Does it look like we're going to get any strong storms? What's happening with tornadoes, in Texas? I'm going to miss that when I move out of this house. I know it for a fact. So I'm trying to not make it annoying, and it's not annoying. Because that's going to be the stuff you miss. And I know I will. I know it. Even though it may seem like it's annoying, I know that's going to be something I'm going to get a miss for sure. Yeah, Legacy. I mean, whenever I'm that close, my family just is shocked. Like, literally last week we were outside. Um, what were we doing? No, exercising. I don't know. We'll just go with exercising because I forgot. I told him, I was like, it's gonna rain in about 3 minutes, and then my parents were like, how do you know? I'm like, because I can see the rain shaft right on that mountain, and then sure enough, 3 minutes later, it started pouring rain. And then like 3-4 days ago, I was wrong. I thought it was gonna pour rain, but it turns out it poured rain like a little bit down the road. Like literally, it was 5 minutes down the road from us is where it poured rain. We were on the edge of it, like it barely went a little to my south. The mod dome held on that one and made me look stupid. But that's about all I can predict out here in Virginia is if it's going to be a drizzle or a downpour, because anything more than that, like severe storms, and it's mayhem. My parents will say, "Are we going to get damaging winds of 60 miles per hour?" Because we're in a slight risk. I'm like, as long as I'm here, nope, we're good. We're good as long as I stay right here. We're good. We're not getting nothing. It's when I leave, that's the problem. If I leave to go chase, that's when your risk grows for severe storms. Because I have to carry the mod dome with me. They downgraded? Actually, no. So the southern severe is mainly for damaging winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. But there is still the severe for 2-inch hail. So when they issue this new severe here, eventually wherever it may be, somewhere near Cedar Vale, back towards Sedan, that's going to be for more of hail. So there's more of a hail threat on the northern side, and then a bit more of a wind threat kind of right on the edge of the northern and the southern side. So you have hail up here, winds here, and then completely winds down in here. So it goes wind and hail, wind and some hail, mainly just wind. 3 parts to your thunderstorm there. The greatest tornado potential is with that middle part too. Right in here is your some hail, mainly wind, low end tornado potential right in that area. I don't know about it producing a tornado. It's very iffy. Very iffy. What's that? North Carolina? Lord have mercy, that thing is huge. That is a huge severe thunderstorm warning. Gracious day. Yo, that thing is crazy large. How many people are in that? I bet you could fit 2 Rhode Islands in that sucker. Let's see. 1.3 million people. 1.3 million people, more than 300 schools, and nearly 30 hospitals. Dude. 1.3 million people, over 300 schools, and almost 30 hospitals. And that's severe. Crazy, dude. You might be able to fit 3 Rhode Islands in that, Legacy. Let's see. It's producing a lot of damage, too. Look at all those damaging wind reports. It's about 85 miles from north to south, and about 65 miles from west to east. Rhode Island from west to east is about 30 miles. So you can easily fit 2. You can easily fit 2. It looks about, depending on where you measure, it's about 25 to 30 miles from west to east. So easily 2. And then from north to south, about 45. So you can fit about 2 to 2.5 Rhode Islands in that severe in South Carolina. We are going to be judging the size of severe storms based off the state of Rhode Island from here on out. Whenever we see a big severe storm, we're going to say, that is X amount of Rhode Islands large. That's what we're going to base it off of. Let's go back over to here again. Give me a weatherwise, man. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. I believe your cold front is still located right back in here still. Moving south. South-southeast. Still don't see much notable convection out here. There is some, but not as much as what some models were projecting. Oh, wow, we're already only 7 minutes away from the new SPC outlook. That was a fast 10 minutes right there. You guys got me talking about Rhode Island. Sam, I still think it's mainly hail, and it's actually significant for hail now, and wind. There is a chance it could still drop a tornado in the future, but man, it definitely didn't do much. That MCD for tornado potential over the next 2 hours, that's gone now. So it's been about 2 hours since that MCD was issued, which I think it was issued way back out here near Guyman for like that general area. And it's expired now. Shows you how long we've been tracking that one storm. It's yet to be tornado warned across any of its lifespan. Now, we're getting close to the big question. What does the SPC do with the moderate risk? And are we still anticipating an intense MCS out of this messy cold front going towards southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma? We're right at that point. Just 5 minutes away from seeing what the SPC is going to say here. About 5 minutes away. They might be a little bit later. We'll see. It wouldn't surprise me. Let's see here. Okay. So we're gonna wait. Wait to see what the SPC does here. Like I said, about 4 minutes away from the new SPC outlook. Newest HRRR is currently rendering in and probably going to be vastly incorrect. And then 20 minutes from now, we will get the meso-analysis. Lots of new stuff. Lots of new stuff. I think it's going to stay the same too, Ben. Maybe a little slight cutoff on the west moderate and enhanced risk. But I think the main primary risk will stay just about the same. In my opinion as well. Legacy, I don't think they have a measurement tool. That I know of. Weatherwise doesn't have a measurement tool. I use Radar Omega for that. Let me see. So your county from north to south is about 30 miles. And from west to east, it's about 25 miles. So 30 north to south, 25 west to east. So Rhode Island north to west, or north to west, what? North to south is definitely larger. And then it's about the same. Your west to east on your county is about the same as Rhode Island. But north to south, Rhode Island is a little bit bigger. The fact that your county is almost the size of a state, though, is crazy. That's crazy. I can guarantee that there is a county somewhere in the U.S. that's bigger than the state of Rhode Island. It has to be in, like, Texas, right? Somewhere in the western U.S. The western U.S. has larger counties because there's less population. Seems like these counties are larger. Yep, like that's 50 north to south, and this is almost 90 west to east. So there you go. First county I just measured right there. West Central Oregon. Larger than the state of Rhode Island. Waiting to see that new severe near Cedar Vale. Should see a new severe at any moment, because that expires literally right now. Actually shocked we don't have a new severe right now. There's the SPC outlook. And it looks like they shrunk the complete northern side of the moderate risk. So just a small sliver. Like generally, this is an estimate. This is generally what is left of your moderate risk area. Generally. I'll show you guys it in just a moment. That's a very small approximation. But they shrunk it on the west and the north side. I don't think they expanded it at all. So ignore that little drawing where it went outside of the moderate area. You know what I can show you here, maybe? I don't know if this has it early. Sometimes it has it really early, sometimes it doesn't. It does! There you go. So, big boy enhanced risk still in place, with a moderate risk still in effect on the southern end of that. There you go. So, chomp the northern side and the west side. Wichita no longer in it. But they did not expand the risk at all. Tornado risk also shrunk significantly. Hail probabilities. This is the new one. Actually, still shocked. Quite shocked they've kept the 30 sig. I thought they would have dropped that to 15% or 15 sig. And of course, the very large 30 and 45 sig. Let's read their discussion. Ooh, not a lot of confidence. Severe thunderstorms producing swaths of damaging wind gusts, some greater than 80 miles per hour. Large hail, isolated 2+ inch in diameter, and a couple of tornadoes will be possible through tonight, especially across portions of southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma. One or more thunderstorm clusters and or small bows are still forecast to develop and shift east across the outlook area through tonight as a surface front and composite outflow begins to develop across the southeastern, develop southeast. My bad. Moving southeast. Thunderstorm coverage has recently increased across portions of central Kansas, likely in response to a strengthening lower-level jet noted in a regional VWP data over the last hour, where strong surface heating has occurred and dew points remain into the upper 60s and lower 70s. Intense convection is still possible. Isolated significant wind gusts will remain possible, supported by the 0Z OUN RAOB, whatever the heck that is, maybe an observed sounding maybe, showing mid-level lapse rates near 8.5 amid 3,500 mixed layer instability. The moderate risk area, level 4 out of 5, has been trimmed on the northern and the western side and confined to a thin strip across southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma, where the surface outflow is located, along with the stronger instability gradient. This corridor should have the greatest risk for significant severe thunderstorms into the nighttime hours. So probably multiple Boeing segments and clusters capable of very significant damaging winds as opposed to a derecho tonight. I do still think we could see gusts of 90 to 100 miles per hour, but I highly doubt we will see anything greater than 100 miles per hour, and I highly doubt we'll see a derecho tonight. But they did keep that moderate risk area. The new HRRR kind of shows you what the SPC is thinking here. Continuing with those clusters of damaging wind gusts, large hail, and a few tornadoes in southeast Kansas. MCS and or cluster develops out of that storm in northeast Texas, moves into western Oklahoma, new tornado warning. And then a line of damaging winds forms in south central Kansas as well. So like 3 to 4 different areas of severe storms. And then look at that. That is very, very intense in eastern Oklahoma on the newest HRRR. Very intense. Likely 70 to 90 mile-an-hour winds right in that area. Well, Kaylee, look at that. That's right on your house. But it is just the model run, so I doubt it's gonna... I doubt it's gonna verify just like that. But hopefully you would be hit by that little weak. See that little weak spot right there? Maybe that would go right over your house and do like 50-mile-an-hour winds. Nothing near 90. Maybe. You'll likely be fine, honestly, if you just stay weather aware, keep an eye on things. And if you do plan to go to sleep instead of staying up and watching the risk, which, like I said, it's going to hit you near 1 a.m., so I wouldn't blame you. Just make sure your phone's charged, fully turned up. That will wake you up. And know where your safe spot is. So for the first time in this storm's lifespan, it is now tornado warned, and I have a pretty good feeling on why. The National Weather Service jurisdiction has changed here from, what is this, Amarillo? Yep, it has changed from Amarillo, Texas to Norman, Oklahoma. And Norman, Oklahoma, that is a National Weather Service that never messes around with any storm. So if they think a storm is even remotely close to capable of producing a tornado, they're going to warn it. And with even the lack of radar coverage out here, it still could try to produce a tornado. And thus they have issued a tornado warning in this area in west central Oklahoma. Wouldn't be shocked if that tries to produce a tornado at any moment. So right now we're dealing with two main clusters of all hazards here. One in west central Oklahoma, one in north central Oklahoma, southeast Kansas. More tornadic one is definitely the one in west central Oklahoma. And really for wind and hail, they both pose about the same hazards. 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1 to 2-inch hail possible with both of them. Greatest tornado threat is currently focused with that red tornado warning. Well northwest of Elk City in Oklahoma. I don't think we'll see a PDS severe watch anymore tonight. Maybe we'll see a high-end severe watch, but I don't think we'll see a PDS severe watch anymore. Not with how small that moderate is at the moment. They've shrunk it quite a lot. Let's see. This storm's moving out of the most favorable environment. It's actually not in a good environment. It's in an okay environment, but definitely not really good. It could produce a tornado, but not really a good area environment-wise, especially wind shear-wise. Yeah, Caden, but how far are you looking? I can't even tell you. That's like, what, 110 miles away, right? That's got to be about 110. Yep. Look at that, 110, 111 miles away. They ain't gonna be reading any accurate radar data. Let's see exactly how high up it's looking. This is approximately almost 12,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So that is very inaccurate radar data. Oh, they did issue that severe for Cedar Vale. All the way down to an ordinary severe for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still does have that tornado possible tag, though. So this storm's on a weakening trend based off the warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5-inch hail and about 50-mile-an-hour winds west of Wichita. Once again, west-northwest side of Wichita inside of severe, I think for the third or fourth time today. Hard to say how strong that area of rotation is or how notable it is, but it is trying to likely produce a tornado. It's trying to produce a tornado. Why does it look like that, though? What you mean? Velocities are corrupted, but honestly, the reflectivity is probably still somewhat accurate with a very large supercell in this area. Which is the closest? I would go with... Man, both of them aren't good. Neither of them have a clear beam. Let's see. This one's about 115 miles away. Amarillo's about 110. I would go with Amarillo because it's a little bit cleaner of a beam, and it's just a little bit closer. But really, both of them are bad. This is right in the radar hole I was talking about earlier this year, where it seems like we get a lot of storms to fire up in Oklahoma. Seems like a lot of storms like to fire in this area with big-time dryline events in May. But even right now, just because of an outflow boundary, this storm fired off and it's moved into this radar hole. The Amarillo one definitely is looking through precipitation, for sure. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm going to quickly go do something. Give me about 2-3 minutes. I might be a little longer because I want to go do something extra. So give me just a bit. I'll leave you guys on this Supercell. I'll be right back in about 2, maybe 3 minutes. Got to make sure you get up every once in a while. Get a snack. Go get a drink. Get some water. And I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm telling you, just getting up once every hour or two, it really helps with staying live longer. Just to be able to get up, walk around for a minute. Let's see what we got here. Whoa. Yeah, Proxy, what's crazy is that just came across my feed, and I just looked in the comments, and it said posted like a minute ago that you added me, or no, like 5 seconds ago that you added me in it. Yeah, so there's a mobile radar here, and it has a likely strong tornado on the ground. So likely a strong tornado ongoing with this storm just to the east of Higgins. It's on the border of Oklahoma, Texas. It's now into Oklahoma. So the tornado is going to be located likely just barely west of Highway 283, south of Highway 60, southwest of Arnett, Oklahoma. A new MCD for up to 90-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely not PDS severe watchworthy. Definitely not PDS severe watchworthy. But gradual increase in storm convection is expected this evening. One or more MCS capable of severe wind gusts will be possible. A new watch will be needed. So that's your MCD for the main watch. That's your main watch. And it does mention a severe watch or a tornado watch. But likely tornado watch. I don't see it going PDS severe thunderstorm watch anymore. Let's see. While overall convective evolution is very uncertain, strong air mass in place. Yep, observed warning. All right, we'll switch over to this one for the first time today. We're going to switch over to this scene because we've caught an observed warning in the middle of the stream. I think we did have one earlier in the stream in south of Wichita, but I think I forgot to change for that one. But there is a strong tornado ongoing. A little surprised they didn't actually pull out the PDS tag, not going to lie. Might just not be populated enough. Sometimes they pull PDS for strong tornadoes in rural areas, but most of the time it's in populated areas with a strong tornado that they'll pull that tag. So tornado's been observed out here southwest of Arnett, Oklahoma. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Very strong surface-based instability and a large clockwise curved hodograph will continue to favor the risk for tornadoes, some possibly strong, and large hail in the near term. So they mention a strong tornado threat on their new MCD, which, considering we're likely seeing one right now southwest of Arnett, Oklahoma, that's definitely already verified. But this is on a small 5% day. I mean, the 5% is still, yeah, it's still, that's not the new one. It's still a good sized 5% for their new outlook, but pretty surprising to see them mention strong tornadoes. Pretty surprising. Let's see here. Oh my, yeah. Very strong tornado ongoing right now with this. It has a vortex hole on radar. Mobile radar has a vortex hole on this. There's a chance I could look at this. I think I know a site. But it's not the normal radar truck we have. Let's see. Nah. Nope. Not the site I normally use. Okay. So strong tornadoes on the ground right now, south of Arnett, Oklahoma. Based off of, let's see, actually, what is this based off of? Because I could tell you it is from mobile radar. Broadcast media confirmed a tornado, but mobile radar also has a tornado on the ground here. So two things to confirm that. And it's very difficult to say how strong it is from our radar sites, our main radar sites. But again, there is a Dow out here on this storm that has a tornado on the ground, very high definition radar imagery showing a strong tornado, strong to potentially intense tornado on the ground here with a vortex hole, which basically means that rain is wrapping around the entire tornado, and it's a lot more common to see on Dow trucks. Dow trucks give higher resolution and closer radar imagery, so it's not as rare as seeing it on our main radars. On our main radars, like the one I'm using here, it's a bit rare because your data is not as high definition as a mobile truck. But mobile radars, very high definition and very close to the storm. So that is again, strong tornado, likely still ongoing here, close to Crawford, heading towards Crawford, south of Arnett in west central Oklahoma. Looks like some more storms are firing out here in Oklahoma. A lot more cells now. We have a few cells up here, a new severe attached to a cluster out here, and then of course our main supercell back out in this area. So definitely some more cells fired now in Oklahoma, which should contribute to a messier risk. Likely not going to see a derecho today, but we have more storms, thus allowing for a better chance for more widespread damaging winds with a bunch more clusters as opposed to just one line. Yeah, still a strong tornado ongoing here. Heading very close to Crawford in Oklahoma. The radar truck, by the way, radar truck is literally like right here. It's literally right in here, scanning right into the storm. Right into the hook echo. So it's got a perfect beam. Perfect radar beam. Not sure how long this thing's going to be able to last, but I do know it is a very intense tornado. Based off of radar. Environment, not very impressive for a lower level environment, but shoot. Saw a strong tornado for 50 minutes yesterday in a not impressive environment, so here we go again. We'll see how long this one lasts. We did get that new mesoscale discussion. I don't think I showed y'all. Let's see. Wait for the slow SPC site to load. Man, even from this far, that looks crazy from this far. But I mean, a lot of it just looks like side lobe from this far. But again, we have a radar truck that confirms strong to intense tornadoes ongoing here near Roll. I don't think it's going to be able to last long. It should break apart probably fairly soon, I would imagine. Actually, Proxy just added me in something. Proxy, look at that. That's a small tornado. Wow, you think this thing is going to be like huge or something with those velocity signatures in the vortex hole, but it's a tiny little thing. It's likely roping out according to the last scan. It shows inflows beginning to decrease. So it's likely starting to weaken and might lift. I wouldn't say it's going to lift because we've seen tornadoes weaken before and then immediately strengthen back up before lifting. So it just at the moment it's weakening. So we'll keep watching that very closely. We're going to just stay with this. It's our only tornado warning, and it is an observed tornado warning. Oof. The look for tomorrow is insane. Very bad look for tomorrow. Let's see, we got an update on this warning. Oh, radar indicated. Okay. All right. Back to here. Radar indicated it. It is. Gotcha. So it is lifted. Gotta show you tomorrow. Hate to do it to you, but tomorrow is another big weather day, and unfortunately, it's looking more and more possible for a probable tornado outbreak across Illinois and Indiana for tomorrow. Hopefully that's not the case, but it looks like intense supercells will begin to fire towards 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Time in central Illinois and track all the way into southern Michigan. So it looks like we could have quite the prolific tornado event tomorrow. Very favorable environment. Quite a low amount of wind shear, but still enough. Really good instability. Temperatures about 86, 85 with dew points towards the low to mid 70s. So really, really good. Maybe a little bit high on those temperatures. You know, maybe not complete surface-based storms, but I think they will be surface-based. Honestly, they likely will be. So, not a good look. Definitely could see a large upgrade to a 10 significant tornado risk. I still think the most probable area for a 10 sig tour is southern Michigan, but I wouldn't be shocked to see a 10 sig tour go all the way from potentially west of Chicago back down into Illinois, all the way back up into Ohio and southern Michigan. I don't know exactly how that would look on the SPC, but just generally that area, I think, has a pretty good chance at seeing multiple strong tornadoes. Looking at updraft helicity swaths, because, come on, we got to do that. Definitely quite the look. Not insanely intense, but very obvious swaths of stronger supercells embedded inside a clustered line. So we'll see how things look in the morning, but I would definitely be leaning towards potentially a more prolific tornado outbreak tomorrow. Potentially one of the more prolific outbreaks for tornadoes we've seen in a little while. I can't think of the most prolific one we've seen in June. At the moment. But yeah, could be quite the outbreak sequence tomorrow. Hopefully there is a chance. Storm mode could easily destroy the whole threat. Very easily. Right now, the HRRR shows multiple embedded intense supercells inside of a cluster. If it goes from cluster to linear, it could completely demolish that strong tornado threat, and we'll be dealing with maybe a couple possible tornadoes tomorrow, possibly a strong one. But if this look remains, we're going to be dealing with multiple strong tornadoes possible, maybe even a long-tracked tornado possible for tomorrow. If this remains, the chance of this remaining, I'd say, is kind of 50-50. We'll see how today plays out, and then in the morning, we'll see how models look, and especially how cloud cover looks. And we'll figure out what's the most likely case scenario from there on out. We'll probably be live. I'm thinking we'll probably be live early tomorrow. I don't... I can't. I can't go live early tomorrow. Dang. Oh, no, it's Wednesday. Tomorrow was one of the only days this week I can't go live very early. I think I could still go live probably around 1:30 or so. I could probably still do that. I probably won't be able to go live any sooner than that. But we'll probably end up streaming. I'd say we could be live as early as noon, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Might end up being an all-day stream. Proxy, I would say widespread tornado threat. The peak is probably going to be from about 2 p.m. At least from what I can see. Probably about 2:30, 3 p.m. Eastern till 6, 7 o'clock. But even after 6, 7 o'clock, we could still see multiple strong tornadoes in southern Michigan. But in terms of a widespread strong tornado threat, the peak should be from generally 3 to 6 p.m. But we could still see strong tornadoes beyond that time frame in southern Michigan. I don't think our event tomorrow will be done till probably about 9 o'clock. I think about 9 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock Eastern, our event's going to calm down. Around this time tomorrow, things are probably going to be dying out. Whereas right now, things are just starting to likely begin to re-intensify out here in Oklahoma and Kansas. And I don't know, it doesn't really... in my opinion, this does not scream intense MCS tonight. In my opinion, it doesn't scream intense MCS. New tornado warning for 12 more minutes there. Likely this storm's trying to re-intensify, drop another tornado. Still southeast of Arnett, west central Oklahoma. Let's see here. Yeah, we have definitely had some crazy mobile radar data this year. Absolutely crazy. Oh no, we're gonna keep dealing with severe weather for the next week straight. I don't see an end in sight at the moment for severe storms being possible in the U.S. We'll likely have some capping issues going into the weekend, but I still think we'll see severe storms, and I really don't see this pattern ending. We are in an active phase of a ridge riding trough, and that will probably last until the beginning of July. Or the end of June. So you're looking at a good week or two nearly straight of severe weather potential. How many of those will be significant enough for a live stream? Well, find out as we get closer. But we'll see. Decent velocities there southwest of Garden Plain. Let's go to our analysis radar that I no longer have over Wichita. We'll open a third one. Open a third one real quick. Not strong velocities, but just something to keep an eye on. I doubt it's going to do anything. But we'll keep an eye on it. Let's go back south here. Continuing to watch our tornado warning. Currently active southeast of Arnett, Oklahoma. As a tornado could drop at any moment. We'll wait to see. Wait to see if it strengthens up a lot or not. There's a few chasers on here, and we also have that mobile radar truck too. So, if it does touch down, we should know quite quickly. Still radar indicated for 8 more minutes on both these warnings. We'll see if a new one gets issued here in 5 or so minutes. Likely a little bit more than 5 minutes, we'll see. Before that warning expires in 8 minutes, we should see a new tornado warning. Unless they don't believe it's capable of producing anymore. Man, that cold front has a lot of work to do, doesn't it? It's got a lot of work to do. It's got to try to congeal this entire slop into a somewhat organized MCS tonight. Looks like a near impossible task to me. I mean, it's going to take a couple hours. It probably will be close to midnight, 1 a.m. before it does so. I mean, still a good 2.5, 3 hours from that really intensifying a notable amount, in my opinion. But we are starting to see some more severes on it. It's after 9 o'clock, which is what I was talking about, after 9 for the main MCS to try to form. And we're up to 2 severes on it, but I don't know. I don't know about that. We'll see. Our tornado watch expires here at 11 o'clock Eastern. We will see likely a decent probability tornado watch issued before 11 Eastern. I don't believe we'll see a PDS severe watch anymore. Just too disorganized. Too disorganized and too much uncertainty on convective evolution. Still could see a tornado drop at any point here, southeast of Arnett, Oklahoma. From just using this radar site, it's impossible to tell if there is a tornado on the ground or not. So, we'll just keep watching it as close as we can. Ben, I don't know. I don't know. I'll see about seeing if I can get GR Earth back, because GR Earth is definitely the best for MRMS in winter weather. But outside of that, GR2 analysis I use for winter weather. And then maybe weatherwise, we'll see. I'll probably use a mixture of Radar Mega, weatherwise, GR2 analysis, and if I have it, GR Earth. Just like I did last year. Let's see. Forgot about those storms in Texas. Still producing mainly wind and hail. They're updating all those severes in Texas right now, which is only 2. But they just both got updated. Yep. Really, CC and precipitation. That's all you need. And I mean, weather-wise, GR2, radar Omega, radar scope, they all have it. I think the best is probably, honestly, I think weather-wise is probably the best. Weather-wise in GR2 analysis, probably the best for winter weather in terms of individual radar sites. And then GR Earth is definitely the best for MRMS. All right, 4 minutes left on both of these radar indicated tornado warnings and no new warning just yet. Whether or not they issue that new warning's likely going to be based off of what the radar truck out here is seeing. Look at that. Downtown Wichita in its 3rd significant severe of the day. 1.75-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. And this one's going to head right into downtown Wichita. Significant severe there. Moving towards downtown Wichita. We'll be in downtown Wichita in probably about 30 or so minutes. Let's see about people without power in Wichita. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure, Caleb. Let's see. Man, they're both square counties. I can't tell which one's Wichita. Looks like 15,000 people. 15,000 people without power in Wichita. Northport, Florida. Eesh. Dude, you want to go any further south? Like, dang. Yeah. Yeah. If you're on the west side, like the coastal area, even then, yeah. Like this whole area is gonna get hit with this storm. I don't know how long it's gonna last, so I don't know if it's gonna make it up to Sarasota or not. But definitely. Maybe some lightning. And then very heavy rain, but I don't think it's going to be like anything like hail or damaging winds. I don't think we're going to see much of that out of that cell. Well, actually looking like they may not reissue this tornado warning. Wow, destructive. Our first destructive of our main event for 80-mile-an-hour winds. And it's in the enhanced risk. And this is your new risk, by the way. And that is in the enhanced risk area. There's your new tornado risk. New hail risk. And your new wind risk. All of this came out 45 minutes ago. I just never showed it on this software. I did show it to you guys when it first came out, but not on this. Verified. We are quite far from that, to be honest. We are quite far from that. Hail threat, yes. Tornado risk, yes. Wind threat, I think we are quite far. Apparently we had a tornado in South Dakota, one in Nebraska, two in Wyoming, one in Colorado, and one in Kansas, and then the one in Oklahoma. So I would say, actually, I don't even know about your tornado threat. Honestly, we've had one strong tornado and then one other tornado. I don't think your tornado risk verified that well, to be honest with you. We had a strong tornado in the 2%. We had a one single tornado out here south of Harper, and that's been it. And remember, this 5%, I mean, I'm pretty sure this 5% was much larger earlier. So I would say the only thing that's actually verified so far is hail. And even then, the hail threat hasn't been extremely widespread. Like, I don't think we saw much hail up in this area. But I'd say probably your hail threat has verified. I'd say your tornado threat is, in my opinion, it is not fully performed yet. And then your wind threat, in my opinion, is not even close. I don't think your wind threat was even close to verifying yet. Now, it's not over. Your cold front is up here near Hutchinson. So the only area that's done with likely severe storms is anybody just northwest of Hutchinson. I don't think we will see much activity back here for the rest of the night. I don't think this area is going to see much. Likely nothing severe back there. So, yeah, in my opinion, tornado threat is underperformed a little bit. Wind risk has not performed to any extent, and the hail risk has barely performed. Because remember, the last moderate risk we had for wind, we saw 2 to 3 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts and multiple 80 to 90 mile per hour destructive severes for like 4 hours straight. Wasn't classified as a derecho, though, because, well, it didn't last long enough, didn't travel far enough, and wasn't wide enough. But that was our last moderate. And this is not even remotely close to that. But again, main event is not over yet. The main event is going to last until probably near 2 a.m. Eastern time. So there's plenty of time for our wind risk to verify. No more tornado warnings. We are back down on severes here. We're down to 16. That's actually up. Last time I checked, it was 9. It's back up to 16. So nearly doubled since the last time I checked. And we actually have our first destructive for wind. We've had plenty of destructives for hail. I think about 3 or 4 for hail. And this is our first one for wind. It's for 80-mile-an-hour winds. 80-mile-an-hour winds here. Also, our new watch should be issued, according to the SPC, before 11 Eastern. So we should see a new watch in about an hour or so. It will be issued before this tornado watch expires. We will see a new watch. We've been tracking this cluster the entire live stream. This thing first went severe probably like 2, 3, maybe 3 hours before we even started our stream up. And I'm pretty sure it's stayed severe ever since. But it hasn't produced destructive winds. Let's see when this thing went severe. It really started to go severe towards actually 5 o'clock. Yeah. So that's actually, we were live before that. So there was isolated severes on it. We had a severe storm at about 2. Nope, that's 3. My bad. About 3:30, we had a severe on it, but then we went like a full 2 hours with barely anything, and then it went re-severe towards 5:30. So it's been severe warned ever since about 5:30 Eastern. It stayed severe that whole time. So about 4 hours straight. Man, imagine if the moderate risk never moved. Their original moderate risk this morning was almost into Colorado. I'm pretty sure it was almost into Colorado, at least from what I saw. Let me check. I'm going to recheck. Yep, it was all the way onto the border of Colorado. That's where your moderate went. That's how far west the moderate was. It was like this. I think it was a little bit more northwest than that. A little bit more northwest than that. But that's generally where your moderate was today for the first update. And look how far it has shifted to the southeast now. I mean, Tulsa, you guys were not even in the enhanced risk. And now you are sitting on the edge of the moderate. On the day one outlook, the first one, you were in between the enhanced and the slight. Like the enhanced risk stopped at Bartlesville, Oklahoma. And now the enhanced goes all the way down into just north of OKC, just north of Edmond. Or Emond. I forgot how you say it. The outlook has changed so much. It has changed so much. It's crazy. And that's what summer does. That is exactly what summer does. You can go from... There was also a county up here. One of these counties up here, I think it might have been Scott City, possibly, went from a moderate to a marginal in one update. Moderate to marginal. Could you imagine that? Moderate to marginal in like one update there. Somewhere up in that area. I forgot exactly where. Forecasting today has not been easy at all. Not been easy whatsoever, which is why I'm not sold on tomorrow being a prolific tornado maker. I'm not sold on that. Even though the HRRR is very confident, it's, in my opinion, it could still back off. I don't know. This stuff could organize quite well. Could organize quite quickly towards 11 o'clock. We'll see. Eastern. See you later, Proxy. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great rest of your night. Let's see. Spotter reporting 70 plus mile/hour winds on Highway 60. Leading edge of the storm. So right in here, we had 70 plus mile/hour winds reported. Yeah, that's right on the gust front of this cell. Sorry, I'm switching everyone. I'm trying to get to a good radar. There you go. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I'm not surprised this is producing 70 plus mile-an-hour winds here. That is going to be heading north of Tulsa. I think that will stay north of Tulsa. The main area of wind gust should stay to the north. But that's one of your MCSs, although a little bit smaller. It is one of your MCSs here. The NAM 3K is still very aggressive. It still wants a long-tracked MCS tonight. Which is kind of crazy. I don't see that happening, really. I think it's going to be a mixture of MCS here and there, and then a bunch of clusters. But it wants this, all this junk. It wants it to all organize into an organized line in 1 hour. In 1 hour, it wants this storm, this entire line to be organized into a large, very large MCS. One singular hour. What? Okay, don't take this seriously because it's just a model, but the new HRRR, let's see. Yeah, the new HRRR simulates 100 mile-an-hour winds at midnight in south central Kansas, midnight Eastern time. I don't know how that's going to happen. I find that nearly impossible. Why? Because where the HRRR has 100 mile-an-hour winds happening, storms are already close to that area. Ooh, crap. I almost forgot to pull this up. Hold on, you guys can't hear this, right? Okay, good. Give me a moment. Okay. All right, so we'll see how our mess evolves in southeast Kansas. Yeah, I was about to point that out. I was literally seconds away from saying this could be producing up to 80 mile-an-hour winds. I was about to point that out, and there you go. Radar indicated 80 mile-an-hour winds. Man, I should have said it. I literally went quiet because I was about to point out how these velocities look like they could be producing 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds going towards Barnesdale in northeast Oklahoma. Very familiar name there. But I feel like that's not the right Barnesdale. I swear the Barnesdale tornado was south, not north of Tulsa. I'm gonna go look at that. I'm going to look at that. Take me back here. It was northwest of Tulsa. Huh. It was to the northwest. So that is the Barnesdale. Yeah. That's the Barnesdale that was hit by a EF4. I believe you guys can correct me If I'm wrong, I think it was May 6th last year. I think it was May 6th. Let me go back. So again, we do have a destructive severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds heading into Barnesdale, northeast Oklahoma, in the direct path of 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. Yeah, we have multiple MCSs. So here's MCS 1, and here's MCS 2, and here's big boy, but still very weak, large MCS 3. And then we do have a cluster here, too. So there's multiple areas of damaging winds and large hail. All of them currently with low tornado potential for now. But we'll see how things evolve here in the future. Especially with that northern MCS in south central Kansas. Very curious to see how the cold front progresses things up into a line. See how organized it can get. All right. Sorry, I had to fix a few things real quick. We're probably going to get a watch very, very soon. Because we're about to see this severe storm get outside of our tornado watch. So I imagine they're going to issue either a big old mid-probability tornado watch, or it's still not impossible, a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, although I find it unlikely now for much of this general area in here. We'll see. I feel like that's probably going to be issued here in the next 30 or so minutes. We still have 58 minutes until our tornado watch expires, but I feel like because we have severe storms that are aimed right towards the western, northwest side of Tulsa, and, you know, almost outside of the tornado watch, we're probably going to get a new watch here shortly. Really good timing on the SPC, though, because in about 40 minutes or so, which their tornado watch expires in 58 minutes, this storm's going to be out of the watch area. So really good time set for the watch expiring. Really good timing on the SPC there. Still a pocket of 80-mile-an-hour winds here heading right into Barnesdale over the next couple minutes. Let's see. Is that right now? Oh, it sure is. Little area of velocity there. I don't see that being tornadic, but we do have a severe out here west of Frederick, Maryland, right now. What in the world? Yo, what? Now that is a North Carolina severe if I've ever seen one. The heck? Is that actually... Okay, there hasn't been any damage reports in that severe in a while, ever since it entered Spartanburg there. That is the most North Carolina severe I think I've seen. Literally light to moderate rain capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then you go over here to Oklahoma. This is your Oklahoma severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds, a little bit higher. 70-mile-an-hour winds right in here going into Bartlesville. And then, of course, 80-mile-an-hour winds going into Barnesdale. It's like a Oklahoma severe is like this crazy, well intensified thunderstorm capable of 60-mile-an-hour winds or greater. And then in North Carolina, a severe storm for 60-mile-an-hour winds is like literally light to moderate rainfall. Man, Ben, I'll say it how I want to say it. I'm sure you know what I mean. If it's on the map and you can see where it is and I'm in Oklahoma, you know what I'm talking about. Barnsdale or Barnsdall. What? Barnsdall? I'm gonna keep calling it. Oh, you're right, because it doesn't have an E. Barnsdall. You know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Kaylee, it's fully outflow dominant. This is outflow dominant. That is outflow dominant. I don't see any spin up tornado threat on the northern edge for a bookend vortex at the moment, but we could see a bookend vortex eventually attempt to develop on the northern side of this severe. And yes, that's an outflow boundary, and that is also known as a gust front, which easily could produce 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds with that particular severe storm. Virginia? Oh man, I don't even consider that Virginia. I drove very close to this area. I drove right through that portion of the severe before. That I-81 corridor, I've been right on that interstate. Went right through Bristol. Almost 2 months ago now. That's crazy. Nearly 2 months ago. No. Outflow dominant means that it is a big-time windbag, and with an environment like today, this storm easily could be capable of producing 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds for the next couple hours. Wouldn't even rule out a gust of 90-mile-per-hour winds with that cell, that cluster. I don't know about that. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Had a delayed report, and I thought it was for now, but it was a delayed report. Now, sometimes when a storm goes outflow dominant, yes, it can mean the storm's dying. But right now, with the environment we have, this is going to be a cluster that we deal with for probably a couple hours. Like I said, I wouldn't rule out a gust of upwards of 90 with this storm. I wouldn't rule it out. Depending on how much further it can intensify, which, I mean, it should be in the, like, almost the best environment. Yeah, pretty much the best environment we have for damaging winds. Where there's a storm currently active. It's going to be moving into 1300 D Cape eventually. Which, D Cape is downdraft Cape. It sounds exactly... It is exactly how it sounds. It's downdraft Cape. It helps to intensify downdrafts, thus producing higher damaging winds. Oh, I completely forgot about Wolfus today as well. All right, that's severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds observed is moving directly into Wichita right now. So be away from doors and windows, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to get to your safe spot if you are in Wichita right now. Southern Kansas. Wouldn't be a bad idea to get to your safe spot. Let's see here. Give me just a moment. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow's looking like a very notable tornado outbreak across Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. So we'll be live for multiple hours tomorrow. Observed 70-mile-an-hour winds now out here northwest of Thomas, moving towards Thomas in Oklahoma. All right. Random severe back out here in the panhandle of Oklahoma, southwest Kansas. Formed out of nowhere, just northeast of Guyman, very close to where this storm first formed, I don't know, 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago. That's exactly where we have a new severe, where this cell was about 3-ish hours ago. New severe storm just got issued northeast of Guyman for 33 more minutes, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. This storm organizing not doing so well in southern Kansas at the moment. But it is going to be moving into a much more favorable environment for all hazards the further south it moves. Once it gets to the border of Oklahoma, Kansas, it's going to be in a much better environment. But I'm still not fully convinced it's going to intensify as rapidly as models say. If it does, the greatest wind threat will definitely be around Wichita. Like right in here. Depending on how far south it goes, as well as how large it is. Actually, I think it would be more like this. More like right in here for the greatest wind threat. Towards 11 o'clock midnight Eastern time. About an hour or two from now. Look at WOFIS. Let me close out a bunch of tabs, because if I don't, it's going to explode my computer. Make sure I have only the necessary tabs open. Let's see. WOFIS. Composite reflectivity. Oh. Oh, all 18 members have the full line intensifying in 1 hour. We'll see about that. Barely even an hour. Yeah, like it starts to intensify in like 30 minutes. All 18 models. That's something. That is definitely something. Dude. And all 18 models have a very intense MCS moving into Stillwater, Oklahoma. Like, we're talking 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds in Stillwater, Pawnee, Perry, Oklahoma at midnight Eastern Time, 11 p.m. Central. Wow, some of them actually have a derecho. Some of them literally have a derecho. It forms here in about 30 or so minutes, and it lasts until 3 a.m. as it goes into western Arkansas. I don't know about that. That's aggressive. Like that is stupidly aggressive. But all of them show it. All 18. All 18. Okay, so these are orientated from northeast to southwest. Let me figure out which one has... All 18 of them have the current convection wrong. That could be your problem. They're all wrong. All of them think the convection is like this in here, whereas it's actually like this. So it's orientated from southwest to northeast like that, whereas WOFIS, all of them think it's more of this. From Fairfax, we have storms from Fairfax back towards west of Thomas, but in reality, we actually have them from west of Thomas back up towards south central Kansas. So they're all wrong with that. Well, the newest WOFIS just came in and fixed it. And all 18 of them still have an intense MCS forming in the next hour and a half. With 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. I'm not I'm not for sure about that. They're all so confident. Like literally there is a 95% chance of seeing 80 mile an hour winds going towards Stillwater. According to this. Around midnight Eastern, 11 p.m. Central. And sustained wind gusts of 60 miles per hour with it, too. 50 to 60 sustained mile an hour winds. Gust of 80 to maybe as high as 90. I don't see it. I don't see it, really. I don't see it, but man, we're going to find out sooner than later. I mean, this looks very accurate to what we're seeing right now. So, according to WOFIS, this is WOFIS, not the HRRR. According to WOFIS, we should see this part of the line rapidly intensify in the next hour, and we should see this part of the line rapidly intensify in the next hour. Both of those areas. These move southeast like this, and then eventually merge with the ones that are west moving east like this. And they merge right over Catman's house. Oh, okay, maybe not that part. Maybe not that part. Yeah, WOFIS has been very accurate in the past. Very accurate. So we'll see if this is a big L for WOFIS. It does good on high-end days, which is when it renders. Moderate risks and high risks is when it's rendering, and that's when it's done good. So we'll see. The HRRR thinks this is going to rapidly intensify back here, as opposed to these storms and these storms. And the WOFIS already told you what it thinks is going to happen. You know what? The HRRR also thinks we're going to have like 3 supercells in this area, and it's dead wrong. So I would definitely side with the WOFIS runs over the HRRR at the moment. And WOFIS is, it's made to be used day of. That is what it's made for. It is made to be used day of. Hence why it updates literally every 30 minutes. It's made to be used day of. Unlike, the HRRR when convection's already fired. Let's see here. It also gives a guarantee of QLCS, which I don't think we'd be seeing anything other than QLCS at the moment. Caleb, I think the HRRR has a pretty good hold on tomorrow. I think it could be one of the more prolific tornado events that we see in June. Now, I do believe tomorrow could be possibly one of the most prolific tornado events this month. If things continue to look the way that they look. Misty, you read my mind. You read my mind. I went quiet because I'm thinking, what are the chances? 5% to 15 sig. What are the chances? I don't think it will, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but personally, I don't see it. And I say that mainly because the SPC they're big on consistencies and model run trains and then surface observations, and I just don't see all that stuff aligning together tomorrow with other models, and I just personally I don't see it aligning enough for a moderate. But again, I wouldn't completely rule it out. I don't think it's gonna happen personally. Like on the setup looks really good. It looks like the best MCV setup we have seen in years. Especially for Illinois and Indiana. It is a classic signature for a tornado outbreak, a significant tornado outbreak. It is a really good signature for it. A sharp, well-defined MCV near Chicago with high instability into the 3000s over a large open warm sector with wind shear at or greater than 150 in the 0 to 1 kilometer. There's no cap. No, we are not going to be getting a cap tomorrow. My two big things I'm looking for tomorrow. Two big things. Cloud cover. That's a huge one. Cloud cover is huge. Huge for cloud cover. And the second one is over convection. Cloud cover and over convection. If we don't see cloud cover tomorrow in the open warm sector, it's a nearly guaranteed go big. And I would be shocked if we don't see a 10 sig. If we have no cloud cover, I'd be shocked if we don't see a 10 sig tour. But over convection could still, even if we didn't see cloud cover, over convection could still inhibit a widespread strong tornado threat. Yeah, over convection. Storm mode over convection, really in the same boat there in terms of the threat, because I'm talking about too many storms firing along the MCV. and thus resulting in more of a cluster to linear mode. I doubt we'll see much morning convection. In my opinion, I don't see any morning convection happening. And if there is morning convection, it will likely be isolated enough to the point where it's not going to play a huge role in it. The NAM3K just shows a NAM3K thing. I don't know what the NAM3K is doing. It shows a crazy line for tomorrow. It was wrong about today. I don't expect it to be even close to right tomorrow. All right, Wofus, where's the rapid intensification of these storms? I'm not sold on it. Last bottle of water. I think they'll go 10 sig tour probably in southern Michigan, northeast Illinois, northern Indiana, southern Michigan. I think they'll go 10 sig tour there. That's the most likely area. I would be quite shocked to not see them go 10 sig tour in that area. Like right in here. Here, I'll give you a circle. Like generally in here is what I'm thinking. I would be shocked to not see a 10 sig tour generally in that area. You know, what is doing RI, the storm in the Pacific? Awesome sentence that you put together right there, Catman. Awesome. S tier, 12th grader right there. Not surprised we just got a destructive severe for this storm going towards Thomas. Oakwood and Custer City. But yes, the storm, Eric, I believe it's named. It sounds like, yeah, Eric, okay. Yeah, but it is rapidly intensifying. It was expected to rapidly intensify from 8 o'clock today, which is 2.5 hours ago, Eastern time, to 8 o'clock tomorrow. It should continue intensifying, and I believe we could see a major hurricane tomorrow night. Let's see. What does Wofus have for... I'm wondering if that storm could cut close to the OKC area. That Wofus turns it. Most of the Wofus runs, if not almost all of them, turn it before it gets to the OKC area. All of them have it north. They all have it turning and staying barely on the north side of OKC. But if you are in Oklahoma City or north of Oklahoma City, I would be watching this 80-mile-per-hour destructive severe very closely. We should see a new watch within the next 30 minutes. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't already seen a new watch, to be honest. I'm pretty surprised we haven't already had a new severe or tornado watch issued. Yeah, the NAM3K has nothing coming out of that potentially volatile environment in the northeastern U.S. Just maybe not enough forcing with your MCV or something. It's all mainly in Canada. And, what? The NAM3K shows discrete supercells in Southern Virginia and Northern North Carolina on Thursday. Yeah, right. Okay, the HRRR also shows it a bit. Big difference is the NAM3K doesn't have much of a cap, much larger, stronger open warm sector compared to the HRRR for Thursday in North Carolina and Virginia. And out here in Virginia, North Carolina, I have found that the NAM3K does considerably better with instability compared to the HRRR. And it's not even close. Like, literally, the HRRR will be running upwards of 2,000 joules too low in my neck of the woods. And the NAM 3K will nail it still. So, Thursday looks to be a very good environment in the Northeast, but there's questions on if storms will even fire. Why did YouTube just remind me for bed? Because you're not supposed to be up this late. You ain't supposed to be up this late. Still likely widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds happening here in our severe storm. Going towards Coffeyville, southern Kansas. Back down into just north of Tulsa. It looks like this is going to stay north of Tulsa. I don't know. That's going to be a close call. This edge is moving like right here. Maybe even a little bit more south than that. It's going to be a close call for northern Tulsa for this severe storm in about an hour or so. Still a 80-mile-per-hour destructive severe ongoing on the border of our enhanced risk and moderate risk and slight risk. That's right. The severe is in the moderate, the enhanced risk, and the slight risk at the same time. Northwest of Oklahoma City. .85-mile-an-hour winds likely. It is a severe watch. Not PDS. 80-70. 80-70 for damaging winds. That is 10% away from PDS. 10% away from a PDS severe watch right there. Let me see. I can show you it if I go ahead and disable tornado watches. There you go. So there's your new severe watch. It's just 10% shy of a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. And it's in effect in this area here. Right in here. 10% away from a PDS severe watch. Very, very close. We almost got it. We almost got a PDS severe watch. So that's your new watch. Full probabilities on that, 2005. Wow, very low chance for a strong tornado. 2005, 80, 70, 60, 50. I'll turn on the tornado watches, but they are going to likely cancel that tornado watch or let it expire. I've seen them do it both ways. Sometimes they let it expire, sometimes they cancel it early. But their new severe watch is out now. And it is the highest watch of the day for damaging winds, which, duh. That's your main severe watch, so that was to be expected. 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts likely. And let me see this. 2-inch hail also likely. Couple tornadoes possible. That goes till 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm not sure about you, but I won't be up that late. I ain't gonna be up till 5 a.m. This looks like it is strengthening quite a lot. It looks a lot better than it did 20 minutes ago. We'll have to see what the new WOFIS says, which is rendering in right now. And all of them still say it's going to keep intensifying. Every last one of them. Oh, yeah, and then it was a bust, Misty. Yep. You're talking about the one in Texas? Let's see. Also, that watch goes all the way into a marginal. All the way into a marginal risk. If you're in Rush Springs, you're in a level 1 out of 5, but you are in a severe watch with a tag of 85 Monarch wins likely and just 10% shy of a PDS severe watch. Yep, I remember that, Misty. Pretty sure that was it last month? I know it was this year for sure. I know it was this year. Curious to see. Let's see here. All Wofus runs have the southwest side of our cold fronts thunderstorms just dying out within the next 40 to 50 minutes. According to Wofus, this is just supposed to die out back here. Oh, we'll see. We're just going to keep on watching these severe storms and keep tracking them. We'll know what happens at 11 o'clock once we get there. Which is only 24 minutes away, which is absurd. I've been here since 4:45. Going on 6 hours now. Let's see here. Okay. So we're going to continue to just keep an eye on these severes. Again, the most concerning storm is the one producing 80 mile an hour winds out here over Canton, Oakwood, Thomas, and very soon to be over at Custer City. That is northwest of Oklahoma City, but it will be heading towards Oklahoma City. It is going to head towards Oklahoma City, and I'm thinking, crossing my fingers, that it turns north before it goes into Oklahoma City and weakens. But I don't know. It's hard to say exactly what it's going to do, but there is an 80 mile an hour severe that is directed towards Oklahoma City and will be there in about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. There's a chance for a spin-up tornado somewhere in the rest of the risk area. Somewhere in here, there's a chance for a spin-up tornado. But that chance is still very low. I don't expect us to see much of a tornado threat tonight. It doesn't look like this line is going to be a tornado printing event. Just really some crazy winds and some small to isolated large hail. Main threat's really going to be 70 to 90 mile an hour winds, and then we could see some hail up to about an inch and a half in diameter. And then again, I wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado, but that tornado threat, honestly, it's more like 2%. Really, the 5%, I don't even see that occurring at all. I don't see a 5% being needed anymore. But of course, we don't get a new day one outlook. 9 p.m. Eastern time is the last day one outlook by the SPC 01Z. And it's currently 0239Z. It's still not entirely impossible to see 100 mile an hour winds tonight, but 90 mile an hour winds is definitely well more possible. Let's see. By the way, that little MCS, yeah, it's knocked out like 50,000 people without power. Actually, more like 80,000. Nearly 80,000 people without power because of this MCS. Between eastern Georgia, northwest South Carolina, and western NC, nearly about 80,000 people without power. That is insane for a storm that looks like this. For a storm that looks like this, knocking out almost 80,000 people without power. That's just crazy. That is way more than any of the storms in Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, any of them all combined. Haven't even gotten close to 80,000. Our peak power outages in Kansas is about 26, 27,000. And again, just because of that one line of severe storms back in eastern Georgia, northwest South Carolina, southwest Tennessee, near 80,000. So more than double. Well, let's hope that's corruption. Yep, I'm sure that this pixel of 132 mile-an-hour winds is totally not corruption. Yeah, it is completely and utterly corrupted. Fully corrupted. Where? I think I see it. Yep. Give it a scan. Could have an unwarned tornado about to go right over the radar site here in north central Oklahoma. There comes that scan. And I'm going to give that a big fat yes. That is likely a tornado on the ground. Likely a unwarned tornado ongoing there. Let's see. Trying to tell exactly when that touched down. It looks like it recently touched down, probably about 3 or so minutes ago. So we do have an unwarned tornado on the ground. That is just to the northwest of Nash, just northeast of Jet in north central Oklahoma. Unwarned tornado ongoing. CC doesn't match up perfectly, but I would nearly guarantee that that is an unwarned tornado ongoing there. I would say it is. Give me just a moment. Okay. There we go. That looks on the ground to me. Not nearly as much CC on that newest scan, but look at that. Yeah, even with height, very, very clear debris signature right there. Very clear. Very clear CC drop. And that doesn't mean there's a bunch of stuff being lofted. It literally could be some branches and grass, dirt, because we're so close to the radar site. It's literally like this is only about 100 feet up in the air. It's barely barely even that high up. All right, let's go way up over to St. Louis. Yep, that's right. St. Louis. Tornado possible tag up here on the north side of St. Louis. This is over Old Jamestown going into Edwardsville, West Central Illinois. So Old Jamestown, East Central Missouri into Edwardsville, West Central Illinois, right on the border of Missouri and Illinois. 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible tag. Severe thunderstorm warning there for 44 minutes. If you're in that severe warning, be away from doors and windows. And yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea to be close to your safe spot. I don't see much spin right there at all. But it's not entirely impossible we see an area of rotation near West Alton, on the border there of Missouri and Illinois. Oops, wrong area. That's our area where we just had an unwarned tornado, likely lifting now. Also, no longer a PDS severe thunderstorm warning back out towards Oakwood. It's been downgraded to 70-mile-an-hour winds. But yeah, we're going to continue to watch this area of rotation here. Almost over the radar site to the northwest of Nash in north central Oklahoma. Should get an update from our radar here in about 9 seconds. Let's see what we have here. All right, that's gone. Yep, that's lifted. Gonna keep an eye out for the velocity signatures near Hillsdale. Gonna keep an eye on that. That's just barely north of Enid, Oklahoma. Quite a populated area. All right, let's see. See what the rest of this Wolfus run has. I mean, man, they all keep a very... Oh, all but one? It looks like all but one keep a very intense MCS. Oh, that's a tornado warning. Okay, so we know they were watching near this storm. It's too late for a tornado warning now over the radar site, so I'd be very shocked if they warned that. But now they did tornado warn the cell for Pond Creek. Pond Creek there, north of Enid, includes Hillsdale, north central Oklahoma. Not shocked there. Good call, in my opinion, to warn that. So this outflow boundary is about to impact Tulsa. If you are on the northern side of Tulsa, this outflow boundary is actually capable of 50 to 55 mile-an-hour winds. So just make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. It's likely not going to have much rain with it. So it's gonna go from pretty much nothing outside to just a random gust for about, might not last longer than about a minute, over the northern side of Tulsa, of about 50-mile-per-hour winds. Could get you very much off guard. And that's how intense this outflow is from our previous 80-mile-per-hour severe storm. Such an intense gust front that it's released a gust front well away from the primary area of convection. And that gust front alone is capable of producing 50 to 55 mile-an-hour winds. Dude. The evolution of today has just been crazy. The convective evolution has just been wild. And you can tell it's been wild because the SPC's moderate risk has literally shifted on all but one update. It shifted considerably. It originally was on the border of Colorado, Arkansas. Then they expanded it all the way into northern Oklahoma. Then they shifted the whole risk by about 50 miles or more all the way into Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then at the 4 o'clock update, they just trimmed a little bit at the 4 o'clock update. And then at the newest update, their last update of the day, they got rid of much of the northern west side of the moderate, trimmed the entire slight risk across Missouri, Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, all removed from the slight risk, and trimmed it substantially more. All outlooks but one had big changes today. And one of those included a complete, full 50-plus mile shift in the whole risk area. Just to show you how uncertain today has been. It's moved that much, which is just insane. Well, our main cold front has actually managed to get this stuff into a decently organized line. Only problem is, there ain't much cape left. So these storms are struggling. Not a lot of instability, not the best amount of decape. And once they move into northern Oklahoma, they are going to hit these cells. We'll see what interaction happens there, but I do think our greatest severe risk by far for the rest of the night is going to be focused across this corridor here. I don't know exactly where that risk ends. It may end east of Tulsa. It may end possibly as far east as southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas, but somewhere in here, our main risk should begin to die out tonight. That could be anywhere between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Eastern time, when that really starts to die out for damaging wind potential. Definitely going to watch for a spin-up tornado on this near Pond Creek. Definitely going to be watching that closely. This storm still could be capable of 60, actually might even be capable of 80 mile per hour winds here on the southern side near Jamestown, going towards Bushy Head. Interesting name. Interesting name. So definitely going to watch that area of velocity as it moves to the east. That is in northeast Oklahoma, north of Tulsa right now. Tornado Watch expires in just 6 minutes. We started our live stream when this watch was issued over 6 hours ago. Over 6 hours ago. I believe we were live to see that watch issued, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it was issued as we started our stream. We were on the starting screen, and they issued the Tornado Watch. I think they should have just put a tornado warning on that. I'm not going to lie. I think that should have just went straight to tornado warning. They just put a Tor possible severe specifically for this hook echo. Honestly, probably should have just gone tornado warned. Because that is very much capable of producing a tornado right now. Just to the southwest of Childers. Southwest of Twin Bridges. In northeast Oklahoma. Probably should have just went straight tornado warning action on that one. Not gonna lie. Ooh, 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 ooh. We got a strong one. We got a strong one. We got a deep blue CC drop right here in our tornado warning, northeast of Hillsdale, southwest of Pond Creek in Oklahoma. Wait. Whoa. Huh? Wait, what? I I confused. Broadcast media. Okay. So tornado on the ground here too, northwest of Isabella, Oklahoma, and also a tornado on the ground here, southwest of Pond Creek. Two tornadoes on the ground, and another one trying to develop out here in southeast of Delaware, northeast Oklahoma. Let's go back to our analysis radar. I was thinking that was fallout originally, but it looks like that's probably just... Yeah, it looks like that... Wow, that was no wonder why. What was it, broadcast media? Yeah, no wonder why broadcast media could see that. Even in darkness there, this was probably a very photogenic tornado, even though it's very dark. I mean, what, it's 9:56 out there? Yeah, it is definitely night out here. But that was likely a very photogenic tornado northwest of Isabella in Oklahoma just moments ago. Still looks like a strong tornado possibly on the ground here. Just to the southwest of Pond Creek, Oklahoma. Oops. Oh. Whoa, another one. Well, Lord have mercy, I can't see nothing. What? You wanting me to see what's happening there? Welcome to the lower level jet. That's what this is. That's what this is. Welcome to the lower level jet. Really should have 4 tornado warnings right now because this one easily could be producing a tornado at any second south of Childers, northeastern Oklahoma. And then we have our 3 tornado warnings here, 2 of which are on the ground. Tornadoes still could be on the ground north of Isabella, north central Oklahoma. Tornado likely beginning to lift, big time CC there, to the southwest of Pond Creek, Oklahoma. And then a crazy area of contamination here. This also could be capable of 80-mile-an-hour winds too, and a tornado. Just to the west of Kingfisher, heading towards Kingfisher, Oklahoma. All right, back to our main analysis radar. Yeah, this has lifted, so the tornado that was originally on the ground here has lifted southwest of Pond Creek. Let's go back to weather-wise. Good call. They just observed that, albeit very late. But, hey, they did just observe it. At least it was tornado warned. At least it was tornado warned, so people should have been seeking shelter either way. But now an observed warning there for Pond Creek in Oklahoma. Looks like that rotation southeast of Delaware in northeast Oklahoma has broken apart, so really good news there. We'll continue to monitor that. Could be another tornado on the ground. I think, let's check ZDR. Yep, that is likely another tornado on the ground. Barely outside of the current observed tornado warning. On the edge of the current observed tornado warning there. Tornado likely on the ground. Just to the northwest of Pond Creek. On the edge of that observed tornado warning. And might have another tornado develop here at any point south of Pond Creek in Oklahoma. And this area has had a good warning. I mean, they put this warning out back towards Hillsdale. We called it out even before Hillsdale. And, I mean, it's produced, I believe that's its probably possibly the third tornado out of this storm here. If the one south of Pond Creek is ongoing, we'll have to see Lord have mercy. Hook echo and a half. What in the world? That is absurd. Woof. Look at that sharp, sharp hook echo. That is insane to see. No, no, Go back a scan. Look at that insanely sharp hook echo embedded supercell here on the northern side of our line. Wouldn't be shocked if that's produced another tornado too. Or possibly even the same one. Possibly even the same one that was unwarned when observed. Wouldn't be shocked if that's still the same tornado, possibly still on the ground, northeast now of Isabella. It's impossible to say if that is or is not a tornado south of Pond Creek. But we could have a tornado on the ground south of Pond Creek, Oklahoma. Either way, you're in an observed tornado warning for a tornado that is now lifted. Possibly a new tornado on the ground. Looks like this one up here, not as confined of a CC drop anymore. Yeah, not as good of a ZDR, so probably just a brief spin-up tornado that occurred up here. Barely outside the tornado warning northwest of Pond Creek. So just like that, we have more than doubled our tornado count out here in Oklahoma. We were live for 6 hours straight, and then over the last 15 minutes, we've had 4 tornadoes in Oklahoma. Four tornadoes in Oklahoma. And before that, we only had 1. In 6 hours, we had 1 tornado. And in the last 15, 20 minutes, we've had 4. That is probably going to be number 5 right there south of Pond Creek. Probably going to be, if not already is, number 5 south of Pond Creek. And this could be a very intense tornado, actually. Area of rotation near 130 miles per hour. So this could be a strong to intense tornado south of Pond Creek at any given second. Really good area of rotation there. Strong rotation. That's what I was talking about earlier today. MCS could easily start to form tornadoes, but I didn't think it was as likely because the SPC dropped that tornado probability substantially. Their new severe watch, they dropped it down to 20%, I believe. So I thought our tornado threat was decreasing, and then, well, this happened. I do want to briefly go back to Tulsa. Yeah, no rotation anymore on this storm. But could have 70 to potentially up to 80 mile an hour winds here. Still moving into the Delaware area, pointing to the east-southeast. Tulsa, you're probably getting hit by about 40 mile an hour winds or so right now. With that outflow boundary going through northern Tulsa. Let's see. Check mesoanalysis. I mean, I've been looking at it almost this whole time. Yeah, I know exactly what it was. Your increase from 100 to 250. 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. As these storms moved east. Is there something else, possibly, that I was missing there, Sam? Maybe that wasn't what you were talking about. Yeah, over 250, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH with this. Not as tight and gate-to-gate of an area of rotation, but still a strong area of rotation. It's not as gate-to-gate, not as pixel-to-pixel, but it is still strong, still 120, 130 mile per hour rotation there. LLJ increased. Let's see. Well, yeah, that's also in response to the... that's also because of 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Yeah, it moved into lower level jet. That's what it's done. It's moved into lower level jet, and the lower level jet increased. It went from about 20 knots to 35 knots in the last 2 hours, and these storms moved into that environment. It moved into lower level jet and higher wind shear. Let's see here. Somehow, even with how far south our moderate risk was located, the main damaging wind threat is indeed slightly further south into the slight risk and the enhanced risk area as well. But now we have pretty much a line of severe storms through our entire moderate risk area. Pretty much a line of severe storms there. And this could easily drop a strong tornado at any moment southeast of Pond Creek. Also, RFD winds there. Looks like that could be like 80, 85. Yep. 80 to 85 mile an hour winds, maybe possibly as high as 90. Newest scan, definitely up to 90 mile per hour winds with the outbound winds here. Very intense. Very, very intense. I think that is probably 90 mile an hour winds. Probably 90 mile per hour winds here south of Pond Creek. And also 2 potential tornadoes trying to drop down too. We should see a new tornado warning at any second, hopefully downstream, because these 2 areas of rotation are still capable of producing tornadoes. Still could see 70 mile an hour winds here southeast of Delaware, moving to the northeast. Looks like the rest of that storm has really started to weaken. If you are in Tulsa, from Tulsa all the way back up towards, like, the heck is that town name? Looks like it's weakened, though. Yep, they just dropped that down to 70 mile per hour winds. Or 60, my bad. 60 mile per hour winds with still that severe for 70 in the middle. So they've dropped it down to 60 mile an hour winds. There's still a pocket of 70 mile an hour winds, though, ongoing in this area. Moving up to the northeast. Yep, still northern one is observed. Caden, you missed like 5, 6 tornadoes. I think 5 tornadoes. And you've came back to probably 90 mile an hour winds here near Pond Creek. We did get an update to... Okay, that was the southern one, or our middle tornado warning. Went from observed to radar indicated, but still observed for the northern warning here south, or over Pond Creek. Do I have the OKC radar up? Let's see. You know what? We're going to have to get a 4th radar open and get that to the OKC radar. Yep. Yep. It is verifying part of the moderate. Yes. Definitely the northern side of the moderate risk did not perform at all. So here's our moderate risk area. And I would say none of this performed damaging wind-wise, because remember, our moderate was like, you know, all the way up here. It was this far north. And I would say none of this portion of our moderate risk verified. But the southern portion definitely is verifying, and even outside of the moderate risk, north of Oklahoma City, that is probably verifying as a near moderate as well. Really good call to extend that tornado warning further, and they have continued an observed warning. Will you look at that? Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado 4 miles north of Hunter, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Again, a confirmed tornado by weather spotters at approximately just 60 seconds ago, 1:09 p.m. or not 109, 10:09 p.m. Central. Spotters have confirmed possibly another tornado. I would say another one because our previous one definitely lifted. Yeah, 4 miles north of Hunter. That's right here, correct? Let's go check. Yep, that hook echo has a tornado on the ground. Yep, that's where your new tornado is. So that is a new tornado on the ground, just west of Salt Fork. That is what has been observed as a tornado ongoing. So that's like I can't keep count. I think that's the sixth one. Sixth tornado now. Sixth tornado in the last 30 or so minutes. Well, safe to say the Wofus was definitely right. Sorry I ever doubted you. The Wofus was definitely right. That is for sure. Let's see. I'm going to keep my headphones muted. I have something I really want to watch right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch it whilst covering. Because I'm not going to end stream with this happening. NATOcast does have a 10% and a 10 significant tornado risk tomorrow. And guess what? Exactly where I was talking about. Southern Michigan, Northeast Illinois, Northern Indiana, and even into a very small sliver of Northwest Ohio. And I agree with that. I think if the SBC does go 10 sig, that's probably the most likely place. There we go. Can't tell how much this is rotating, but definitely some rotation there going into Kingfisher in Oklahoma. Let's go back to our analysis radar. Can't tell if that's still on the ground, but could be still a tornado on the ground there. West of Salt Fork, going almost into Salt Fork here. You know, these velocities are widespread 90 right now. It is widespread 90. Pretty surprised we haven't seen a severe upgrade. Pretty surprised. Oh yeah, very healthy on satellite. I see that, Catman. This is the last, like 2 hours? Yeah, this is the last 2 hours of satellite. Show you how much it's intensified. Last 2 hours here. Just get rid of the SBC outlook. It's going to flash a bit. Well, maybe not. But it's gotten a lot more intense. Very obviously more intense right in here. I'm lagging. I'm lagging. I'm lagging over here. It's because I have Wofus open. Wofus takes up so much RAM. You see me trying to draw that. Look at that. It's lagging. Okay, it's a bit better. Caleb no longer allowed to use Connor's feed. He's been signed by a different YouTuber, and thus he is not allowed to be used with anybody but him. I know. Pretty stupid in my opinion. I already did a full, like, 30-minute breakdown on a live stream saying why I think that's stupid. But we're not allowed to use him anymore. Nothing at all against Connor by any means. Nothing against him at all. But yeah, he contacted me and said he's been signed, so he needs me to stop using his feed. And shoot, I'm just glad we got to use it at all. So yeah, I didn't have any complaints there. I understand. You know, the more you chase, the more money you're going to need. If you're on the road almost, 24/7 for nearly 2 months straight from late March into early June, you're going to need more money. Gas, hotels, food, none of that stuff is cheap. Let's see. I don't see any good areas of rotation anymore. Still going to watch the northern edge of our likely storm producing 80-mile-per-hour winds here near Salt Fork. See if that's gonna try to recycle. It is not July, Misty. Have you looked at the date recently? You're a little bit off on your days. A little worse than me. Normally I'm off by, could be anywhere between 1 to 3 days typically, but shoot, you off by about 12, 13 days. Let me see how much I'm using. Wolf! I am using, let's see. I'm using about 23 of my 32 gigabytes of RAM. Thank goodness I upgraded my PC. Because my PC was 16, and I said, nope, I'm going to need more for streaming. And I put another 16 in there, and thank goodness for that. Let's see here. I'm going to go here. Yeah, it's because of Wofus. If I closed Wofus, which I don't want to, because then I have to get it all open again. You know, one is rendering right now, so if I close that, let me tell you how much it goes to. So it goes from... Okay, actually not that big. You don't get out of here, Radar Mega. I don't even need you. Okay, that dropped it a bit more. Woof. Okay, so Radar Mega was taking up way more than Wofus, actually. It also... Hold on. I thought maybe it was because I was looping satellite. Nope. Apparently looping satellite, that didn't do anything. Why is it taking up 5,000? It's weather-wise. That's what it is. Watch. Let's see. I bet it's weather-wise. Yep. It's weather-wise. Weather-wise was taking up the most. Weather-wise was taking up the most. But shoot, open that right back up. I would rather have Weatherwise over Wofus and Radar Omega. Any day. Give me Weatherwise back. Although Wofus is still very, very useful. Uninstall, it's not even installed. It's a browser. But I probably will switch to the app version pretty soon. Once I get Plus, whenever I do that. So when I closed Weatherwise, it went from about 22 to, let me see. It went from 22 to 19. Which is still pretty high. I have a lot of stuff. So Streamlabs, that's taking up a big chunk. Streamlabs by itself is taking up about 2.5, almost 3 gigabytes. GR2 is taking up 2 gigabytes. Weatherwise and my YouTube chat is taking up, also satellite, is about 3.5, almost 4 gigabytes. Does my chat really take up that much? My chat takes up like nothing. I don't understand why that's so high. It's still... I've got one tab open and it's still that high. What do I have open? Why was it taking up 1,000? I don't know what was up with Google Chrome there. I have to close everything real quick. All right, let me pull all that back up now. It was taking up so much RAM for no good reason. I have the same two tabs open. The same two tabs, Weatherwise and YouTube chat. And once I closed everything, it dropped from 3,600 RAM to 2,000. It dropped by like 1.5 gigabytes. I don't know why Google Chrome was taking up so much right there, but there you go. Now it's better. That was strange. Maybe it was because I've clicked on so many radar sites or something. I mean, well, otherwise it's only taken up about barely even 0.5 gigabyte. There we go. That storm in northeast Oklahoma is starting to die out. So I'm also going to close some GR2s. That way I don't overheat my computer today. So I'm going to get rid of the Tulsa radar because that storm's dying out. We're going to keep the north central radar site open. North central Oklahoma. I'm going to close the Wichita one too. I'll watch that area rotation. I'm going to close that too. Just trying to spare my PC some. No, I've never overheated my computer. Nope. Nope. 70% is as high as my RAM was. I didn't even notice it was that high. I'm glad I checked. It went from 70% usage to 50. I gotta switch to the Weatherwise app because apparently that's taking up a bunch of RAM. Well, now it's not that bad at all anymore. It's back down to about 50%. That's why I like it. I like it to be 50%. My CPU is 70 to 90%. Jeez, dude, mine's at 20. Mine is at 20 or less. Actually 15, 14. Yep. Fluctuating between 14 and 17. Let's go back over to here. Yeah, all these areas of rotation, I really don't see much anymore with them. Everything's bowed out again. I think the one southeast of Kingfisher is probably the most capable at the moment. Probably the most capable of producing a tornado. I got to clean out my computer, though. I'm probably going to dust it all off with a can of air. Clean it fully out. I haven't done that in like 1.5 years. So it's time for me to do it again. Clean out the back of it. Open the case, dust out all the components, make sure it's good to go. Also, a new driver got released today, so I'll update my drivers. Turn my computer all the way off tonight. There's a few things I try to do to preserve my computer's energy and keep its lifespan going. I'll update its drivers, turn it all the way off tonight. And then I'll probably clean it in late. I'll probably clean it like the end of June, last few days of June. Let's see here. Yeah, HRRR is still showing a volatile, potentially volatile environment with multiple tornadoes tomorrow, kicking off as early as noon. I think it might be a little later than that. I think it might be closer to 1, 2 o'clock. Let me get this over here. There we go. Just reorganizing all the tabs here. Okay. Still under an observed warning for 18 more minutes. 4 tornado warnings still in place. I don't see much down here for rotation at the moment. But we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, it looks like our crazy MCS, like Wofus was wanting, formed. So there is still a small chance for a derecho tonight. If this thing lasts long enough, there is a chance. Either way, it's now a full-fledged intense MCS all the way from south of Wichita all the way down into almost Oklahoma City. Should be getting new Wofus ones here. Yep. New Wofus run coming in right now. Also, mesoanalysis. Completely forgot about that. Completely forgot about mesoanalysis this time around. Bunch of decape. The decape does fall off a lot in between Stillwater and Tulsa. So there is a chance that it weakens in this area. But there's still plenty of instability. We'll see what Wofus has to say here. Yeah, all this just looks like big-time damaging winds right now. No longer observed. That's going to put us back to this scene. So a lot of damaging winds. Still could see a spin-up tornado at any moment on these storms, but they don't look... They look nothing like what we saw 45 minutes ago. Not even close. Not even close. I would show you mine, but I don't want to leak anything on accident. Let's see here. Yep, 2 tornado warnings. They just dropped 2 of them, so we're back down to 2 warnings. So we'll wait to see. Yeah, right now, Legacy, my CPU says 100%, but it says 14%. It's actually 14%. If it was 100%, I think my CPU would be screaming. I've never seen my CPU at 100%. Back up to 3 tornado warnings. New warning just got issued out here towards Edmond, Oklahoma. Edmond. Forgot which one it is. I called this area out like an hour and a half ago. They're now under a tornado warning. You know it's getting bad when they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning 30 minutes before the heavy rain part of your severe even gets there. Like, it's barely even raining in this severe, and they just issued it. That's how you know things are starting to get bad. That's a well in advanced severe warning. Let's see, can I go to the very early Wolfus ones? I can. I'm gonna go to like the 20Z Wolfus. Oh yeah. Yeah. The early Wolfus runs stunk. They are terrible. Absolutely horrible for the early Wolfus runs. From a while ago. Didn't even get close to predicting what we're seeing now. Let's see, that's the new one. Letting it load in real quick. None of them have it weakening within the next hour, so we're going to be dealing with this at least till 12:30 Eastern next hour. Also, thank you guys for 100 likes on the live stream. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you all for hitting that like button. Let me check here. Dude. Surprised we have no destructives right now. Honestly, I am. I am as well. I'm shocked this never went to a 80 mile per hour or even 90 mile per hour severe. I wish TRG could change the UTC time to Zulu. Are you stupid? I can't tell you. I wouldn't say this to really anybody else except for Caleb, because he's been here almost every stream for like the last 6 months. Apparently he was gone for a month, according to him. Never even realized. I say it so freaking often that UTC and Zulu are the exact same thing. It is currently 0335Z. I have said that so many times in this live stream too. I've said it at least 5-6 times in this live stream. It is the same exact thing. Zulu and UTC are the same thing. Welcome, Brooklyn. You made it to where I was hating on Caleb because he doesn't know UTC and Zulu are the same thing after I said it literally 5 times in this live stream and say it almost every live stream that we do. And he still didn't realize it. I mean, really, now it's just the environment that's going to hold this back from producing 90-mile-an-hour winds, which, honestly, I don't think we'll hold it back for long. I really do not see a way how we don't see 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds towards 1 a.m. tonight. I think this is going to become a full-fledged dangerous situation. If you live in Tulsa, if you live in Stillwater, Bartlesville, anywhere between these two white lines that I've drawn here, I believe this is going to become a particularly dangerous line of severe storms through the overnight hours. Likely 70 to 95 mile per hour winds will be possible. I still could see a tornado or two. But that tornado threat is not as high as what it was 45 minutes ago. 45 minutes ago, it was pretty high. We saw about 6 or 7 tornadoes in the matter of about 35 minutes. There is uncertainty on how far south this line will continue to maintain. It seems like some WOFUS runs don't have it as far south. Let's see. So that's one county. Where's that? That's a big county. Holy moly. It's a huge county. Okay, and then it goes into this county. This county here. So some runs have it dying out. And not being as intense on the southern edge towards Muskogee. But then other runs do have, 90 mile per hour winds potentially moving into Muskogee. So I think this will be our primary area tonight. And after that, it should begin to weaken somewhere in here. Somewhere in here, it should begin to weaken. Somewhere in that area. And of course, the greatest all hazards threat imminently is obviously with these storms here. Right in here. Muskogee, Elon Musk. It's all the same town name. All the same town name, right? What are your thoughts on Tulsa? 60 to 70 mile an hour winds will likely occur tonight. Could see gusts as high as 80 to 90. Likely going to end up losing power. Time frames should be... models are very consistent on the timing being... Let's see. Generally between... Let's see, I got to do the conversion in my head. Between 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. to about 1 a.m. That should be your timing. Somewhere between there, the line should hit Tulsa Central Time. About an hour and a half to 2.5 hours from now. And winds is by far the biggest issue. Could see a spin-up tornado, but mainly winds. Small hail, weak spin-up tornado can't be ruled out, but mainly it's big-time winds. Trying to see if this hook is going to become any more... any larger area of precipitation. I mean, it's really trying to become more prominent here. Still don't see much with these northern 2 tornado warnings anymore. Where the heck do you see anticyclonic rotation back here? That? If this disappears in one scan. It's been there for 2. But that is so weak. It's absolutely crazy that you pointed that out. I mean, it is there. It is some weak rotation. What is up with all the corruption here? Yeesh. New tornado warning for Stillwater, Oklahoma. I swear I just heard my phone go off to my right. That was so weird. How likely could I lose power? Like 85% chance. There's going to be power outages in your county. It's just a matter of if it's going to be your house or not. Now, if this line was moving through Virginia, it would be a 99.9 repeating percent chance of you losing power. So I'd say it's highly likely that you're going to lose power. You might not lose it for like the full night. It might just be like a flash or something. Like, a flicker. But it's definitely going to be, you're going to get pretty close to losing power, if not lose power. A new mesoscale discussion for 70 to 90 mile an hour winds. It is a special mesoscale discussion for our intense MCS. And it's very much short term. It does not go that far eastward. Like, this MCD is only valid for like the next hour. It is not that long term of an MCD. 70 to 90 mile an hour winds, 1.5 inch hail, and a brief tornado or 2 are all possible. Trying to get the full text here. Severe winds are expected to become more widespread across northern and central Oklahoma over the next few hours. Wind gusts greater than 70 to 80 miles per hour are anticipated. The leading edge of a large-scale support associated with the central high plains shortwave trough appears to be influencing convection across northern Oklahoma this evening. The lower-level jet is continuing to strengthen in response to this feature, as seen by the VAD profile from TLX. Supports this with a very strong 0 to 3 kilometer SRH values. 00Z sounding from OUN exhibited around 3,000 joules of mixed layer instability, but some capping has been evident in the 2 kilometers. Over the last few hours, convection has gradually expanded in coverage and intensity across northwestern Oklahoma, moving into north central Oklahoma, and this activity is continuing to grow upscale rapidly in a very buoyant and steep lapse rate environment. 2 kilometer capping favors MCS storm mode, and over the next hour or so, more pronounced MCS will evolve over north central Oklahoma as this occurs. The southern line segment may begin to surge, which will likely generate severe winds, possibly in excess of 70 miles per hour, and has already produced wind gusts around 60 miles per hour and have been reported and could potentially lead to more significant gusts, especially north of the I-40 corridor. So there you go. And that is for this difficult to see red MCD for the next hour. 70 to 90 mile an hour winds possible. All right, there we go. Power outages should begin to skyrocket in Oklahoma as this line intensifies. Another new tornado warning. So 2 new tornado warnings, one for Stillwater, one for Red Rock, Oklahoma. Both are radar indicated, which means a tornado could develop at any moment. Radar indicated tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. All right, there we go. Eric up to 60-mile-per-hour winds now. Yep, actively, rapidly intensifying. Seems like Caleb hasn't been paying attention because we've talked about Eric like 3 times. Someone hasn't been paying attention, yet has been in here the whole stream. Oh yeah, this would be classified as a derecho. If this continues for like 4 more hours, then yes, it's going to be classified as a derecho. However, I don't think it's going to last but another 2 hours or so. Once it gets past Tulsa or even around Tulsa, it should start to weaken. Yeah, definitely off on the moderate risk placement. Just slightly off. Not bad, though. Well over half of it is inside the moderate, which is not bad. Moving about 40 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour. Weird. The northern side is moving at 40, but the southern side is moving at 60. And you could see the most intense portions of this line. If we go to MRMS, this is what I was talking about earlier in the stream with multiple embedded bow echoes inside the MCS. You could see one bow echo up here, one bow echo in the middle, one bow echo at the bottom. I'm starting to lose my voice. I can feel it. My voice is starting to go goodbye. Before you know it, I'll be talking like a smoker tomorrow morning. Let's go back down here towards Edmond, Oklahoma. Low precipitation hook echo still, so I don't know how capable this is of producing a tornado at the moment. It definitely could produce a tornado at any given moment, but I don't know, it's such a low precipitation area. Here we go. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to be too offensive here, but I honestly despise anybody who smokes. I know it's off topic, but I honestly do. As somebody who's been fighting cancer now for 4 years straight, I couldn't imagine somebody smoking with such a high risk of developing cancer. Tulsa radar reading 110 mile an hour winds. Jeez. Yeah, I see that. That's insane. 110 to 115 mile an hour winds. TOG, stay family friendly. You're still on air. Talking about smoking isn't family friendly. Holy crap. Caleb, you are more sensitive than a 10-year-old, buddy. That's crazy. I do get that, Powell. I do get that. See, I get that. I could see addiction. But, I mean, you have to start at some point. You know, you have to start smoking and then you become addicted. It's not like it's just, you know, you're born with smoking or something. You have to get addicted to it. Vaping is not as bad, but still not, you know, it's not good for you. You're not going to gain from smoking or vaping. It's not going to give you anything better or any benefits or something like that. If you just completely quit, that would be the best. But I think I haven't done research on it, but I think vaping is better than smoking. But overall, just doing nothing is the best. Just not smoking and not vaping is the best. But I do understand people have addictions. But like I said before, you started it. You had to start somewhere. I don't mean to be too rude about it, but honestly, like, cancer is the worst thing in life. It screws your whole life. It really does. I will never be the same person I was when I was 13 years old. It has screwed up my youth, and it has screwed up my future. And I'll never be normal because of it. So I don't understand why people start smoking. I've made it very clear with Lucky, too. Data look at velocities using the Tulsa radar. Sam, are you blind? I just did that, buddy. I just did that. I just looked at it with 115 mile per hour velocities. I saw that. Almost 120 mile an hour velocities. That's very far up in the atmosphere. Obviously. But I do think 70 mile an hour winds could be reaching towards the surface. And back out towards, like, in this tornado warning, could be a little bit locally greater than 70 miles per hour there. This rotation has stayed surprisingly broad through its entire lifespan. Like, that's insane. I'm shocked this hasn't strengthened enough to produce a tornado. Shows you our environment is favorable, but not very favorable, because if it was on a high-end day, this would have easily produced a likely a tornado to a strong tornado, and it's been rotating like this for 30 plus minutes, and it still is not produced a tornado. So I still I'm still gonna be watching this, but I'm shocked it hasn't produced a tornado, and that's really good. Really glad it hasn't produced a tornado, but just it's kind of surprised me, to be honest. It's probably something to do with what Catman just said. It's might be because we have so much decape. It very well could be. But then again, we saw like literally 5-6 tornadoes in 30 or so minutes with 1,100 decape, so. This little storm is still chugging along out here in far northeast Oklahoma. It's been severe for about 5 hours straight. It's gone from near Wichita all the way down to now approaching the southwest Missouri area. We'll see if southwest Missouri gets into a severe with it. Let's see. It's new HRRR is coming in, even though the WOFIS is just so much better than HRRR. It's insane. It's just insane. When convection is ongoing, the WOFIS for the next 2 hours is just insanely accurate. It's just insanely accurate from what I've seen. Now, more than 2 hours, you're getting a little bit risky, but it seems like it's really, really good on the nowcast to the 2 hour mark. And the HRRR seems to be really good 6+ hours in advanced. But then again, it was quite horrible today, so. No model handled today well at all. No model. Not a single model run handled today well. Some handled it well here and there, and okay at this spot, but none of it handled it really well, which is why that moderate risk shifted around so much. And honestly, it could have been shifted even more to the south. which is insane considering how much it's been shifted around. I mean, this MCS we were originally thinking was going to start in Colorado and down in here, and instead it started almost west of Oklahoma City. Now the storm itself started way back in Guyman, west central Oklahoma, but it didn't become this MCS until, you know, near Clinton, Thomas, Weatherford. That's when it became an MCS, and then it merged with the northern portion of our storm south of Wichita, and then that increased the entire line's intensity here. I drew that horribly. Very, very wobbly line. Observed 70 mile-an-hour winds here. Oof, yeah. I could definitely see that producing 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds near Winfield in south central Kansas, going into southeast Kansas. Wild MCS. This is what a derecho looks like, if you guys were wondering. This is exactly what a derecho looks like. A few tornado warnings, multiple tornado warnings, widespread 70 mile-an-hour winds, some isolated gusts of 80 mile-an-hour winds. It's exactly what a derecho looks like. The biggest issue is it's probably not going to last long enough to be classified as such. That new criteria is 400 miles, which means it would have to travel from... let me actually get you an approximation here. So it was about 50 miles wide back near Elk City. So it would have had to gone from Elk City to... It's not going to be a derecho. That's just... It's so insane to achieve that. It would literally have to go from Elk City to halfway through Arkansas and Missouri. I mean, it's about 20%, about 25% there. 20 to 25% done with its length. It's gone about 90 to 100 miles, and it's got about 300 more to go. It's not going to be classified as a derecho. I wouldn't completely rule it out, but it should weaken. Let's see if... Why the heck was Wophus running in the freaking Appalachians? Like, hello? Why is Wophus running in Virginia, North Carolina, back up into Pennsylvania and Ohio? Like, what? Am I missing a moderate risk over there or something? I'm surprised it's that far to the northeast. Normally it's only over a regional area where the moderate risk is. Alright, I gotta show you guys the Wophus run here. Let me take a look at current radar here. I'm gonna give you the most accurate Wophus run. Okay, not that one, not that one. Nope, no, oop, a little bit better. Definitely not, definitely not. Bit better, nope, nope. Oop. Ooh, that's very close. We're going to look at Wophus 9 and Wophus 2 after we look at this tornado warning. Still radar indicated. And this tornado warning. Still radar indicated. Tornado warning extended into Wilson and Chandler. Alright, let's take a look at Wophus 9 and Wophus 2. We're going to start with Wophus, not 7. Let's see, how am I going to do this? This will be good enough. Okay, you know, we're going to minimize it like this. Perfect. Not perfect. Dang it. Alright, this is as good as we're going to get. This is Wophus 2. So it has that intense MCS ongoing in north central Oklahoma. I haven't seen this, so let's see what it shows. It keeps that intense MCS. This is 1 a.m. Eastern. Keeps going through Tulsa. Going through Tulsa at that point. Going through Tulsa. And then right after it hits Tulsa. So this would be about 2 a.m. Eastern time. 1 a.m. Central. East of Tulsa. Starts to break apart. Starts to get a little bit more disorganized. Still staying severe during that time though. And then it really starts to weaken and likely become sub-severe after about 3 a.m. Eastern. Now let's try WOFIS 9. These were the two ones that I found to be most accurate to what we're seeing. MCS, 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 still severe through Tulsa. It does split up. This shows it splitting up over Tulsa. And it weakens quite a bit. It weakens a lot quicker on WOFIS 9. But it still stays severe, still stays significant all the way into Tulsa. The number one difference I see between the two is how far south this extra convection is back here. And because of that, it shifts the entire MCS south and affects the strength of it. Let's see if we can figure out a difference here. Huh. Well, we'll see. Either way, it's going to be very significant going into Tulsa. But there is a chance it weakens at Tulsa. And if not at Tulsa, then east of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Wait, let me take one more look at that real quick. Let's see. Where is this exactly in this county? Okay, much closer to the west side. I think, based on what I'm seeing, WOFIS 2 looks the most accurate, which is the one that continues this significant MCS through Tulsa, staying strong the entire time, and then really weakening as it gets into far eastern Oklahoma once it passes or is around Pryor Creek. So that puts the MCS into Tulsa, downtown Tulsa, at exactly, according to this, exactly 12:30 Central tonight. There will be a risk for a brief spin-up tornado or two around Tulsa. It's hard to say if Tulsa will actually get a tornado or not. It's very spread apart. So, for instance, we have a tornado warning way down here northeast of Oklahoma City. And then we have tornadic storms here from Red Rock back down into about Morrison in Oklahoma. And then we have another one back up here towards southwest of Webb City. So they're very spread apart. It's not like a line of tornadoes. It's very spread apart. Let's see. And all of these are still radar indicated, which means no tornadoes have been observed with them yet. We're in between 4 radars. We're using the Wichita radar, the one in north central Oklahoma, the one in Oklahoma City, and the Tulsa one. We're using 4 different radars. I think our main one is probably OKC and Wichita right now. Looks like that rotation finally broke apart on our southern tornado warning for Warwick. Still could produce a tornado, but not as good. East of Tulsa. Most likely time frame. Let's see. So, like, probably near, like, the Locust Grove area or so. So, it will be in Locust Grove, likely close to... Again, this could vary by a couple minutes, but generally, according to our newest model runs, it should be about... I gotta do the conversion. Maybe about 110, between, like, about 1 and 1:30. Between 1 and 1:30 Central. Did I do that conversion right? Let's see. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Yes, I did. Yeah, because it's 04Z right now. About 2 hours from now. About 2 hours from now is what you're looking at. And it should be weakening quite a bit by the time it gets to you. Some models, we have two main WOFUS runs. WOFUS 2 and WOFUS 9 are the most accurate. The WOFUS 2, which I think is handling this the best, it has it weaker, but still 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And then our WOFUS 9 has it substantially weaker, maybe closer to 50 mile an hour winds. Either way, you're going to get wind gust. And it's going to be late tonight. A big area of 70 mile per hour winds, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds right over Arkansas City right now in south central Kansas. All right, see you later, Brooklyn. I don't know how long I'll be sitting here, but I'm still here right now. We'll see. HRRR is doing so bad, it's crazy. It's crazy how bad the HRRR is doing. It says we're randomly going to get a, like, 80 mile per hour severe south of Wichita in an hour. Buddy, the cold front is already passing Wichita. Which means Wichita, you could still get some rain, but you're done with your severe threat. HRRR is so bad, it's laughable. Man, do you want me to change the date? I guess I'll change it on the other scene. This one is the 18th. Oh, yeah, this one changed automatically. I forgot about that. I forgot it changed automatically. If we get another confirmed warning, I'll change that to the 18th, too. I'm in the future. Central Time, I'm in the future. Velocities look weaker, but I have a feeling that's because this storm's getting further from the radar. Which is kind of weird. It could go both ways. Sometimes velocities can look weaker further away, or they can look stronger further away. It could be both. I haven't watched many of those Legacy. I haven't watched many of those hypothetical hurricane documentaries or whatever it may be. Or animations. So still the greatest wind threat is, of course, with our main line. It looks like the greatest winds is located with our central MCS. So this is one big MCS, but there's multiple, we're going to call them bow echoes. So this is one big MCS, but there's multiple bow echoes in this MCS here. You have one here, one up here, one big one in the middle, and then another one east of Oklahoma City now. And it looks like this one here that is east of Stillwater is possibly the most intense, producing 70 plus mile an hour winds right now. They haven't upgraded the one for Burbank. They still, the NWS over here, I think this is Tulsa's. Oh no, this is still Norman. They haven't upgraded that to 70 yet. So west of it, it's 70. And then as it goes into Webb City, they've issued 60 mile an hour winds there. Look at this line, dude. This is a crazy line. Crazy line. Yeesh. And you want to order a derecho tonight? Like, geesh. Looks insane. The good news is it's likely won't be classified as a derecho because, like I said, it's got to make it all the way to, like, near West Plains. That's how far it's got to go. It's got to go really far. But this is exactly how a derecho looks. It's just the new criteria by the SPC. They changed it from 240 miles to 400 miles. So if we were going by the old criteria, this storm would have to stay severe until it hit almost the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas, like right in here. If it stays severe until this area, which it will, it's going to stay severe that long, then it would be classified as a derecho with the old criteria. But with the new criteria, it's got to track all the way until, like, over here. Substantially further. Let's go back over to weatherwise here. So still a large area of significant damaging winds ongoing. All across this area, this entire severe line. Very large severe. Actually, how large is it? I know it's more than 50 miles. It's almost 150. Almost 150. That's crazy. It still looks very well organized. I don't see it weakening right now. Still very, very organized. Man. So Tulsa is still a good like hour and a half from hitting downtown Tulsa. Still about a good hour, hour and a half or so till it gets to y'all. It is about 20 minutes away from hitting Cleveland. It's going to be hitting Cleveland in about 20 minutes. And then after it hits Cleveland, it will be likely an hour or less from Tulsa. Likely a little bit less than an hour once it gets into Cleveland. So you guys have about an hour or so, maybe slightly longer, before this line gets into Tulsa. And it is continuing to speed up. I mean, now it's up to 65 miles per hour. This thing is hauling. It is up to 65 miles per hour. So it is a very quick moving storm. Which, I mean, if that's true, actually Tulsa, if it's actually moving that fast, it's going to be in Tulsa in about 45 minutes. If it's actually moving that fast, it will be in downtown Tulsa in 45 minutes. So y'all have about an hour or less than an hour before this storm hits y'all in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Fun to lose the radar site in Tulsa. I'm calling it now. Wouldn't surprise me. Let's see here. Attic radar is still pretty good. I think they've returned. Yeah, it was down. Person said he wasn't going to put it back up. But it looks like he's putting it back up for the second time now, which I'm not complaining. It's a good site, but it doesn't have a lot of features. It doesn't have a bunch of features like weather-wise. and it's not updated as frequently as weatherwise, but Attic Radar is still a really good radar software. It's still something I would use, especially if you don't want to spend a dime. There's definitely nothing bad about Attic Radar. I still love it. But Weatherwise came out more recently, and they've been updating that a lot more frequently. Weatherwise has been updated a lot more frequently, so I've moved a lot more. Weatherwise has taken over almost every radar software of mine. What? Get this, all tornado warnings have just been canceled. How about that? All tornado warnings have been canceled. We are now tornado warningless. And we are down to 6 severes. All of them are right in front of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty sure. Yep. All severes are right in front of you. We got that little one still. Been severe for 5 hours. We'll see if it gets expanded into Missouri or not at all. The line is definitely not dying, but the tornado threat is likely well past peak. Our peak tornado threat came out of absolutely nowhere about an hour and 15 minutes ago. It came out of nowhere. We went from no warnings to like 6 tornado warnings at one point. They're not all 70-mile-an-hour severes. There is one out towards Burbank that is 60-mile-an-hour severes. A 60-mile-an-hour severe there. They just reissued that for 60-mile-an-hour winds again. Which, honestly, you could still see 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts up here. It would not shock me. The most intense portion of your line segment is right here. And guess where that is heading? Guess right where that is heading. Directly towards Tulsa. There's not many reports, Catman. There's not many reports because of the time of day, and I guess there may not be too many meso. Shoot. Why can't I even think of the name? I can't even think of what you put on top of your car. Weather stations, but it's something else. I can't think of it. Come on, Catman, tell me. It's gotten too late. Mesonets. I think it's mesonets. Mustn't be a lot of mesonets measuring this. Because we haven't seen that many reports from the storm. Let's see here. Yeah, mesonets. That's what I was thinking of. Just couldn't think of it for some reason. Just a little bit of lightning with this storm in the last 15-20 minutes. Just a bit of lightning. That is an insane amount of lightning. Yeesh. Yeah, there is some mesonets out here. Gust of 48 miles per hour, but that was updated. Is that right? 6:13? 6:13 a.m. What? This was updated at 6:13 a.m. Central Daylight Time today. Buddy, it's 11:19. What? All right. I guess we are living in the future out here in Oklahoma. And I mean like 5 hours in the future. Like, hello? Yeesh. Y'all are really living in the future in Oklahoma, aren't you? 4 to 5 hours in the future. I do think tomorrow we'll go 10 sig, probably, for tornadoes. Probably 10 sig. It's been a little while since we've done a 7+ hour live stream. At least it feels like it's been a little while. How long has it been? It's been 8 days. It's been 8 days. That's how long it's been. We did a 11.5 hour live stream for the one in Texas. For some reason, it feels like it's been a lot longer. It's only been 8 days. I am looking forward to a good 2 months without live stream greater than 7 hours. But that's probably not going to come until November. That's probably not going to come until November. Because we got hurricane season coming up now. Still not very active out there in the Atlantic, but you have 2 streams titled June 13th, but one happened 6 days ago, the other 4 days ago. Yep. That's my logic. Let me see. Makes sense. June 16th, June 16th. June 13th and June 13th. One happened on the 11th and one happened on the 13th. You know, I'll go fix that right now because that's not a fix that takes forever. All I got to do is change this from a 3 to a 1. Boom. In front of the line, 1 to 1.1 thousand decape. Let's see. New mesoanalysis just came in, too. Yeah, you're right. The decape definitely is still high enough for sure. You were correct with it bringing that decape with the line. I think eastern and northeastern Illinois is at risk for multiple strong tornadoes tomorrow. Likely generally in this area. That's the main area I see for tomorrow. What is the HRRR doing? Elsewhere, there's a lot more uncertainty, but that's the greatest threat for tornadoes tomorrow in Illinois. I'll go over it a lot more in tomorrow's stream. What is this thing trying to do? Come on. Good news, the Southern Severe has been dropped down to, that says 70, GR2 says 60. I'm going to listen to GR2. According to GR2, it's been dropped down to 60 mile an hour winds. Wait, what? On this, it's 60. And on this GR2, it's 70. Hello? What? Okay, hold on. You know what we're going to do? We're going to refresh. I think it just changed. Yep, it's still 70. It is still 70. My bad. No good news. I apologize. It's still warned for 70 mile an hour winds. I'm surprised that's not warned. It's warned. Well, good job, Norman. I was just looking at that. National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma just issued a tornado warning on the area of rotation I was looking at. Just to the south of Wellston. You heard the beep come in right when I said that. You heard the little beep for a tornado warning. As I was saying that. Yeah, that's this warning still being issued there. Another beep for it. We'll see if this severe that expires in 4 minutes gets expanded towards Cedar Vale. That still looks very intense to me. That still looks like a very intense line to me. And that's going again right towards Tulsa. I still believe that area is our strongest region of damaging winds. Yeah, rotation did fall apart south of Wellston. That's good. The new HRRR definitely has a way messier storm mode tomorrow. But I wouldn't count, I wouldn't really pay attention to the HRRR at the moment because it doesn't have today's risk figured out. So until today's risk is fully over, likely after 4 or 5 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern time, that's when the HRRR is going to be more accurate because it's still dead wrong about how things evolve right now across Oklahoma. So if it's wrong about what's currently happening, there ain't no way it's going to be correct about what's going to happen tomorrow. Which is why I'm really not going to listen to it until the morning runs and the observations and everything comes in tomorrow. Only one tornado warning in place right now. Very weak area of rotation. A very weak area of rotation there south of Wellstone. Catman, did they stop running Wofus? Did they stop running Wofus? Let me see. Maybe I need to refresh it over here. I think they may have quit running Wofus. I think it may have ended at 03Z. Because if you didn't know, we are at 04, almost 30Z. It should have updated at least twice by now. I wouldn't be shocked if this is producing 80 mile-an-hour winds somewhere in here. It would not surprise me if we have 80 mile-an-hour winds in this area. Moving east. Because that looks very, very intense. Even without looking at velocities and just looking at the environment and the reflectivity. Just a really overall great environment for damaging winds right here. Looks like we're running a bit thin on instability. Wow, a bit is an understatement. Running very thin on instability further north. North of here, we are running very thin on Cape. Like, we are talking less than 200 joules of instability up here. Running really thin. So I think our greatest wind threat is going to be focused in this general region right in here. I think Tulsa is at the greatest risk by far for 80 mile-an-hour winds as this line moves more east. Yeah, there is a chance it gets weaker as it gets very close to Tulsa, but right now there ain't a sign of that. It looks very intense. Probably going to see a new severe that could be issued for the west side of Tulsa here. It's about, I'd say it's close to about 30 to 40 minutes away from downtown Tulsa here. Very close. Right around midnight central. Yeah, they dropped these two northern storms to 60. I agree with that because our cape is decreasing. D cape is still high enough. Downdraft cape still high enough to produce 50 to 60 mile an hour winds here. But a big lack in overall instability there. And there's your severe. A severe storm will impact downtown Tulsa in about 40 minutes. Severe storm for 1-inch hail, 70 mile an hour winds, and it does have a tornado possible tag. Definitely on the quicker side of things. It's definitely on the quicker side of things. Yeah, because where it is right now, the WOFIS Run 2 said it wouldn't be in this area for 20 more minutes. So it's currently running 20 minutes faster than anticipated. 20 minutes faster than anticipated. Yeah, so you can see, I don't think these velocities are accurate, but these are little mesovortices, I believe would be the word for it. Kind of like what you see in a hurricane. Little mesovortices and enhanced areas of downdraft. And downburst. Downburst slash mesovortices here. Which these are very much capable of producing 80 mile an hour winds. So I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't put 80 on it. So very, I mean, if you get under one of those, you could be seeing 80 plus mile an hour winds. If you get under one of those mesovortices slash very enhanced areas of downburst. This has been probably the most insane convecutive evolution I've seen. I think this tops the convecutive evolution in Texas. I don't know what it was, but the derecho potential in northern Texas 9 days ago and this one, so much uncertainty on convection, like an absurd amount. Normally we have at least an idea, but I mean, geez. Today, just the uncertainty in convection was insane. I want to show you how much this thing has surged out in the last hour. Watch towards the middle of your screen, in the middle of Oklahoma, right at my cursor. Watch that middle portion surge out. You can see how that is faster. That's faster than the north side and the southern side. It is surging away from the storm to its north and to its south. Very obvious surging there. And eventually that surging will get too strong and it will break apart and it will die out. We see it very often with MCSs slash derechos. But that probably won't be until far eastern Oklahoma, maybe even into southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas. I would say this severe watch is verified. I don't know if it would have verified as a PDS severe watch, because a PDS severe watch is 100 mile an hour winds likely. We're pretty much, if there's a PDS severe watch, you're anticipating 100 mile an hour winds, and we haven't seen that today. So I think a high-end severe watch, but not PDS, was the perfect call for this event. I think that was a really good call by the SPC. Let's go back to our OKC radar site. I think the southern end is weakening a lot too. I think this is surging out so far in advance. The outflow from it is killing the southern storm, and just the lack of instability is starting to kill the northern edge. Still capable of significant damaging winds 60 to 70 miles per hour on both of those edges, but I think the biggest threat is really this bow echo right in here. And that is surging in front. Like I said before, this is moving at about 45, 50 miles an hour. This is moving at about 50 miles an hour. This here towards Tulsa, newest warning, 45. That was actually at 65 on their last warning. So I'm quite surprised they jumped that all the way back down 20 miles per hour less in terms of speed. It used to be 65. I think if I can select maybe this warning or this one. Let's see here. $55. And this is 65. So it was moving at 65, dropped down back down to 45. I'm still live. Yep, still going. I know we have probably a big day tomorrow, but this thing's very significant right now. The fact that the MRS data doesn't even get that less accurate. Like, look at that. That's your real radar from Tulsa, your high resolution radar. And this is MRMS, which is typically significantly lower resolution. And the fact that it's not that worse of resolution is crazy. This is probably the best MRMS I've seen outside of GR Earth. GR Earth is still #1 for MRMS. I hope they add a... I really, really hope they add a precipitation type to this before winter. That would be awesome. Might have to shoot them an email. See if they can do that. Let's see here. Woodward, Oklahoma. That's back here. Yeah, so you're done with severe weather, but you've got a lot of heavy rain and lightning still hitting you. That should be the end of it. Once that passes, there is still some chance for some rain behind there, but you're getting less and less severe with time. The main storms moved through earlier this morning, or earlier this afternoon, which mainly stayed to your south. This is a weaker line, but still capable of lightning, very heavy rain. And then there could be another batch of light to moderate rain tonight. But yeah, no severe storms, no tornadoes, no hail, no damaging winds near 60 miles per hour. You're not looking at a severe threat back there. I mean, the closer this gets to the Tulsa radar, the more accurate these velocities are. And it's not losing terminal radars down there. And it's not losing the velocity signatures much. I mean, this still shows 80 to 90 mile an hour winds on that far leading edge. I mean, this could be very bad for Tulsa. We could be looking at 90 plus mile an hour winds, possibly about to head into Tulsa with that. Definitely a worst case scenario. Definitely a worst case scenario. Looking more possible here towards Tulsa. And it's only, it's 30 minutes, probably maybe even a little less. It's going to start hitting the west side of Tulsa in about 20 minutes. Downtown Tulsa, 30 minutes. East side of Tulsa, 35, 40 minutes. And then it will move on into Broken Arrow in about 40, right about 40 minutes. The purple is very intense, heavy rain. The blue is typically hail, so the fact that you have potentially up to about an inch hail in a line is kind of crazy. I mean, that's very high DBZ values. Extremely heavy rain to some small to large hail with those blue values there. Downgraded the southern severe to 60 mile an hour winds for the future. So for 4 minutes, it's still 40 mile an hour winds. 40? What? My bad. For 4 more minutes, it's still 70 mile an hour winds, but it's been downgraded to 60 mile an hour winds in the future. I've gotten tired, Joel. Very tired. Look south for the better D Cape. I think the greatest winds is going to be here. This definitely is going to be where the greatest winds are. Yep, southern storm's been downgraded to 60. Same with the northern side. So this middle portion going right towards Tulsa is by far the strongest of this storm. Let's see. Thank you, Pete. I'll take a look at that. Let's see. That's a lot of cameras. Let's see here. Give me just a second. So again, we are seeing 70 mile an hour winds starting to likely move into Tulsa here. Let's see here. I'm not going to risk it. I might be able to use that camera, Pete, but I'm not going to risk it. They say it's free to use, but they don't mention free to use for commercial use, so I'm not going to risk it. There we go. Just had to check that. But there is a camera in downtown Tulsa that I'll be watching. And again, you can see these potentially little meso vortices here, which are most common in hurricanes, specifically category 4s and 5s. And they can enhance areas of downburst / damaging winds. They're not very obvious here. I'm not for sure if they are meso vortices or not. But definitely downburst capable of likely 70 plus mile an hour winds for sure. For sure capable of 70 plus mile an hour winds moving into downtown Tulsa here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. And of course, this is also going to progress eastward into Broken Arrow in about 40 or so minutes, 35, 40 minutes into Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. We did manage to get a severe in southwest Missouri out of this storm. So this storm has been severe ever since about Wichita. It's gone from about Wichita all the way to southwest Missouri over the course of the last 6 hours, staying severe that entire way. We're getting pretty low on severes. 6 severes, and only one, just one significant severe in place right now, and that is for the one going into Tulsa. It's for the cell heading into Tulsa. Southern side of the line has weakened quite a bit, which is great news. Northern side has weakened quite a bit due to a lack of instability, which is great news. So, seems like it is weakening before it gets to Tulsa. However, there is a section that is going to hit Tulsa that is not weakened. So southwest of Tulsa, it has weakened. Well, northwest of Tulsa, it has weakened. But the actual part going towards Tulsa has maintained, if not possibly even strengthened. I mean, look at that line. That is a very intense line. And you can easily tell. I mean, it's not even close. It's so easy to tell that the right in the middle here is where that most intense damaging wind gusts will be. I don't know when the new SPC outlook is. I think it's 2 a.m. I don't know if I'll be live for that long. I do want to stream this going through Tulsa, though, so we're going to stay live for at least the next 30 minutes. But, yeah. I'm out of water. That's 3 water bottles down. I do have, a spare one. I'm going to go roll this way real quick. I have a spare one over here because I was thinking, you know, just in case I drink 3 bottles of water, I'll get a spare one and put it next to my bed, and that's what I did. Always come prepared. You never know when a expected 4-hour live stream turns into a 8-hour live stream. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Wofus isn't updating anymore, so I'm gonna close that. That is a wild shelf cloud. It is a crazy shelf cloud moving into Tulsa right now. My goodness. It is insane. Let me see here. See if I can send this to Catman real quick. I'm trying to time it perfectly with some lightning. And that's nearly impossible because it's so fast. You're going to keep seeing the screen flash every few seconds. Come on. Okay, that is illuminated pretty well. I think I timed it with towards the end of a flash. Jeez, Catman's way down here. No. No, give me a good... Okay, that was it. That's probably as good as I'm gonna get. Obviously, I'm not screenshotting it well enough. I ain't getting lucky. I sent it to you on Twitter, Catman. This should give us a general idea of how it looks. Yep. Yeah, that is almost exactly how it looks. That is almost exactly how it looks going into Tulsa. That is exactly how it looks. That sharp and large of a shelf cloud. Jeez. I mean, that is very accurate to how it looks. That's some crazy stuff for a radar software, huh? Tornado warning was dropped, so we are literally down to just these severes here. 60 mile an hour winds, 60, 60, 60, 60. So we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 60 mile an hour severes. And then the only one that is significant is the one going into Tulsa. I mean, this shows like 80 mile an hour winds, but I don't think it's like shows 90 to possibly 95 mile an hour winds. I don't think it's that strong, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's 75, maybe 80 mile an hour winds here moving into downtown Tulsa. I don't think it's as high as 90 right now. Yeah, I can't use this. It does say non-commercial use. Let's see here. Glad I wasn't showing it because I'm not able to. Oh, northern one just went significant for 70 again. So now 2 70 mile per hour severes. I'm going to move... actually, no, I'll keep this one in Norman. This probably is... yeah, I could definitely see why they upgraded that to 70 mile an hour winds. So it looks like it's starting to re-strengthen a bit on the northern side still. The southern side, I think, is on a weakening trend, but it looks like it's still very strong heading into Tulsa. Tulsa is about to be absolutely slammed right now. And it is a fast-moving shelf. I'll send another screenshot to Catman. I don't know why the lights got so much brighter, Catman, but on that sky cam, I mean, my goodness, it is so much brighter. And this thing keeps moving. It's moving so fast, dude. It is a crazy shelf cloud, y'all. Just trust me. It is a absurd shelf cloud. Let's see here. Very well defined shelf, Pete. I've been sending it to Catman. Again, I can give you at least an idea of how it looks like from this. Here's an idea of what it looks like going into downtown Tulsa. So that's Tulsa right there. So imagine you're in Tulsa. I mean, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see just a huge shelf cloud almost over your head right now. Look at how sharp that is, dude. I mean, it is a crazy shelf cloud. Power flash! Power flash! Power flash! Wow. I'm going to post that on Twitter. I got a perfect screenshot of that power flash. Power flashes now into downtown Tulsa. Wow. Yep. Definitely going to start losing power in Tulsa for sure. Let me check here. Yeah, I'm allowed to screenshot it. I just wanted to reread it real quick. So if you want to see a photo of it, go to my Twitter, TRG Tornado on Twitter. I got a perfect screenshot of a power flash from a Skycam going into Tulsa. Yeah, this is close to the radar. I think this is 90-mile-an-hour winds going into downtown Tulsa right now. I think this is 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds moving into downtown Tulsa. Last screenshot of the shelf cloud for Catman. It's directly overhead on the Skycam in downtown Tulsa. And instantly, right as that shelf cloud passed, got hit by a wind gust. You know what? I might have... Let's see. These cameras I can show. I don't know why I didn't think about showing these till now. Give me a moment, y'all. I'm going to try to find a good camera for us. Let me see. Man, this place is getting slammed. All the cameras are going down. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find any good visual of it. But yeah, likely 80-mile-an-hour winds moving right through Tulsa right now. Let me just double check, see if somehow I'm not able to share this. I mean, it's literally... Let's see. Bad thing about traffic cams is just knowing if you can share them or not. I believe I'm able to share this. But it's difficult to say for certain. I don't know if I want to risk it. Just know that it's a very, very strong damaging winds moving into Tulsa right now. Blinding conditions. Blinding conditions here. Going into downtown Tulsa. Let me see real quick. I mean, I don't even see a TOS on their site, so I have no idea. But I believe that this is 80 to 90 mile an hour winds moving through downtown Tulsa. They're continuing a 70 mile an hour severe. There's power flashes all over the place. Cameras are going down all over the place here. And cameras that are up show crazy blinding winds. Yeah, I mean, there's at least, from this camera, I mean, that's at least 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. The trees are halfway, almost blown over there. I'm not sure exactly where this camera is, though. Dude, the sky cam, I don't know if that sucker's going to be recovering here. It's completely just heavy rain, wind, and every now and then you just see a crazy flash of lightning. I don't think our terminal radar's up. Nope. I do think the winds are weakening over Tulsa. But likely, that was a pocket of likely 90 mile an hour winds that moved through Sand Springs and is still going into exactly directly over downtown Tulsa. Still could be seeing 80 mile an hour winds right now. I think a lot of these flashes of lightning's probably actually power flashes, honestly. A lot of them are probably power flashes. Yeah, this storm definitely moved faster. I mean, it just passed midnight in Oklahoma, and the storm's already going into eastern Tulsa. K County, Oklahoma reported a near county-wide power outage. So I don't know exactly what county that is, but that's K County, which I believe is back here near Blackwell. If I'm not mistaken, it's close to Blackwell. Near county-wide power outages there. So still the most damaging part of this storm going right into Tulsa, now moving into Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Looks like it's weakening closer to 70 mile per hour winds, but still could have gotten 80 mile an hour winds here now on the east side of Tulsa. Still potentially 80 mile an hour winds ongoing there. I really think they should have issued a destructive severe specifically for downtown Tulsa for this. They should have, in my opinion, issued a special destructive severe. Let's see here. I've experienced worse. That's crazy. You still got power? I'm surprised that you still have power. Yeah, you can tell. Look at the convection. You can tell the convection's weakening now on top of Tulsa. It was the most intense. It looks like it was probably the most intense, barely, like right at Sandy Spring going into Tulsa. So even though Tulsa likely got about 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds, you guys probably could have seen upwards of 100 with this. I know we have to have a mesonet here. Let me go to this here. So this was about 4 minutes ago. Gust of 45 miles per hour. And that's on the south side of Tulsa, which isn't even close to the velocities of downtown Tulsa. It would have been downtown Tulsa to be hit the worst. Sand Springs, same thing. Buddy, I've been live for 8 hours and it's 1 a.m. over here. Got me a break. I missed one letter. I imagined one letter was there that wasn't. We'll see what the power outage update is here in about 10 minutes or so. Yeah, I think it's weakening further now. Definitely getting closer to 70 mile per hour maxed winds. Yeah. It's weakened now that it's leaving Tulsa. It is weakening a lot. And you can tell that correlating from reflectivity very well. I have school tomorrow. What are you doing going to school on the 18th of June? Like, everybody I know is graduated. I don't know one person in school unless it's you. Like, what? Buddy, it's June 18th. Let me go back here. That's still seeing 60 mile an hour winds, up to 60 mile an hour winds here from about Shawnee, Oklahoma towards Shroud or Stroud. Bartlesville, there is a chance we could have 60, 70 mile an hour winds moving through here. Possibly up to 70 mile an hour winds moving into Bartlesville. Personally, I don't think it will be anywhere close to as what we were seeing in Tulsa. I'm shocked the Skycam survived. I am very shocked. Give me a moment. Okay. So we'll keep watching this cell. This big line here, MCS here is what I meant to say, not cell. MCS as it moves east into Broken Arrow, Collinsville, Claremore, Oklahoma. Okay. The radar should be fine. Thankfully, it's nowhere close to the intensity it was in Sand Springs or Tulsa. It is weakened super fast as it's approached the radar. Yeah, you would have to pay me to attend summer school. There's no way I'm taking time out of summer to go to school. No. I think you are actually insane if you are willingly taking summer school. I just think you might be insane. Yeah, sometimes you need to, Ben, but I'm saying if you're willingly taking summer school. Like summer school, I could see how you have to for college or you have to for like detention reasons or failed classes or something like that. But if you're just taking it for like literally for fun, you're insane. Lost power. Not surprised. Exactly, Ben. That's what I'm saying. I don't think anyone will willingly do it. That's what I'm saying. You're insane if you're willingly taking summer school. Well, we'll see if Catman ever gets power back. I told you. I told you in Brooklyn there's like an 85% chance you lose power. Hey, speaking of Brooklyn, wow. Wow, you just knew I was about to say your name and tuned in, didn't you? That's crazy. Yeah, it we saw so many I saw so many power flashes in Tulsa, Brooklyn, downtown Tulsa was likely hit with like there was a specific area of velocities right in here of 90 to 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. And once it exited eastern Tulsa, like eastern exact downtown Tulsa, like going towards Dawson, that's when it weakened. You can see it from velocities. I'll loop it. Look at it. Right there. Started in Sand Springs, maybe south of Shady Grove. Went into Tulsa, and then as it exited downtown Tulsa, started to weaken. And it's currently right in here over Fair Oaks, but it's only like 50 mile an hour winds now. I mean, this thing went from 90, 95 mile an hour winds to 50 mile an hour winds in 20 minutes. Which I was expecting. I was expecting that, and I was thinking it would happen as it left Tulsa, which it seems to be doing. Seems to be weakening as it's leaving Tulsa. Look at this thing, dude. What a beast. What a beast of a line. Absolutely crazy. Power outage update, a shockingly low 53 people. Definitely ain't no Virginia, that's for sure. Out of over 300,000 people, only 53 reported a power outage at the moment. I think that's going to go up rapidly over the next couple minutes. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. But for all the power flashes and huge shelf cloud and all the cameras I saw with such gusty winds and also the velocities of 85 to 95 mile per hour winds, I'm shocked it's just 53 right now. But that was as of about like 6 or so minutes ago. Maybe about 8, yeah, 8 minutes ago. About 8 minutes ago. So we'll see how much that jumps at the next update here, which should be in about 5 minutes. We should get a new power outage update. Yeah, I couldn't fit. I could probably fit like 20 people maxed in here. Maybe a little less. I ain't fitting no 53 in here. Like if we're just talking about standing shoulder to shoulder. Keeping you on my phone, yell at me if my phone does it first, if it gets bad. I mean, I can't promise I'll be live all the way till this gets to you, because we've got a long day tomorrow too. But the good news is it looks like this thing's weakening. I think it will weaken, and it should continue to weaken. I don't think it will strengthen from here on out. I think its strengthening is done. I think it is done strengthening. And it just dropped back down to 60-mile-an-hour winds here, so I think we could still see an isolated gust of 70, but I think our widespread gust of 70 is done. I think that is done. Our instability is falling off very, very, very rapidly. This line has about 500 instability with it now, so it is rapidly falling apart. And it should continue to. I don't know, Ben. This was more widespread, but had less top wind speeds. But the one in Texas had a lot more top wind speeds, and wasn't. I don't think it was like this large. Like, I know it affected, like, this area in here was affected quite a lot. A lot of this area got 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, and then we had, you know, 70, 80 in this area, up to 100 in some spots. But this one swept from, like, this entire area here. 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, specifically in Tulsa for that 80 mile per hour wind threat. I personally, I think they were about the same, because, like, the one in Oklahoma, Kansas was possibly a little bit more widespread. The one in Texas was a little bit more top for wind speed, so I think it evens out to about the same. They're still continuing with a 70 mile an hour severe for Broken Arrow and surrounding areas. And guess what? Guess what? We are sub-severe in a small portion of our line. Sub-severe in a small portion of our line. So that should show you how much this is weakening. Let's see, south of Grove. I ain't gonna lie, I forgot where you were too, so let me see. Grove. It ain't popping up. Here, I'll find it this way. Alright, that's... Yep, there you go. Booyah, right there. Right in front of my face. Right in front of my face. I mean, yeah, the strongest portion of the line is definitely aimed right at you. But I think the line is going to weaken a lot by the time it gets to you, in my opinion. Looks like it's going to weaken a lot. Huh. Yeah, no. No, I don't know what the HRRR is doing. The HRRR thinks that this could become a severe line with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds going right for Oklahoma City tonight. But there's like literally 100 cape. I'm not even kidding. There's like legit only 100 cape out here. I would be blown away if that happens. Alright, see you later, Catman. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully your power turns on randomly in the middle of the night. The new HRRR is completely different for tomorrow. Well, we'll need to just wait to see. We'll need to wait till tomorrow to see what happens with our model runs. So we're gonna wait till this passes our radar site at least somewhat so we can see it. I'll give you guys a quick update and then I'll probably head off just before this hits Kaylee. Because it's getting very late and I've got to get at least a bit of sleep tonight. By the time, and it takes me a while to wind down. After a live stream, it's not like, even if I'm absolutely exhausted, it's not like I just go off and instantly sleep. It's going to take a good 30 minutes for me to sleep. Tulsa went from 53 to 2,260 people without power in the last 10 minutes. 10 minutes, over 2,200 people lost power in Tulsa. At least reported it. But the whole line is still weakening. It still is definitely weakening. Hey, Catman, you're supposed to be gone. Go to sleep. What are you doing still in here? I said goodbye already. But the whole line is weakening quickly. And oh my word, is it ever evident? Look at that. Look at it. Look at how it literally strengthened west and into Tulsa. And right as it passed Tulsa, it's weakened. Right as it's passing Tulsa, it is weakening. Look at that. I'd be shocked if it is even... Actually, at this point, Kaylee, I'd be surprised if you even get 70. I'd be surprised if you even get 70. Possibly 60 mile-an-hour winds is definitely possible, but honestly, at the rate this storm's weakening, I mean, it's weakening fast. It is wasting no time weakening. It's wasting no time at all. It looks like the instability is ahead of the line. Like, the main instability is, like, out here, and it keeps pushing east. So your main cape is staying ahead of the line, which is resulting in the line just continuing to weaken. The main thing that's carrying this right now is probably the D cape. If it wasn't for the D cape, this probably wouldn't be nearly as severe as what it is. There's still 1,000 to 1,100 D cape here, and that's allowing for downdrafts of 50 to 70 miles per hour. Without that D cape, this sucker would probably just be a big rain shower. For instance, it would look like this. Just a lot of heavy rain, lightning, and not any severes if it wasn't for D cape. I'm really curious to see if the HRRR is going to be correct about this intensifying into a line right here, intensifying into a 60 to 70 mile an hour severe going towards Oklahoma City. I don't see that happening. Like, it has actually almost 80 mile an hour winds going north of OKC with this storm in like an hour and a half. I don't see that happening at all. Light to moderate rain throughout the rest of the night, Brooklyn. That should continue until tomorrow morning. Until like 4, 5 a.m. Central. And then there could be another line tomorrow morning towards maybe 7, 8 o'clock Central. And then possibly another line tomorrow afternoon. What in the HRRR? What? What in the world? Oh, man. That is completely different than the last HRRR. I mean, it's heading the right direction. It is. Catman, you can tell it's heading the right direction to go towards OKC. Yeah, so see the right in here, yeah. It's still capable of 60 mile-an-hour winds here. This is right on the radar, so it still looks capable of 60 mile-an-hour winds. What the heck? A strong area of rear inflow jet winds behind the severe storms that were producing up to 70 mile-an-hour winds. This is producing up to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Wow. That is very, very rare and unique. Very rare and unique right there. So this is currently producing 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, which again is not associated with our severe storms, and it is now a separate significant severe for 70 mile-an-hour winds. That is just crazy. That is not something you see often at all. Very rare. Very rare to see that. So the line itself is weakening very rapidly, 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds along the line. Really all across the line, 50 to 60. I don't think any of it's capable of 70 mile-an-hour winds anymore. But the rear inflow jet behind this storm is actively producing 70 mile-an-hour winds over like Barnsdale or Barnsdall or whatever Ben said, I forgot. In north central Oklahoma, he pronounced it differently. It's moving east southeast. It's moving with the line, so it's moving like this. It's moving right behind the line. So northern Tulsa, I don't think you'll get the worst of it, but you could get 60 mile-an-hour winds still out of this rear inflow jet. Bartlesville is going to be the area that gets it the worst with 70 mile-an-hour winds there. That is insanely impressive. That is insanely impressive for a line. Wow. Wow. Yeah, and I think that's our main severe right now. What? Wait, where's our third considerable? I see this one right here. And then I see this one. What? Where's our third one? Oh, it's about to expire in 1 minute. Okay. So 2 significant severes for the same place. Got it. And our other ones literally just expired. So we're down to just 4 severes, and 2 of those are significant for the same area. I can't believe the rear inflow jet is producing up to 70 mile-an-hour winds. That is just crazy. I wonder how long that can last. I haven't seen it in a long time, if honestly, ever. I really haven't seen it much at all, where the rear inflow jet is this intense. And that's just because of how much it's been bowing out. It's been bowing out so much because of those winds from the west, that the winds from the west themselves, the jet stream, the rear inflow jet, is literally producing 70 mile an hour winds. This is literally one of the most unique scenarios I've seen for damaging winds. Just wild. The new HRRR for tomorrow is just crazy across northern Indiana. We'll see how things look, but I'll likely be live somewhere around 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll likely start up a stream maybe just after I eat lunch whenever I'm available to. Like I said, tomorrow is one of the only days where I can't go live early. If I didn't have plans tomorrow, I would be live at like 11 a.m. But I do, and those plans were made literally a week ago. So I can't live stream until probably near 1 o'clock or a little later. Man, I don't think it's this intense. I mean, this is a 100 mile an hour rear inflow jet. I very much doubt that is correct. But it's likely near 70 mile an hour winds here. Yeah, Kaylee, honestly, the lightning and the heavy rain and really specifically that lightning, that's probably going to have a better chance to knock out your power than the damaging winds at this point because the wind gusts are likely much closer to 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Now, there is some little patches here that could be like 65 mile an hour wind gusts, but those are very small areas, and chance of you getting hit by one of those is very low. And they probably won't even survive all the way till your area. Yeah, Oklahoma City will likely see some rain late tonight. It's definitely a lot of uncertainty on how strong storms may be, but Oklahoma City, pointing north, should see some rain in probably about 2 hours. Heavy rain, lightning, and there could be some damaging winds, 50 miles per hour or so, but a lot of uncertainty on if we'll see any strengthening overnight. Personally, I don't think we will see much. Southern side of our line is fully sub-severe, south of Broken Arrow there. Fully sub-severe now, down to 50 to 55 mile an hour wind gusts. Look at that. Actually, you can see it. See it? See it spin? Watch right in here. Watch the spin right in here. Very clear rear inflow jet. Extremely intense. Spinning right into this area. Very clear rear inflow jet. So that's producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds all in this area here. Around and in that rear inflow jet area. Very, very clear spin. You could see the spin on it right in here, how your line is, obviously north to south orientated. And then right there, it starts to turn from north to south to east to west, and then northeast to southwest, and then eventually from west to east, and then south to north. It's a complete area of rear inflow jet rotation here. And it's not actually rotation in terms of like a tornado or anything, but it's moving in all directions because it's rotating just like this. It's a large area of rear inflow jet, and that's allowing for a region of 70 mile an hour winds right in that rear inflow jet. Which, like I said, is just so unique. not something I see often at all. Yes, I expected this line to be severe, and it still is. The southern side is starting to go sub-severe, which we expected right after storms passed Tulsa. We would see weakening, but the weakening has been a lot quicker than even what I was anticipating. It's been weakening very fast. Let's see. Looks like power outages in Tulsa still maintaining around 2,200. We'll see. I think they are going to issue a new severe. Well, there you go. Wow. Just spoke that into existence. So, new severe warning there in eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, these little areas of enhanced velocities, that's going to be what can produce 60 mile-an-hour winds. And then we could still see like 50 mile-an-hour winds outside of that. 60 mile-an-hour wind gusts will be very, very concentrated here. It's going to be very small regional areas that get downbursts of 60 mile-an-hour winds. Most of this area will see less than that. That is just I'm still mind blown about that rear inflow jet. I'm still mind blown about that. It's just not something that I've seen often at all. I know exactly how it's formed, but it's not something you see often whatsoever with storms. So unique. Wow. We've covered severe storms from Virginia, over my house, North Carolina, tornado warning in Pennsylvania, all the way to tornado warnings and severe warnings in Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming today. We've covered so many states. It's been insane. It has been wild how much we've covered on today's event. GR2 is freaking out because of the velocity signatures. Really sticking with weather-wise for velocities. Yeah, you could see those rear inflow jet wind speeds. Oh, wow. 80 mile-an-hour winds. A PDS severe for rear inflow jet winds. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for rear inflow jet winds of 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Wow. That's just insane. So if I just show you that wording. So again, strong rear inflow jet winds behind the line of severe storms. And it is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning now. Right where those rear inflow jet winds are the greatest, which is... let's switch to GR2. You see the orange polygon there. That's right where your winds are the greatest, surging in just like this. Velocities are finally getting better on GR2 on that newest frame. Wow. So that is a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Yep, Ben. Velocities on this is 70 to 80 miles an hour. And it went PDS. And the velocities for the storm approaching Tulsa was actually 90 to 100 mile per hour winds. And it didn't go PDS. So, And the one that was approaching Tulsa was actually closer to the radar site than this one. Oh shoot, we got a new SPC outlook for tomorrow. They shrunk that 5% quite a bit. It is now confined to Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan, as well as Northwest Ohio. Oh! Let's see. Tornado potential possible near the surface low in northeast Illinois, northern Indiana, southern lower Michigan, where lower level wind shear may be maximized. However, forecast guidance varies considerable regarding this scenario, so we will maintain 5% tornado probabilities. Sounds like they may have been talking about a 10% or a 10 sig right there. Sounds like they may have been talking about greater tornado potential for this area right in here. Generally that region. So there you go. New outlook for tomorrow. That's what we'll be live covering for a couple hours. We'll need to wait till tomorrow to figure out how long we're going to be live and exactly when. We'll just figure out tomorrow morning. Eventually. Whenever tomorrow morning comes. Tulsa, now over 7,000 people without power. So it's shot up about 4,000 in the last 20 minutes in terms of reports of power outages in Tulsa. I could see potentially 70 mile-an-hour winds with this storm now. Honestly, these little patches here near Locust Grove, I mean, these patches are 70 to 80 mile-an-hour velocities. Look at that. There is a chance we could have 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds ongoing, mainly with the northern velocity signature, northwest of Locust Grove. But yeah, it's going to be those little pockets of downburst that produce locally greater wind gusts of 60 plus miles per hour. That's why they're continuing the severe. And you're just going to have to get very, very unlucky. Wow. Yeah, you're just going to have to get really unlucky to be experiencing those type of wind gusts out of this storm. There's my AI popping off on my phone thinking I'm calling it. They did put a 70 mile-an-hour severe on the southern one, also tore possible. So that's on the southern end of our bow echo here. You could see a little bit of a kink in the velocities. Not very notable of a kink there. Pretty surprised they put tore possible 70 mile-an-hour winds on that, but yeah, you could have some outflow winds like this pushing a little bit stronger, up to 70 mile-an-hour winds there. And then that could potentially cause an area of rotation there on the northern side. So we'll watch that one. Yep, still live. Been here ever since I started 9 hours ago. Coming up on 9 hours right now. Newest velocity scan of those rear inflow winds. Significantly weaker. Significantly weaker on your rear inflow jet wind speeds there. Likely closer to 70, 60 to 70 now. It's definitely weakening, but we're still going to see gusts of 70 miles per hour here. I wouldn't fully rule out 80, but it's going to be very focused areas. Like I said, going to have to be very unlucky to get 80 mile-an-hour winds here with any of those significant downbursts. It's not widespread 70 or 80 mile-an-hour winds anymore. There's very local areas of 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Yo, that's crazy. Went to bed watching you. I wake up and you're still live. Dude, that is insane. That's a crazy way to put it. So you got a good 8, almost 9 hours of sleep, and I'm still live. So something crazy. This downburst has strengthened to over 100 mile-an-hour winds. I believe we are seeing our first 100 plus mile-an-hour winds right now, northeast of Locust Grove. I believe that is a downburst producing the strongest winds we've seen out of this storm in its entire lifespan. I doubt it's not accurate, Ben, with how close it is to the radar and such a good beam. Not the best beam, but a really good beam, not scanning through any hail or anything. I do believe that could be 100 to greater than 100 mile-an-hour winds right there. Still a PDS severe back here. Thankfully, those rear inflow jet winds have weakened. That is north, well north of Tulsa. Yeah, good idea. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it is capable of 100 mile-an-hour winds, regardless of if it's tornadic or not. Hey, Kaylee! I think we got a targeted storm here. This has got to be very close to you. Yeah, this could be producing a tornado at any moment. This has turned from a 100 plus mile-an-hour downdraft slash downburst here to possibly a tornado about to touch down at any second. We could see a tornado on the ground at any second here. Heading up in very close to Cloud Creek. Oh yeah, that's right, Kaylee. In between Jay and Grove. Very, very close to you. Very close call. You see that tornado? Oh, that is a tornado. That is a strong tornado on the ground. Reflectivity debris ball right there. Possibly the strongest tornado today. Seeing that reflectivity debris ball there. That is a strong to intense tornado on the ground now. Wow. And with those velocities, we have that downburst of 100 plus mile-an-hour winds. So, guess what? You take that downburst, give it some inflow, flop a hook echo here, and you've got yourself 120 plus mile-an-hour rotation right there. Just happened to occur right where that downburst is happening. And we got a little embedded hook echo right there. You see the clear inflow notch. And then you have your downburst winds pushing this way. Inflow notch here. That creates a hook echo. And guess what? You get a strong to intense tornado. Wow. It's your newest scan. Big CC. Big CC on that new frame. Very, very large debris signature. Yeah, observed my foot. You might as well just upgrade the warning to PDS. Because that is the strongest tornado we've seen of the day. Wow, look at that. That is a deep, very deep debris signature. Very, very deep debris signature. And I do believe there was some homes in this area too. Homes and a whole lot of trees. Some homes when it first touched down, and now it's completely over trees right now. It looks like there was a road possibly somewhere near dirt road. Some rural homes. Hopefully this is staying over trees, but that CC drop is very close to houses. Man, big time tree ripper. Unfortunately, there's a chance a few homes being hit with this tornado. Wow. Yeah, QLCS tornadoes can definitely go PDS. Yes, they can. Doesn't matter what type of, like, how the tornado formed, whether it be from a supercell or a QLCS or a full-blown line. They can definitely go PDS as long as they're strong enough. Sorry I'm switching so much. But I think we've got an unwarned tornado on the ground over Shady Grove right now. Possibly an unwarned tornado on the ground in Shady Grove, Oklahoma. Still a very notable debris signature there. East of Salina, East Central Oklahoma. Might be spreading out a little bit more. Potentially evident of it starting to lift. Possibly starting to lift now. And then it looks like we could have a possible debris signature down here. Not nearly as convinced as the one with the one further north. The one further north was a clear debris signature, clear tornado. This one not nearly as clear. But may have an unwarned tornado near Shady Grove, Oklahoma. But again, not even close to as clear as that one to the north. Still a reflectivity debris ball right in here. And I would watch for this to potentially recycle. You see that rear, the RFD, rear flank downdraft. That downdraft is what created our 100 mile an hour pixels there. And then you have inflow going back up this way. It looks like that downdraft is pushing up a little bit further, and it could try to help recycle an area of rotation right in this area here. And if it does, that's going to go towards very close to J. Oh, good news. Hook echo fully occluded. So no longer that clear inflow notch. You could see before, inflow notch was very obvious. Now there's no longer an inflow notch there. So this has lifted, and tornado is likely no longer on the ground. We could have an unwarned tornado. It could be the exact same case of what we just saw further north, down here, going into a very populated area in eastern Oklahoma. That is a city right there. You've got a hook echo forming right in here. And then you've got good inflow with that notch right in this area. And you have a rear flank downdraft that's pushing around, pushing that hook echo up. And it's creating very strong outbound winds. And those outbound winds meet that good area of inflow. And it creates a strong area of rotation. We could easily have another tornado potentially unwarned here on the ground. Radar says about an 80% chance it's on the ground. I'm not fully convinced. I'm not fully convinced it's a tornado. If it's not a tornado right now, it could be in the future. Let me quickly check here. Just update, almost 9,000 people without power now in Tulsa. Those power outages keep getting higher and higher. 60 mile an hour wind report in our destructive severe from rear inflow jet there. So I don't think that rear inflow jet is capable of 60, or rather capable of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Still could see a gust of 50 to 60 with it in this area here. But I don't believe it's capable of the 70 to 80 it is currently warned for. Also, look at that. Observed 70-mile-an-hour severe up here for Coffeyville, southeastern Kansas. Second time today you're under a 70-mile-an-hour severe. We were live for the first one 5 hours ago, and we're live for the second one. It's crazy. That is crazy. So the southern side of your line is very, very weak. Really fully broken apart there. But the northern side is still hanging on. It is still hanging on. Which is crazy. See what the new mesoanalysis has here in a couple minutes. Yep, looks like this storm, this line here, it is, what, almost 06Z. But it looks like over the last 30 minutes or so, it's caught back up with the instability, hence the sudden increase in intensity all over the place. We very easily could have twin tornadoes right now. Sam said that as well. That has got to be a tornado. That has got to be a tornado. I'll wait for the next frame here. But that lines up perfectly with our previous CC drops. And then we could have had another one south right here. I'm waiting for that velocity. Give it just 2 more seconds here. Ooh. Yeah, no, that's a tornado. Yep, that is a tornado on the ground. Unwarned, by the way. Still unwarned. Hey, it's tornado warned now. Radar indicated because that CC drop just became very evident. They should upgrade that to observed here shortly. Definitely, not gonna lie, very late on the tornado warning, considering we've been watching this for 20 minutes, and we've been calling out possible debris signatures for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Definitely a bit on the later side with that warning, but it looks like a tornado on the ground on the northwest side of the city here. Next scan could be pretty rough. Velocities, not a lot of inflow, but the outbound winds are upwards of 90 miles per hour. So you've got 90-mile-an-hour winds as well as a tornado likely ongoing west of Briggs in east central Oklahoma. Tahlequah. I bet I butchered that one, Ben. It's 2 a.m. out here on the East Coast. There ain't no way I'm going to be able to pronounce that. I'd be surprised if I pronounce that correctly. Alright, looks like it might have been a strong but brief tornado. Hopefully that is it already lifting. But northern side of this city here definitely hit quite hard. 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds and a debris signature. All in this general area. Debris signature was also a little bit more to the northwest. Wow. They just updated a warning, and it is observed. Definitely a very good call there. Yeah, northern storm for call cord. looks like that has weakened in terms of tornado potential, but still could have a downburst here of 80 to 90 mile an hour winds going about to go into Concord here over the next 15 minutes or so. Northern side of the line is weakened substantially now, no longer even severe in far northeast Oklahoma. Still severe due to the 70 mile an hour wind report for Coffeyville in southeast Kansas. And then still a PDS severe for rear inflow jet of up to 80 miles per hour north of Collinsville in northeast Oklahoma. But that is crazy velocities of 90 to 95 miles per hour there. And same goes for this area and this area. There's like 3 different areas of possibly 80 to 90 mile an hour winds right now. And it is still severe warned for 60. It is not even a significant severe. Just downgraded that warning for Concord for a radar indicated tornado warning now. Yeah, Kaylee, I would watch these little pixels here. There's definitely a chance that you see 60 mile an hour winds if you get into those one of those unlucky pixel areas, but the worst of it is definitely off to your south right now. 3 different areas of 80 plus mile an hour winds right now. Should be close to the Fort Smith radar. Yeah, I knew that was somewhere around here. Still a little bit too far, so we'll stay with the Tulsa radar. There we go. Let's switch back over to CC here. Let's go back to our analysis radar. That still might be on the ground, actually. That still looks to be on the ground. It faded out for 1 scan, and it's right back to being a pretty big CC drop. So there's your tornado path. Still likely a tornado on the ground there. Those white pixels is where your debris signature is pretty much 100% of being a 100% chance of a tornado on the ground there. You can see that takes it through a populated area and now over forested area, and it is about to come back into a bit more of a residential region, which is over Briggs. It looks like, again, that CC is weakened. We'll see on velocity what velocity has to say. And then also, this is what your strong, where your strong tornado tracked earlier with your northern tornado warning. Just to show you, looks like still, I believe that was relatively over just trees, but it got very close to, if not possibly impacted, some houses. I think it got very close to some homes. Hopefully it was just over trees. Hopefully it stayed away from any of those houses there. Still a big hook echo here. As long as that hook's there, your inflow could easily re-intensify, and this could drop another tornado or continue to produce a tornado near Briggs. Dude, where is the upgraded severe? Velocities have been so consistent. Is that it? Still 60? You've got to be joking. That's crazy. Still consistent 90 plus mile an hour velocities north of Cloud Creek here. I mean, this has been here forever. Ever since it produced a tornado way back here north of Locust Grove, this has consistently showed 90 plus velocities that entire track. And it hasn't been upgraded for a severe warning. I do understand that velocities can lie, obviously, but I mean, this started when it was very close to the radar, within our perfect distance. So between 10 to 40 miles is your perfect distance. And even now, 40 miles is right there. So we're just now starting to get away from the perfect distance for this radar site. So through at least half of those velocity scans, they were really likely really accurate. All right, let's go back here. If there's not a tornado on the ground, there's about to be another one just east of Briggs in Oklahoma. And then still new scan. That's 107 mile an hour pixel there. I don't think it's that intense, but it's likely a lot stronger than 60. Even if it was a 70 mile an hour severe, I would be like, okay, you know, I could see it being 70, maybe pushing 80, but it is still warned for 60 mile an hour winds here. Still warned for 60, and we've got a large area of 70, 80, 90, and even a few pixels of 100 to 107 miles per hour with that. It is tornado warned, so everybody in that area should be already seeking shelter. So that's the really good news. So the northern side of it was just upgraded. Let's see. Springfield, Tulsa, and let me guess. Tulsa. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So Springfield issued a significant severe for portions of southwest Missouri because of these little areas of intense 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust going towards their jurisdiction. And Tulsa, still 90, 100 mile an hour winds here, 80 mile an hour winds here, 80 mile an hour winds here, and you want to know what the warning's for? 60. So we've got velocities here of 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, maybe up to 70 mile an hour velocities here, and Springfield does the very logical thing. Velocities at 65, okay, that means this could produce up to 70 mile an hour winds. Tulsa, velocities of 107 mile an hour winds, yeah, it could produce up to 60. Same distance, different NWS. But again, the good news is that this is actively tornado warned for Colcord, so they should be seeking shelter anyways. And I mean, there's not a tornado with this, but man, that is tornadic-like wind speeds and very destructive winds right there. But again, the good news is it is tornado warned, which means people should be seeking shelter in that warning. And same goes for this one, too. So both of these areas that are producing likely 80 plus mile an hour winds are in tornado warnings due to them previously producing tornadoes. So people should already be seeking shelter there. There is some areas near Kansas that have 70 to 80 mile an hour pixels and not in the tornado warning. Let's go back to our analysis radar here. Looks like there is no longer a tornado on the ground here east of Eldon. But very easily could redevelop east of Eldon, Oklahoma. Wind report there. Tree on a house. That is likely associated with RFD winds from our tornado. So our tornado located up here. RFD winds would be just south of that, located in this area, right down in here, going around the southern flank of your supercell. And so that's likely RFD winds produced, I'd say, at least 70 plus mile an hour winds there. I'd be pretty surprised if it was less than 70 in some spots. So this tornado lofted debris about 6,000 feet up. The northern one, lofted debris, it looks like close to also 6,000 feet up. So both of these would be near or possibly at strong tornado intensity, depending on exactly what they hit, what the NWS finds out there. So it's just this large portion of our bow echo that is surviving the lack of instability here. And it's surviving very well. This portion of our bow echo is surviving. And at this point, this is when the SPC would issue a mesoscale discussion. If it were back in the day, 2-3 years ago, they would issue an MCD saying damaging winds with an ongoing derecho should continue into southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. But because of the new dumb criteria, we are now a little bit over halfway to this being a derecho. We're about 250 miles in, and it's still got to get to 150 plus more miles. So we are over halfway, but I don't think this is going to stay this strong all the way until West Plains. In my opinion, this is a derecho, but my opinion doesn't matter. The NWS is the official say-so. In my opinion, we have witnessed a derecho today. Pretty much clear-cut derecho. I mean, man, it doesn't get a whole lot more classic than that, except for it tracking for another absurd amount of distance. Very strange. CSU, which is a another outlook we use, it is not an official outlook. It's based off of models. And it doesn't have even a 5%. Not even a 5% in Indiana or Michigan tomorrow. It actually has a 5% tornado risk in Arkansas. But get this. It has a 50% wind risk in southern Indiana. What is wrong with the CSU model? What is wrong with that? What in the world is it seeing that is so vastly different than our current HRRR and NAM 3K? Just crazy. We'll see which way things trend. I know this is off topic, but we're live so late that Queso has ended his live stream. Over 9,000 people without power now in Tulsa. It's not too often I'm up late enough to see Queso get off. He streams till about 2 a.m. So that's how you know you're up late, is when he ends. Looks like those velocities are finally weakening, but still at 80-mile-an-hour velocities up here, northeast of Colcord. Or Colcord. Can't even pronounce it anymore. I think 240 was a perfect criteria. In my opinion, I think 240 was perfectly fine for the criteria of a derecho. I think that was perfectly fine. I don't know why they raised it. Because now it seems almost impossible to get one derecho a year. In my opinion, we've had almost... In my opinion, this is the 4th derecho this year. In my opinion, it's the 4th one. The crazy 90-mile-an-hour derecho from southeast Indiana to Delaware. The derecho from eastern Arkansas to eastern South Carolina. Derecho from north central Texas to northwest Louisiana. And then this derecho from west central Oklahoma all the way into southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas. In my opinion, we've had 4 derechos this year. But again, my opinion doesn't matter. It's all about the official opinion of the NWS. They're the say-so. And according to them, 0 derechos today. Or this year, I should say. 0 derechos this year. Which is insane. Insane, considering we've had like 4 different 45 sig wind risks, if not maybe even 5. And apparently, according to them, 0 have resulted in a derecho. Oh, and then didn't we have one Was that last year or was that this year where we had an urgent moderate risk update for Southwest Tennessee? That might have been last year. But I remember that tracked from Northeast Texas to like South Central Tennessee. Might have been last year. I've forgotten. A new MCD, strong to severe gusts may continue even as the cluster of storms begins to weaken through 3 a.m. Central. So this is going to continue for another hour and a half or so, but it's going to keep on weakening. And that MCD ends near Gainesville. Actually, let's see where it ends. It might be actually near Bradson. I think it's near Bradson where that ends. Yep. Near Bradson. So, severe wind gust, mainly 60, 70 mile an hour wind gust, but could get a gust upwards of 80 being possible in this red highlighted area here. But it will continue to weaken over the next 2 hours, and it will fully diminish in the next 3 hours or so. There's still a small chance this could be classified as a derecho. Because we're likely going to see this line continue, and this is 60 to 70 miles wide. So, okay, they did just downgrade that to radar indicate. They just took it off. Chillax, Ben. Chillax. They just took it off like literally 60 seconds ago. Chillax. So that's going to continue probably for another 2 hours or so. I think there's still a slim chance this could be classified as a derecho, but the NWS is so stinking stubborn with their classification of a derecho. Kaylee, according to velocity, probably about 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. There may be a gust of 60 there, but likely much closer to 40 to 50 at the moment. I am shocked I am still live to be able to tell you that. I did not think I was going to be live this late. It is 2:18 a.m. here at in the East Coast time zone. I don't know if velocities are still that accurate now. We're getting very far away to where I don't trust them as much. But we could be seeing 70 or so mile an hour winds here on the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. Very close, if not over Maysville. That's going to eventually head towards Bentonville. Still watching that area of rotation over Barron in east central Oklahoma. But we're now down to all ordinary severes with the exception of Goodman in southwest Missouri for 70 mile an hour winds. So we're almost back to everything to normal severes. We should keep at a significant severe, though, for at least the next 40 or so minutes. Let's see here. All right. See you later, Brooklyn. Have a great rest of your night. I mean, shoot, this has been one of the most crazy evolutions so far this year for, in my opinion, a derecho, ever since the one in Pittsburgh. We'll see if the NWS classifies it as a derecho over the next few days or not. It'll take them a while probably to release an official say-so on a derecho or not. But I mean, man, it was, if it's not classified as a derecho, it was as close as you can get to a derecho without it being a derecho. Just like the one we had in Pittsburgh earlier this year. Because this thing tracked from like almost near Woodward, from like south of Woodward, all the way into now Arkansas and into southern Missouri. And it grew rapidly across that path. New tornado warning downstream into Prairie Grove, Lincoln, and West Fork in northwest Arkansas. We could very easily see a tornado at any second. Very close to Barron in east central Oklahoma. Very easily could see that produce a tornado. The HRRR, which is typically our most accurate model run, is still terribly inaccurate for today's event. It currently, right now, the newest run shows and believes there is 60-mile-an-hour winds heading towards Oklahoma City, according to the model run, and that is just simply not happening. Now, we could see some gusts of 30 to 40 in Oklahoma City tonight, but nothing like what the model run is portraying. I don't know what's wrong with the model run, but it is not doing good still. Springfield, Missouri. It should weaken a lot by the time it gets to you. You could still see 40, 50 mile an hour wind gust. But I don't think it will be as bad as what we've seen over the last 2 to 3 hours in northeast Oklahoma and what we're still currently seeing in northwest Arkansas, far southwest Missouri. Yeah, it was on the ground earlier, Brandon, but it's no longer on the ground at the moment. Could produce very soon, though. Very soon. Definitely could produce very soon. Let's see here. All right, we got a new mesoanalysis. The main thing I want to see is where is the instability orientated to this line. It's on the line. So yeah, the southern portion is on the best instability. So like right in here, this should continue for at least another hour, maybe even 2. Going into southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas. Further north, like the storm that's going to head towards Springfield, which will be like this section in here. A lot more uncertainty on if that will survive. Not the best instability there. The best environment is definitely northwest Arkansas, extreme southwest Missouri right now. There's a risk for some winds, Robert, but nothing very significant. Things should die out. Time could Chicago see storms. Again, a lot of uncertainty because our models are handling the current event terribly, and thus they're going to handle tomorrow's event terribly. And the main risk is going to shift. Most likely, the main risk is going to be able to shift around a bit tomorrow because it depends exactly where our MCV tracks tonight. So MCV is going to come from the remnant MCS, which is a mesoconvecutive system right here. An MCV is going to form on the northern edge of that, and that's going to be what causes our severe weather event tomorrow in Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio. And there's uncertainty on exactly where that's placed. If it's placed north, it's going to be into Chicago. Timing would be probably close to about 4 p.m. If it's south, Chicago's not going to get much more than just a bunch of rain. So there's a lot of uncertainty. And that's because today was so uncertain. Today was so uncertain, and today's uncertainty is lingering into tomorrow. If you're talking about Arkansas Hydra, you're currently experiencing likely 50, 60 mile an hour winds. There could have been some gusts locally higher than that near your area, maybe near 70, near your region to the north-northeast. But once you're done with this line, that's it for the rest of the night. Just stay indoors, away from doors and windows. There will be some light rain, maybe some moderate rain tonight, but 60 mile an hour winds, the small hail, tornado threat, all that stuff is going to end once this line leaves your area in 15 minutes. The main hazards will be over in about 15 minutes. Does the NAM 3K reach out to Friday? Nah, not yet. Reaches into Friday morning. Really curious to see if anything's going to fire along that very favorable environment in central Minnesota Friday night into Saturday morning. I haven't checked on it in a long time. Oh, yeah. It looks very intense now. We're tracking a tropical storm in the eastern Pacific. And it is actively, rapidly intensifying. It is likely a hurricane, is it not? It still says tropical storm on the last NHC update, but it is rapidly intensified over the last 6 hours. You have ridiculous hot towers around a very closed, centralized low pressure. That's going to head towards Mexico, make landfall very late tomorrow night into Thursday morning. Looks like the rotation on this storm in Lincoln, northwest Arkansas, has died out. It looks not even remotely as impressive as what it once did. And then still likely seeing 50 to 60 mile an hour winds across this entire line. Could see some gusts upwards of 70. Definitely being possible on like the border of Arkansas, southwest Missouri. Kaylee, I'm shocked you stayed up this late too with me. Have a great rest of your night. Get some good rest. And if you tune into tomorrow's stream, I'll see you tomorrow. / today. We'll be live again probably in about 12 hours. So that's insane. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. We're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers, maybe by the beginning of June or so. We're now about 150 away, less than 150 now. And And also hit that like button on the stream. Share the stream channel with your family, friends, social media. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Almost 10,000 people without power now in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So still a lot of people without power, and those power outages are probably going to fluctuate. It might increase a little, might decrease a little, but then as we go into tomorrow, it's going to decrease rapidly as power is restored. So I'm going to head off probably pretty soon, honestly. I'll stay on a little longer here, but I don't want to stay up too late. We're already at past 2:30 a.m. my time, which is insane. I was wanting to end before 11 o'clock, and that did not happen. Yep, almost, not yet, but almost 10,000 people without power in Tulsa from our severe storm earlier. I mean, this still has plenty of downdraft cape and plenty of normal cape to continue for the next 2 hours. With how the environment looks like, I mean, we could see it go all the way into Springfield in Missouri and stay severe. I think we are all on our last leg on trying to stay awake, and I bet there's probably a good solid 5 to 10 people who are literally asleep watching the live stream right now, who have fallen asleep to this coverage. Why? Because I've watched weather coverage after 11 p.m. before, and oh my word, is it so easy to fall asleep to. It is so easy to fall asleep to once you get past like 11 o'clock. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's some people asleep right now in this live stream. It really wouldn't. They are continuing the radar indicated tornado warning for West Fork, although that that rotation is a lot broader, a lot weaker. I am really hoping that my voice is going to be alive tomorrow. I really hope I'll have a voice tomorrow, because we'll be live for a long time tomorrow as well. Looks very significant for tomorrow's event. There is a chance we could see last second downtrends for tomorrow. Hey, didn't NATOcast come out? Yeah, I remember NATOcast had a 10 sig tour. Yep. Dude, that was like 3.5 hours ago at this point. So we have NATOcast saying a strong tornado threat tomorrow, and we have CSU saying barely a tornado threat tomorrow in our main risk area, and the SPC is in between. So personally, I'm leaning towards tomorrow being a more notable threat for all hazards. Yep, I don't know how you're still here either, Sam. I'm shocked you're still awake. Surprised anyone's awake. What about Arkansas? Main threat will be across northern Arkansas. Mainly this portion. So from Springdale, West Fork, going all the way into possibly as far east as Cherokee Village. But can't even show you the day one outlook anymore on weatherwise, because we moved into a completely new day. Completely new day. But the slight risk for severe weather goes all the way into... It stops like right here near Branson, as well as where our slight stops. I think it's near Branson, right around this region is where our slight risk stops, so we shouldn't see it continue for too much longer. It's still in the level 3 out of 5, and then once it gets into Springfield, it should weaken even more notably and hopefully go sub-severe. Oklahoma City for tomorrow. I don't see much right now. I think you will be perfectly fine. Your main event was definitely today, and thankfully it stayed just north of Oklahoma City. But there is a chance for some winds, 40-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail can't be ruled out tomorrow. But it seems like storms are going to fire to your southeast. So the main severe should stay off to your southeast, and if anything fires over Oklahoma City, it's going to be when it first starts to get going. So it should be on the weaker side of things. I agree with this, in my opinion, deserving a derecho classification, but like I said before, that's all up to the NWS on if it gets a derecho classification or not. Yeah, that rotation, I really don't see it being very tornadic now. Really, really weak rotation over Lincoln in northwest Arkansas. And these winds are starting to spread out a lot more far and few between for those wind gusts. So, I expect much of this to die out in the next 30 minutes to an hour. And then after that, after 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, I don't expect really much at all across the U.S. I think a lot of this stuff will be done in 30 minutes to an hour, and then in an hour and a half to 2 hours, everything will just be like light to moderate rain, and maybe an isolated severe. So, with that being said, we are going to start concluding. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. We'll be live tomorrow. Things are starting to settle down over here. Your line's looking a lot weaker. We still have one tornado warning, but I'm comfortable with ending now. I feel like the worst of it is well past here in Oklahoma. And yeah, we'll still likely see a couple instances of 60 to an isolated gust of 70 miles an hour across this area. Could see an isolated spin-up tornado. Hail is the least of the concern. I don't think we'll see anything larger than 0.75 inch in diameter. So, damaging winds with a brief spin-up tornado and extremely small hail will remain possible in this area tonight for the next 2 hours or so. And it could be classified as a derecho depending on if it stays severe. If it stays severe until east of Springfield, this is where it could be potentially classified as a derecho. If it gets that far to the east. If it gets east of Springfield and it stays just like this large of a line for another hour and a half until it hits Springfield and pushes east, that's when this could be debatably a derecho by the NWS's classification. Weather-wise is really good. There's also GR2 analysis, but it's quite pricey. It's like $250 one-time payment on computer. Can't get it on phone. I highly recommend Weather-wise. That's an awesome app. And Radar Scope is really good, especially for chasing. So, yeah, there is still a little under 10,000 people without power in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hopefully you guys get your power back on. I hope y'all have a great rest of your night. I'm going to go to sleep as fast as possible. Probably still going to take a good 30 minutes for me to fall asleep. But, yeah, glad I could be here all day. By the time we're done here, it will be literally 10 hours of streaming. 10 hours of streaming. Which is crazy for a day that I thought would only be 4 hours. So, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll figure out exactly when. We'll see which way things trend for tomorrow, but I appreciate all you guys for tuning in, all the mods for Mod and Chat, and everybody for being here. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I greatly appreciate it. Help us get to 10,000 subscribers over the next month or so. And also appreciate Girl Dev for the $5 donation, literally like 9 hours ago. But Still appreciate that. Girl Dev, I'm sure, is fast asleep at this point. Most of my viewers are, so I'm surprised there's still 80 people in here. For the rest of the night, if you're worried about severe storms, it's starting to decrease. Just stay weather aware. You know, if you're going to sleep here, turn your phone on, plug it up, make sure the EAS alerts are turned on. That way you'll be woken up if there is a warning issued for your area. Most likely it will be for 60 mile an hour winds. Like I said, still could see widespread 50, 60 mile an hour winds tonight across southern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but that tornado threat is very low. That hail threat is very low. So we're going to have our outro music here for 3 minutes. That's just something we do on the channel. If you guys don't know, we play that for about 3 minutes. So that way you guys can say bye in chat and finish up any conversations you were having. So again, thank you, mods, for my chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow, likely sometime, possibly as early as 1 p.m. Eastern, but likely later than that. We'll just see which way things trend. Again, have a great rest of your night. Stay safe, watch severe weather, and I will see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Goodbye. Stay safe and watch severe weather. I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Have a great rest of your night. Once again, thank you, mods, for watching.